to try and farm a couple extra copies of. So again, I don't want to promise no splits on Mythic Week or anything like that, but I'm hopeful that Mythic will be a Tuesday thing that we'll get to experience. If not, maybe a Wednesday thing.
Yeah, much better than like a who knows.
Yeah, so whenever in Dragonflight, we would always have these days where we're just like, I'm sure it's going to be Mythic today. Mythic today.
Go over some of the tiers and what has happened, how the guilds performed with each other. So I guess we'll start with Vault of the Incarnates.
Yeah, the first raid, kind of the analog to this raid, Nerub-ar Palace. We've got Vault of the Incarnates had an interesting start to that expansion as well, because that was the whole no heroic week thing for the first time, right? So we got to kind of just see how that all shook out. Raszageth had a very impressive kill, very impressive, very deserved world first for Echo, world second for Liquid that tier on the end boss.
Mm-hmm.
Several world firsts along the way though to get to the end boss, you know.
Yeah, they got a few. And
yeah, there was Dathia was a cool fight that tier as well. That was pretty fun to watch. So, and then Method, BDG, and Skyline rounded out the top 5 of that tier of those. BDG no longer. Mm-hmm. Oh, we don't want this to go all the way over through the holidays, which it was on a trajectory to do that, but then it got nerfed to the point where that last phase kind of became the easiest phase in the fight, which was a shame long term as well, because that phase was so cool. It had so much potential, that last phase.
Yeah, kind of gutted it. I think it cut like a whole couple minutes off of me.
Yeah, the storm just started coming in so slowly, so you just dramatic, and because the nerf coming in was definitely a strange kind of wrench to throw into things. Although again, Echo very deserving victors, I think, of that race. At least in my opinion, I thought it was a really well played, performance for them all the way through till the end, and they were closer on Raszageth when the nerf did come in, and that nerf was then enough to push them over the finish line, which I don't think is the way anybody wants a race to end, but it was still.
Added another ad, and then Kurog, I can't remember what the change was, but I just know that it was very difficult to kill ads in the intermission. I think they reduced their health or something.
Yeah, I remember the Dathia one being quite a big one. That's sort of one of the fun things we get to discuss every race is the global release situation where Liquid get to, now it's only 13 hours, used to be 16 hours earlier start on the tier. And then counterbalancing that is the phenomenon rather than too easy, and then it just gets steamrolled, right? And then you can't buff it after somebody kills it, of course. That would be very difficult to justify doing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and like you said, Liquid got 5 world first kills that tier.
Yeah.
Didn't finish it off, but then the next tier, they secured the dub.
Yes, so we moved on to Aberrus, which was the introduction of the new item upgrade system. I think that was probably the most impactful thing long-term to come out of that patch. Unless you want to count Augmentation Evoker, which came not during progression, but during farm of Aberrus. Another huge, I would say, bombshell shake-up thing for Race to World First, because ever since then, I guess we only had one race since then. We had the 2 Augmentation Evokers in that race. Spoiler alert, I think we're going to have at least 2 in this race as well, probably exactly 2 in this race as well. That spec is so good. Aberrus itself was an interesting one because the bosses themselves did die fairly quickly. That was one of the shorter races we've had in recent memory. Mm-hmm. And yeah, Sarkareth itself was a very cool fight. I would argue it could probably have had 5 or 10% more health and been like, you had to be a little bit more perfect to get it killed. But it was so exciting. The first phase was one of the hardest phase 1s they've ever made of a boss. That was super cool to watch and later to do to perfect. And then phase 3 was also so sick. You had the voids. One of my favorite parts about phase 3 Sarkareth was it's pretty rare for Echo and Liquid to end up on different strategies for encounters, right? Because both guilds can look at each other, and unless somebody turns their streams off for a while, which of course does happen, usually they'll converge on a similar strategy because you'll just look at what you're doing, you look at what they're doing, you're like, okay, one of these is better, and then both teams are going to do that one, right? Sired and Athrea's streams went off, so we saw different strategies in phase 2 there. Sarkareth, streams did go off a little bit, but comps were a little bit different, and strategies ended up being different in phase 3. It didn't look hugely different. It's not as dramatic as like, oh, they're going to different sides and stuff, any of that kind of thing. But different timings for when you go down, who you send down where, when you're going to come back up and pop your lust and everything and just nuke the boss. It was a very cool kind of little bit of, maybe not full-on strategy, but tactics being used differently.
Yeah. And I remember Sarkareth, it was compared, I think, kind of like to Blackhand, just very fast-paced, non-stop, hard P1.
7.5 minutes as well, a very short end boss. I think the shortest we've had going back over the last 10 years or so on an end boss.
Yeah, I'm not sure I can think of one right now that was about like.
That's another point of
minutes.
comparison to like Blackhand. Yeah, it's like, that under 10 minutes even was pretty rare for an end boss. We'd just come off of Razagath, which, in addition to the other problems that existed with that fight, was a 14-minute long encounter. Sarkareth. One of my favorite parts about it was how fast it was.
Yeah, okay, you like that?
Yeah, I love, especially if it's not the end of an expansion. I think if it's just like in a patch, a good, concise 7 or 8 minutes that leaves you wanting more is so much better than 14 minutes, where 10 minutes in, you're in a second intermission, and you're just like, oh my goodness, I'm still here for another 5 minutes. When are we using our second lust? Anytime I'm thinking about using a second lust, I'm not happy.
No. So if you were saying you would prefer it if it had maybe like 10, 15% more health, would you add on like a minute or two?
No. Like 5% more health, no changes otherwise.
Changes at all?
Just make it so, because like when Liquid killed it, the pull was very good, but it wasn't quite perfect, and they still had a couple seconds before the Enrage. I would have loved to see that fight go to Enrage a few times and be like, okay, we've got to find a way to squeeze even more damage out of this, rather than like our first almost perfect kill or pull just kills it right away.
Yeah. The POV here was the night before they killed it. I think they were getting close. They turned streams off, I believe, and then they were like, okay, we can kill this in the morning.
Yeah.
We're waking up, it was like at 5 in the morning or something like that.
I remember hearing about 4 hours of sleep or something.
Yeah. And it paid off, but it was getting a little dire. Like a couple hours into that raid, and everyone was just kind of dead looking. It was like, oh no, did they make the wrong decision? But then they got a second wind and knocked it out.
Kind of put a soft enrage for themselves on the day, right? Of people falling asleep. Kind of a meta soft enrage.
Yeah, I was like half asleep. I wasn't casting. I was just like sitting in a chair just over there, watching on the side, and I was like half asleep, and I started hearing everybody like, come on, let's go. And it like woke me up.
That's good. Yeah.
Very exciting.
My perspective was I was asleep I went to bed and then woke up and Liquid had killed it. I was like, oh, okay. All right. That's actually both the times I've casted for 2 world seconds before. The other one was back for, at the time, Complexity Limit, now Liquid. Back when they lost Sylvanas, and that time I was also asleep when the other team got the kill, so I've yet to be awake when a world second is locked in, or when a world first is claimed by the other team, so hoping to keep that streak going this time.
Yeah, hopefully we're awake for
world first.
Yes.
Failing that, I'll be asleep for the other team's world first. That's my plan.
All right, and then finally, I thought a fantastic tier with Amirdrassil.
Oh, yeah. I mean, from the perspective of a Race to World first viewer, it's hard to imagine a better, more dramatic end to a tier than the final 36 hours of Mythic Fire Act, right? We had Echo and Liquid going back and forth with 5% wipe, 3% wipe, 3% wipe, 5% wipe, right? Just back and forth, every single pull. You'd watch a team wipe to the blazes right at the end, and you'd tab over to the other stream and be like, oh my goodness, this is so close, right? The heart rate just into the hundreds.
Yeah, I went back and was watching some of the Fire Act, just like the last minute of the poll, everyone freaking out, and it's just silence right until the boss dies, because at any second something would just instantly wipe everyone, and they just knew unless it's dead, there's just like no way you can even think about celebrating.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, because you just would all die as soon as one of those seeds got ignited, which there were 8 seeds that you were juggling at the end of that fight. That fight ramped up in difficulty so much towards the very end. If you ended up doing that fight later yourself, you probably didn't experience the 8 seeds because you either killed it back when there were 6 seeds, you were a little faster, or after the nerfs, and then it was only 4 total seeds, and that was a very different thing than juggling the 8 like Liquid and Echo both did. Echo, of course, did come out on top of that tier as well, leading to the 2-1 on the end bosses in Dragonflight, so very big congratulations, of course, to them. Method, again, another world third there, too. So another guild that we've been looking at, are they in contention for fighting for those world first, those world seconds? And this is going to be a tier where we'll see whether that has become more true this time than it was over Dragonflight. They were definitely getting closer and closer, right?
Yeah. And Liquid did get 2 world firsts, and one of them was Tendril.
Yeah.
Any other tier would have been an end boss. That boss was ridiculous. I couldn't believe what I was seeing when they first started pulling it. And then just as the days went on, it kind of took me back to Halandris in Sepulchre and at the end of Shadowlands, where you're just like, I cannot believe this boss is this difficult. And it just kept going.
Yeah, Tendril was another boss that was just on a completely different level. I think possibly the hardest boss of all time was like Race to World first kills, so not people will talk about like pre-nerf Kill Jaden, these bosses that were very, very unkillable and then got nerfed to be killable. Razageth, pre-nerf, right? That one was just mathematically not going to be anywhere close to doable until you had 60 more item levels or something. So those aside, though, versions of bosses that actually got killed, Tendril Sage Swift is probably up there for the degree of coordination you needed among your 20 players, and then also snap decision-making. You had 3 seconds per seed in that second phase. And in the last phase, until they nerfed it, they nerfed that before the World First Kill came out, but still, for a while, they were progging that version of that phase. So you had 3 seconds. 16 seeds would come out. You had 20 players. Each player had to run over a seed, 1 seed. If you touched a second seed, it was a wipe. If 1 single seed did not get soaked, it was also a wipe. 3 seconds to do that with all 20 players in your roster. And it would happen at times where 4 of your players would be up collecting bombs. So 16 people would be on the ground and 16 seeds would be coming out. The math on that does not leave a lot of room for error. You have to have every single person soaking one of the seeds. It's unbelievably difficult and very, very impressive kills by both Liquid and Echo on that boss. Of course, yeah, the world first on that one going to Liquid before Echo did claim it on FireAck.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if it has the amount of polls. It was up there, I think, over 400.
Yeah, it was definitely in that range. Yeah, and that later guild, some guilds got into the 4 digits on that boss, which was well, that was a guild killer for sure. Mythic Tendril.
Yeah, yeah, and you also had like the roots, which like if anybody was rooted during those seeds, just it caused so much pain. Yeah, that
absolute catastrophe. Any bomb hits the ground, it's over. Any dispels get done badly, it's over. So many different ways it could be over on that fight. The lasers just one-shot you. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a great tier. I thought and like back on FireAck, I remember when they first got into the last phase, I was like, this might be the hardest phase they've ever made of any boss.
I think that from the perspective of a Race to World First viewer, you're not going to get better than FireAck and Tendril unless Blizzard have cooked out of their minds for this tier, which I don't want to get too much on the copium early, but there are some bosses that have got the potential for that this coming tier. Nexus Princess K'viira, Silken Court, of course, Queen Ansarek. We don't know much about what that fight looks like on Mythic yet, but very, very high potential, I would say, this tier as well for, hopefully not quite as much of a guild killer experience for everybody who comes after the Race to World First. I think that was a downside of Tendril and FireAck, but for the Race to World First viewer experience, that was so good, and I would love it if that was if we got anywhere close to that again this tier.
Yeah, me too. All right, enough Dragonflight. Great expansion, but we are now in the War Within, and there have been some changes to the guild. There's been a few players who have stepped down.
And stepped up.
Yeah, and stepped up. We've got JPC and Evade. They have stepped down. And MZ, she's taken a break for school, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And there are new players. Right now I'm blanking on their names, if you remember.
No, I'm happy to let you ponder for a bit.
Yeah, but we'll get to that in a second.
I'm not the one who, look, I saw you writing stuff down before we started this. I was like, okay, he's got this written down, so surely that's it includes the list of players. One person I know who was going to be coming back for this tier was Trill.
Yes.
But AWC got announced for this tier.
Boss damage is great too. Okay, if you get a purple.
Spreadsheets and who goes where. I don't know how they do it, but there's a ridiculously massive spreadsheet that Siori is always working on, and they optimize that loot very well. It becomes a big deal if you have like half an item level on another guild.
Absolutely, yeah. These, it's a game of inches, right? You're fighting for the littlest edges you can. Part of the reason that Heroic Week and splits in general have gotten so out of control is because Liquid and Echo in particular have been pushing each other so much to the point where, yeah, an extra day's worth of work for an extra 0.2 item levels is a great deal, and either guild would jump at that right now.
Yeah, and speaking of getting some extra days, some days have been cut from some of the guilds, there were some bans that went out for some renown.
Yeah.
Trickery.
So here's the lore on that one. The Severed Threads reputation had a few different methods that could be used to get some extra rep that were varying degrees of exploitative, I would say. Some could kind of happen by accident, some very much couldn't. And Blizzard has decided that that's not going to fly this tier, and especially not going forward, I think is the kind of the message they want to send. So they've handed out a bunch of 4-day bans on Monday, which means they're going to lead into Heroic Week and take away the first half of Heroic Week for any players or guilds that were affected. Liquid only had one player, Mavie, who got caught up in the ban wave. Allegedly innocent, multi-box leveling, gets caught in the crossfire. I don't know. I'd say tell it to the judge, but that was Liquid's one player affected by that. Method and Echo did it both have more people that got caught in those ban waves, so may well be an advantage for Liquid to have more time with more of their roster unbanned. And I think crucially going forward, in future tiers, similar exploits I think guilds will be much more careful of messing with, because one of the things that causes guilds to do this is there's inconsistent enforcement from Blizzard, and you kind of don't know if you can or can't get away with stuff. And often in the past, they've acted by rolling back rewards that you've earned from something. But that's not really an incentive to not try something, because if the bad case is that your reward gets rolled back and the good case is you get to keep it, you just always try it, right? Like there's no downside. The worst case, it's the same as if you hadn't done it. Now guilds know that bans are on the table, and particularly if those bans might go into Mythic Week in futures, as I think they've said there's not going to be Heroic Weeks next tier. That would be a very, very not worth thing in exchange for a couple of levels of Severed Threads rep, which at the end of the day, it does do a little bit. There's an enchanted runed crest from Renown 24 that was kind of the big thing on that Renown track. So, that would be worth risking a little bit for, but definitely not a ban.
Yeah, and in the past, there's been things in the raid that were kind of like that, where you're like, we can cheese this mechanic a little bit, but we're not sure if we should do it. But like, what if the other guild does it and we don't? And that's gotten a lot better. There's a lot more communication with Blizzard between the players and everything. So that's, I think you're right. No one is going to be messing around with any of this, especially no Heroic Week, like you said. Because if they lose a player Mythic Week, it hurts pretty bad.
Catastrophic, I would say.
Yeah.
The timing of these bans during Heroic Week, it's going to inconvenience and hurt for sure the guilds that were hit by this ban wave, but it shouldn't be deciding in the race to world first, I don't think. So I think Blizzard actually landed a really good warning shot here to say, like, okay, new sheriffs in town, you're not, doing this anymore. We're the exploit early, exploit often is the motto of a time gone past now. Now we're all, law-abiding citizens starting today, and here's the 4-day ban to prove that you should be.
Yeah. New world, new island, and a new race.
That's right.
Earthen, they have come in. I don't know much about the racial, but I've heard it is not great.
Yeah, I mean, Earthen are cool. They're sick. I think people really like them from the story. They had a lot of really cool moments in the various storylines across the new expansion. And yeah, they're a playable race this tier. So a couple of different, first of all, looks for these Earthen that I think are absolutely phenomenal. This is a very cool looking race. Would very much love to play it myself. Unfortunately, it kind of doesn't do anything for the race to world first. So the racial abilities that this have, you have like Azerite Surge, which is an empower spell. It's pretty cool to have an empower spell as a racial, but it doesn't really do any numbers that... goblins have one of these as well. They have Rocket Barrage. Nobody ever presses it because it doesn't do enough numbers. Azerite Surge in a similar spot here where very cool concept, very awesome look. Numbers pretty bad, unfortunately. They also have more Finesse. Finesse increases the chance of gathering additional materials while gathering, so that's cool as well. Not particularly useful in a raid situation either, because it's pretty rare that you're gathering materials in raid, but, maybe. Could happen in some fight where they add that in.
A mining boss.
Yeah, mining boss, a herbalism boss.
Yep.
I'm tossing out some ideas here. I'm just cooking. But one thing that cooking isn't useful for is Earthen, because they can't eat. They eat rocks instead. So you're always well fed. You can't consume food, and you can ingest minerals to get a different buff. That's I think a very cool thematic thing for them to have.
Yeah, that is cool. I didn't know about that. The only thing I do know about is the flying around and getting XP.
Yeah, the Wide-Eyed Wonder one there. Yeah, you can level from like 1 to 70 and just by flying around, which I also love that. That's so cool. And they actually get a little bit more armor too, which is nice for a couple of specs. A couple of tank specs do quite like armor, so that is a useful part of their, racial ability suite. But you'll notice we haven't really said anything as impactful as some of the racials that have been stacked in Races to World First in the past. So Earthen don't really have anything like that. They do have, a little bit of DPS from the ingest minerals, giving them extra stat, which that was undertuned for a while to be a DPS loss versus just eating food. That got buffed, I think, last week to be actually worth using, which is good. There you can see it's more stat, which is nice. But it's still not enough to make it better than the usual races that you'll see in the Race to World First. So those are actually this tier. It looks like Mechanome, just a big, just their DPS racial is doing a lot of numbers right now. So I bet we'll see a lot of little Mechanomes running around. And then also sometimes you see stuff like Goblin for Goblin Jump, Night Elf for Meld. Not something we see in Raid usually. That's more of an M+ thing. Dwarves for stone forming stuff. And then sometimes you'll see everybody swapping. This will be something to look out for. If you see if streams go off and then armory everybody and they've all become trolls or something, there's some weird... That happened on Jaina, right? Everybody swapped to troll because it made the duration of the magic effect on you short enough that it fell off at a certain time. Those sorts of things you do sometimes see being worth. Next tier, we're going to have to look at Drakthir too. This tier, only Evokers can be Drakthir. Mm-hmm. Starting next tier, a lot of other races or a lot of other classes can be Drakthir too. And that, I think, will be getting some use, because if you just need to get from point A to point B as quickly as you can, jump gliding is really good for that. Gliding cancels your knockbacks as well if you get knocked back by various mechanics. So I think we're going to see some Drakthir next tier. This tier, probably just the Evokers. Only just the Evokers.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised. I mean, it makes sense that they get the double jump and the glide, but it's kind of a powerful racial. And I'm a little surprised there's still, combat improving racials in the game. Surprised it hasn't gone in a more flavor direction, but
I personally would advocate for that as well. Yeah.
Yeah, because I want to change the racials, even though I'm not competing. It's still hard to play something is suboptimal, and I would like to just be a blood elf on everything, or I guess now a Drakthir because the glide is nice.
Yeah, glide does feel really good. I'm with you. I don't care too much about, this one's 0.5% better than that one, but I do care about, this one has Stone Form, which removes this debuff entirely in this fight or something like that. It's too good to pass up, right? And then all my guys are dwarves, and I'm nothing against dwarves, but I'd like to have some variety across my different characters more.
Yeah. All right, well, do you want to jump into some of these bosses in this new raid, Nerub-ar Palace?
I'd love to, yeah. These bosses are pretty sick. So first of all, there's 8 bosses in Nerub-ar Palace, which is on the low end, I would say. For 8, we usually don't say less than 8. So that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a short race. Oftentimes, the first few bosses all fall over in one pull anyways. So whether that's 1 boss, 3 bosses, 5 bosses that are in that range is usually the more important thing. How difficult the end bosses are is more important than how many total bosses there are. But yeah, 8 this tier. And to start off, we've got Ulgrax the Devourer.
Yeah, Ulgrax. First boss, pretty simple. It's got 2 phases. The first one, he's got a few mechanics. He's got a group soak. A lot of group soaks and webs.
Yes.
A lot of webbing. Spiders.
It's a shared mechanic, I think, between Ulgrax and Roshanon, the 4th boss. Both of them have the same vibe going on, where there's a big swirly soak thing that you all want to get into, and then it splits the damage, and it also splits the grip strength based on how many people get caught in that. Definitely a pretty cool one. That's Carnivorous Contest, the name of that particular ability. Also throws out a bunch of webs here. Even though Ulgrax not particularly spider-looking, a lot of spider-themed mechanics on this fight. And yeah, you want to avoid standing in the webs. You can break them with the acid. It's the first boss, so it doesn't really matter if you mess up a lot of these mechanics either, because it's the first boss. But it's still better to try, and one of the things you can also do is if you ever have something like AMS, Anti-Magic Shell, you can activate that and just run through all of the webs and clear them that way too.
Okay,
so
that's nice.
You want to get their ground a little bit easier for everybody else to deal with. That's a nice thing you can do.
Yeah, and the unique thing about this fight, I think, is the second phase, where he takes 99% reduced damage, and then some ads spawn, and you kill them, and they drop a little meat pile, which you pick up and then go feed to the boss to break him out. And then also during that phase, he'll do a charge across the room you have to dodge.
Yeah, those charges are pretty annoying as well, and do start to do quite a bit of damage on Heroic. I suspect on Mythic, that's going to be quite one-shotty too. And yeah, you just grab all the ones you can, throw them to the boss until you get the energy bar full. This is the thing I've learned that's important. Don't pop your DPS cooldowns when the boss is there channeling, because it's immune to damage, or 99% reduction. As it, either way, same thing, right? Don't press your DPS CDs until you finished beating the boss, and then go in with all your damage. And ideally, you kill it. Hopefully, before too many of those intermissions happen, because they do take a while the boss is just not taking any damage.
Yeah, and so for those who haven't seen it or seen any of the videos, we do have a guide from Liquid that we can jump into right here.
Welcome to Team Liquid's strategy guide series for Nerub-ar Palace. My name's Aya, and today I'm presenting Telegon's breakdown of the mechanics and strategy for Heroic Ulgrax, the first boss in the instance. Ulgrax has two simple phases. The first phase, Gleeful Brutality, is an active phase where he is tanked while executing several mechanics. The second phase, Feeding Frenzy, is an inactive phase where the boss charges around the arena while you deal with small adds that drop food that players may pick up upon death. After 4 charges, the boss returns to the arena hungry, dealing raid damage until fed to 100 energy, at which point he will return to phase 1 and repeat this energy cycle for the remainder of the encounter. In the first phase, players will need to soak the target of Carnivorous Contest, delineated by a circular web graphic. The target, along with any player in the radius, will be pulled towards the boss when his cast completes. The strength of this pull is reduced by the number of players within the soak. If too few players soak, you will be pulled into the boss and devoured, resulting in an almost certain death. The boss casts Stalker's Webbing twice in phase 1, covering the area around him with webs that should be avoided as contact will cause you to be rooted until broken out. This effect may be removed by any normal root removal ability or effect, as well as any ability that prevents the application of magical debuffs. Rooted players may also be freed by killing the net that will appear on them. The boss periodically casts Venomous Lash, dealing AoE raid damage and debuffing several players. When this debuff expires, it explodes in a small AoE and removes any web in the vicinity. Ulgrax begins at 100 energy and takes down to 0 at the 1 minute and 30-second mark. Upon reaching 0 energy and beginning the second phase, the boss will knock players back after casting Hulking Crash and burrow into the ground before beginning to charge around the arena. While the boss completes 4 Juggernaut charges, we need to kill small adds called Ravenous Spawn. These adds need to be tanked as they apply a bleed to their aggro target. When killed, they drop Chunky Viscera that may be picked up with a click to gain an extra action button. After the boss charges 4 times, he will cast Swallowing Darkness and explode up from the ground, clearing any webs around him, then becoming ready to feed. At this point, you have clicked food and should move to him and use your extra action button to feed him. He gains 4 energy each time he is fed and casts Hungering Bellows until he is raised to 100 energy. Each successful cast of Hungering Bellows deals raid damage and increases his nature damage done by 10% for each stack and lasts 30 seconds. In terms of strategy, you should look to move Ulgrax towards the edge of the arena to begin phase 1. This vastly reduces the amount of webs that spawn, making them easier to clear. There is no vulnerability tied to Carnivorous Contest, so you do not need to assign groups for this mechanic on below Mythic difficulty. Should this change before release, simply identify 2 soak groups before pulling. You should look to use Raid Movement utility on Carnivorous Contest and when Ulgrax returns to the arena in phase 2, ready to be fed. Unless you've managed to bait Ulgrax into charging near the majority of the food, players carrying food will need a speed boost to reach him expediently, such as Stampeding Roar or Windrush Totem. Tanks need to swap on each Tank Buster cast of Brutal Crush. This ability debuffs the target with a 200% healing taken reduction that decreases by 10% every second of its duration. As a result, that player will not receive any meaningful healing for over 10 seconds. This means that if you don't tank swap quickly, your co-tank could quickly become dead. As always, we'd like to include a reminder that this guide is based on data and observations gathered from pre-release testing environments. Please note that the information provided may not fully reflect the final state of the raid encounter, as adjustments and changes can occur before the official release. Use this guide as a reference, but be prepared for potential differences in mechanics, tuning, and strategies when the raid goes live. Any significant changes will be noted in the description of this video. With that, we very much hope you found this guide useful. Please feel free to leave feedback or commentary below, and make sure to keep your eye on this channel as more guides will be coming out soon. Thanks so much for tuning in, and we'll catch you in the next one.
All right, pretty simple boss. I believe the only thing that changed on Mythic is you have to swap that group soak, the Carnivorous Contest, between two groups. And then there's another ad in the second phase. It casts stuff. Do you know if it's fully CCable?
I don't know.
Interrupt or stuns or?
No, I have absolutely no idea what affects that ad. I do suspect that's going to be what we call a one-pull boss in the business as well for Liquid on Mythic. Those first couple bosses usually tend to die. It's not a question of Liquid killing them. Like the boss is going to die whenever they decide to go into Mythic. That's going to be the main thing that keeps it alive as long as possible rather than a difficult encounter. So that is a pretty fun first boss, though. I hate how long you can't damage it. I'll be honest, in those intermissions while I was just running around, charging through. But overall, I would say it's not the worst first boss we've ever seen. That would be Hellfire Assault back 10 years ago now.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that as well.
Yeah.
All right, on to the next boss, the Bloodbound Horror.
This one is so cool. I love this boss. So you kill Ulgrax, you jump down, and there's just all this like blood in the ground and stuff, and up comes the Bloodbound Horror once you finish killing the trash. And yeah, it's got a lot of really, really cool abilities. The main one is the sort of upstairs, downstairs shifting mechanic. So you get hit intentionally by the frontal cone, and that sends you down into the unseeming, which lets you see the ads that are there, and you got to kill them. Otherwise, it's bad.
Yeah, there's a couple ads. There's the Lost Watcher and the Forgotten Harbinger. The Watcher has a kick. It channels on the boss, gives it an absorb. And the Forgotten Harbinger, he spawns some little ads, and they walk towards the boss, and if they hit the boss, does some raid damage. Probably pretty lethal on Mythic. And I think those are fully CCable.
Yeah, you can grip them back out and stuff, so you got some DKs. That makes it a little bit easier to deal with. And sometimes they spawn all nice and close together. Sometimes they don't. That can make it quite a bit harder. And then also the boss is doing these beams, these laser beams on Heroic and higher that are potentially bad if they cut you off from the ads that you're trying to get to downstairs. So a lot of the fight is about managing that. Then you get these big AoEs as well, where the boss is going to force you all to run away and then do a bunch of damage to you, kill you if you're too close. So you kind of need to all pick a place to run together so you can get some healing cooldowns and stuff, not rot out while you're all running away from the boss. And come back in, rinse and repeat, kill the boss before it kills you.
Yeah, and then kind of all there is left is there's these little tentacles. People get fixated.
Yes.
And they will drop, it's like staggered puddles. It kind of drops a puddle, then a little tentacle pops up. And so you can, is it similar where you can drop to, move?
Yeah, you can do a little bit of that. I think the usual strategy is just kind of run out to the edges of the platforms and try not to run it through the middle of the raid. But
yeah, multiple people get picked. You just don't want to cause chaos running those through everybody. And then the Mythic mechanic is everyone just gets, I think they just have to spread out. It's called Blood Curdle. And you just do AoE around you. Do you happen to know if downstairs people can hit upstairs people?
I think they can, but I'm not 100% sure on that one.
Okay, so that seems like maybe the hardest part of the fight is making sure that the invisible people...
Yeah, I suspect a lot of the difficulty is going to be just having the damage to take out the ads in a timely manner downstairs on Mythic. I think it's going to be probably a Mythic fight that's more about the numbers going up rather than a really difficult new mechanic being added.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so too. This one, I like this boss a lot.
I love
this
second boss. For a second boss, it's so cool. Yeah, it's so much fun, kind of coordinating, and the lasers that the boss spawns are based on the way that the boss is facing as well. So as a tank, you kind of have this interesting thing about where do I want these lasers to be, and you kind of have to go and find somewhere to stand to cause them to spawn in a good direction so that they don't cut off your downstairs people. I think that's really fun.
Interesting. And you face the breath also, right, to send people on?
Yeah, you also have to figure out where you want to go for the breath, and you have to get all the right people there in a timely fashion. All the wrong people have to not be there so they don't get sent down. If you get sent down twice as well, if you get sent down back to back, it doesn't kill you on normal. It does on the higher difficulties pretty much. So you want to make sure that you have two evenly split up groups assigned and very much don't accidentally get sent down again if you've just been down.
All right, and we have another video guide from Liquid. We'll get to hear Aya's beautiful voice again on the Bloodbound Horror.
Hello and welcome to Team Liquid's strategy guide series for Nerub-ar Palace. My name's Aya, and today I'm presenting Telegon's breakdown of the mechanics and strategy for the heroic Bloodbound Horror. The Bloodbound Horror has a continuous main phase as well as interstitial phases which are instanced from the main phase. Periodically, indicators spawn around the room to communicate where ads will be spawning phased inside of what Blizzard calls the unseeming. These ads are entirely incorporeal to players in the main phase. players may enter the Unseeming after being hit by the boss's frontal mechanic, Gruesome Disgorge. While phased into the Unseeming, players may not interact with the team that remains outside the Unseeming. However, all players are able to hit the boss at all times. After phasing into the Unseeming, the downstairs team will have 40 seconds to dispatch the adds that have spawned before returning to the upstairs phase when their debuff expires. After entering, the Unseeming players gain a vulnerability, preventing them from entering the phase twice in succession. In the Unseeming, there are 3 types of adds. There will be one add that must be tanked called the Lost Watcher, which must be kicked and also owns a tank buster. There will be multiple Forgotten Harbingers that are immobile but will periodically spawn small blood horror adds that attempt to reach the boss. If the blood horror adds reach the boss, they'll explode for damage to all players. As the Forgotten Harbingers do not move, the tank will need to move the mobile add on top of a Harbinger and repeat the process until all downstairs adds are dead. 2 mechanics are relevant both upstairs and downstairs. Spewing Hemorrhage creates 2 beams perpendicular to his facing when he begins casting. It will always rotate counterclockwise around the arena. This beam will kill both upstairs and downstairs players upon contact. As a result, the upstairs tank will want to face the boss such that the beam will spawn just ahead of the ad group downstairs, giving them the easiest possible beam timings. Downstairs, this means that you will want to choose to kill the leftmost ad facing the boss if the ads are close. The second mechanic relevant to the whole raid while players are in the Unseeming is Grasp from the Beyond. Targets players with a debuff that causes tentacles to spawn at your feet every 1 second for 12 seconds. These players will need to keep moving, ideally in such a way that causes the least disruption for other players. During the brief times that all players are upstairs, the boss will cast Gore Splatter, where all players simply need to move 60 yards from the boss. You can use Warlock Gateways or Raid Mobility here. Finally, note that Crimson Rain exists as a healer mechanic applying raid-wide healing absorbs. When it comes to general strategy, you should form 2 groups of even tanks, healers, and DPS as you lose no boss damage from being downstairs. These 2 groups should play on opposite sides of the boss, and the first group to go down should simply be the one closest to the ad spawn. Recall the boss facing controls the beam positioning, as it makes an extreme difference to the downstairs team if the starting beam position is placed well. Consider a convention for players targeted with tentacles, such that other players may more easily and consistently play around them. Note that you can have a far Harbinger spawn, and in the case you should have assigned a player with CC like Ursul's Vortex or Ring of Peace to prevent ads from reaching the boss. Note also that if no one is in range of the boss outside of Gore Splatter, it will cause a wipe.
All right, thank you, Aya, for that description of the Bloodbound Horror. You have some extra thoughts on this boss?
Yeah, first of all, video very good. Those that covered a lot of stuff that these sorts of PTR-based footage videos don't often cover, but a lot of really good insight. So whoever's involved in making those videos should definitely pat themselves on the back because there's some really high-quality information in there. Absolutely, like having something like a Vortex, a Ring of Peace ready for one of those far Harbingers goes a really long way. The laser spawns as well, definitely always something to look out for. I would say that this is a tier, if you've been putting off learning clockwise and counterclockwise, this is the tier you really gotta buckle down, start studying up, because it's not just this fight. There's a couple other fights later in the tier where it's nice to know which one is which for moving around the rune. You know, Nexus Princess K'viira, Silken Court, those are both useful for callouts for understanding, you know, where the bosses are going to move. But yeah, knowing that those beams always rotate counterclockwise is really big because with that information in mind, you could kind of have everybody understand like, okay, we're going to kill the ad here, and then the beams are going to push us towards this next ad rather than we kill that ad first, and then the beams are coming towards us and they cut us off from the other ad that we need to go kill, and then it's a wipe. So you don't need everybody in your raid to be understanding that, but you need ideally the tanks and like a raid leader with some pinging ability so that people can know like, okay, we want to kill this ad first because soon the beams are going to be there.
Yeah, luckily I played mostly Mage and Warlock on progression, and so beams like that, never an issue. Never had to think about which way they rotated.
Those beams also do a lot of damage. If you're trying to hit ice cold as a mage and tank that beam, that doesn't work. Don't you need like a full-on immunity or else that thing is going to kill you.
Yeah, or an altar or a blink.
Yeah, okay, blinker alter through. That's good tech as well. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty nice.
Yeah.
You brought up whoever makes the videos. I believe Telegon provides the script, and then
excellent work. Yeah.
Aya presents. Telegon being one of the analysts.
Presenting and the scripting, you know, 2 pillars of the video, both doing extremely well.
Yeah, with bosses, it's always hard. Like coming into this, because I don't do any of the PTR testing. it's hard to like distill all the information down. You're like, okay, I'll watch some PTR testing. I'll read the dungeon journal. You're like piecing things together. Okay, the guide's out. Thank God.
Yeah.
And then they just give you everything. But sometimes hard to get the guides early. But now there's a lot of resources for that. It's very nice.
Yeah, the PTR testing as well has largely held for these bosses too. I gave that disclaimer in the first one. That's like, hey, things might change. They haven't too much, especially for the first few bosses. So all that information, very, very good, very useful.
Yeah. All right. I guess next on to, is it Sikron?
Could be.
Sikron?
Yeah.
The third boss. This boss, pretty simple, I think. Mostly based around these cosmic simulacrums, which come from the phase blades mechanic, which is like a dash, and it leaves these little images behind. And kind of the whole fight's based around these images, where while they're out, the raid takes ticking damage, and you have to use the Decimate, which is like a line ability from the boss onto a couple players that destroys them, leaves a puddle, and dots the raid. And I guess I should go back to the phase blades, which spawns the simulacrums. It's kind of like this sword on Denathrius, where it picks some targets, draws a line between them, and then like dashes one by one to each player, and then leaves them the puddle. And on Mythic, you can't be too close to each other. That's kind of, I think, the only change on Mythic.
Yeah, exactly. On normal, it's just the 4 people will spawn the images. On heroic, if you get hit by the boss as it's charging, you'll spawn an extra image. That's very much bad. On Mythic, yeah, if those images are too close together, it's a wipe. So you would need to be a little bit careful with how you set this up, because you don't want to pollute the room too much, because every image, when it gets destroyed later by either Decimate or Shattering Sweep, will leave behind a puddle of gunk on the ground. You do want to try and kill them with Decimate rather than by Shattering Sweep, because Shattering Sweep will cause extra damage if it breaks them, so you want to break them with the Decimates first.
Yeah, and Shattering Sweep, it's like a fall-off damage. A lot of bosses do that now. Run away, and it kills, like you said, kills all the images. Kind of like reset the fight.
Ideally they should all be dead by then, but it's not the end of the world on Heroic if some aren't. I think on Mythic it is the end of the world if any are not killed by the Shattering Sweep, so once we get to that, I suspect this will probably still be a, single-digit, maybe single pull count boss for Liquid, Echo, Race the World First contenders, but for other guilds, I think this one is definitely going to be one where you sort of have to start practicing. The good news about this fight, it's the same thing over and over again. There's no ramping difficulty aside from the room having less and less space in it. So if you can do the first minute of this fight properly, you can do this whole fight, and it's just a numbers check at that point.
Yeah, and so that's pretty much the whole fight. I think there's some swirlies.
Yeah, there's some swirlies to dodge, and there's a tank mechanic. The tank mechanic is a little bit more important than a lot of tank mechanics are. The boss will go expose, phase lunge. Expose gives you a little debuff that says you take more physical damage. So the phase lunge will also do a bunch of damage and will kill you if you have those exposes and you don't have a huge immune or something, DR on you. And then the phase lunge leaves behind a debuff for a lot longer that says you get hit by another phase lunge, it's bad. All that is complicated to say. Taunt when you see the word phase lunge start if you're not tanking, and one tank takes two exposes, one tank takes the phase lunge, and then the next time around it switches. And the exposes hurt quite a bit, so pop a defensive, especially if you, like all the Liquid players, are on a 590 character, which pretty much all of their characters, as they do these splits, one of the nice things about being a regular person in a normal guild is on Tuesday your character is maybe 585 or something, 580, 590. By Sunday, it's better. For Liquid, that's not true. Their characters are just 590 every single day for this week because they're always just logging onto a fresh new character that hasn't seen any action since the last couple weeks of gearing up with those crafted items. So, yeah, if your character's hurting a little bit in the gear department, do press a defensive before the exposes.
Yeah. It reminds me of Rashok's tank mechanic,
Yes.
but without the surprise.
Yeah.
A little more structured.
I love those mechanics where it'll cast them in a random order and you kind of have to figure out what you're supposed to do. This one is a little bit simpler than that, but it is reminiscent of it, yeah.
Yeah. So I think the difficulty in this fight will come from you only get 3 of the decimates, I believe, but 4 of the images. And you still need to hit 4, but with 3 lines.
Yeah.
So they'll have to come up with like some patterns to hit all 4 with just the 3. Maybe they can have one of them have the Shattering Sweep kill, but maybe on Mythic that might be too much.
I forgot what the coefficient is on Mythic. On Heroic, it's like 75% more damage if it gets broken by Shattering Sweep instead of Decimate. On Mythic, I think it's quite a bit more, so I think maybe it's not a wipe, but I suspect it's either a wipe or like Spiraling Totem immunities type situation, maybe, to live that. Yeah, and like you said, it's all about just making sure that you get every single one killed by those Decimates, which means setting them up in some nice lines, right? Like if you can make a square.
Mm-hmm.
Problem with making a square is that depending on where the boss is dashing to first, if it dashes through somebody and then back to them, that's going to be a lot of damage on that person. So that would be bad to have happen. Something like a trapezoid for any is it geography? Geometry? Geography's maps, right? Or like rocks and stuff?
Geography?
No, cartography? Geography?
Geography's
Yeah,
maps.
geography's like maps and stuff, right? Like the world map. Yeah. We're talking about geometry, though, which is the shapes. Trapezoid, that's a good shape for this one. 4 people with like a little bit of a 2 people closer, 2 people farther. Whichever one the boss is dashing to first is not going to dash through anybody in that shape. So you make one of those as your kind of instinct on that fight. That's a Dratnos approved shape for that one.
Yeah, hopefully you can fit that trapezoid in the space that the puddles have left.
Yeah, that might be the challenge there. Although there's kind of natural indicators on the room. The room is a hexagon, I think. So
Okay.
if you put a trapezoid at each of the sides and you have the farther out bits towards the edge of the room, and then you kind of naturally have lines on the ground pointing towards the middle, it could work. All I'm saying, maybe you don't need this much geometry for it. It is only the 3rd boss, but
Yeah.
that's a good shape.
Yeah, the other hard, I guess, potentially hard thing is that they just jack the health up.
Yeah,
Make it a hard check.
exactly. Like this is a fight that could very much have a softened rage just by virtue of running out of space in the room. I don't actually think it has like a mechanic that kills you eventually ever. It's just running out of space in the room. Maybe they have one now. Maybe they've added one to this fight. It didn't during PTR testing at least. And that, numbers check. The last phase of the room is like once you do get to a small amount of space, it does get harder to dodge everything too. But really for the first 5 minutes of this fight, it is just the exact same thing over and over again. So that is the nice part. Master that and you've got the whole fight handled.
Also, I guess, if you have not enough space. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Race to World First Nerub-ar Palace Heroic Week Edition. I'm Cams, and I'm joined by Dratnos in the great Alienware training facility in Santa Monica, California. Thank you to our sponsors of this event, Coinbase, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, SUI, Alienware, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and DungeonDojo. That's a lot of sponsors.
We do indeed, and we're very thankful to all of them for letting us put this show on. We're here for our Heroic Week pre-show, so no Mythic available yet, but there is Heroic, Normal, Delves, PvP, Mythic Zero Dungeons, a lot of exciting stuff happening, and we'll guide you through some of what's been going on in the kind of setup for the Race to World First as it's going on right now. We have recently had some big patch notes, though, coming out the traditional Friday surprise that comes out during Heroic Week.
Yeah, very exciting. But and you know what that sound means?
What does that sound mean?
Apparel drop.
Oh, wow.
New apparel coming in hot.
That is exciting.
You see, I've got the Amirdrassil on, but this is old stuff. We've got updated stuff coming here. You can see Nerub-ar Palace themed apparel and mouse pads. They look fantastic. On the website, you can get nice view of them up close. Got the jersey, 2 mouse pads. I don't know what they want to call this one here with the little spider.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure either. The bottom left one you're talking about?
Yeah.
I think the derp shirt is
Derp
what
shirt?
I'd been hearing for that one. The spy derp,
Oh, spy
apparently.
derp.
Pretty
Yeah.
cool.
And the
Yeah.
hoodie. I love my hoodies.
Hoodies are great. I have so many hoodies, but I'm definitely tempted by that one. That design is great. Those mouse pads, though, are phenomenal. You can get your hands on any of these at tl.gg/RWF if you want to pick up any of these. Very cool ones. What's your ordering here? Like, which of these, if you could pick 2 of these 6, which would you pick?
Hoodie for sure.
Okay.
I loved every single one of them. And then probably just is the mouse pad included in the
I think so, yeah. I think
Okay,
that top
yeah.
mouse pad would be my first pick.
Yeah, the top mouse pad and the hoodie are my top 2.
I like the top mouse pad. I think the spy derp.
Yeah.
That's a pretty iconic logo right there.
Yeah, I didn't get the derp dragon from last time. I don't think they had them for us here, but maybe
That's
the
messed up.
spider will be here.
We need to form a union and get some apparel added into our contracts for sure.
Absolutely. So yes, tl.gg/RWF if you want some of that. It is great quality. I loved every single one. I've still got all of them. I've got a suitcase full of them, and I don't know how I'm going to fit the rest. I'm assuming we're getting some to take home, but
Ooh, I hope so.
yeah. But yes, you brought up earlier some patch notes we can jump into here. The Heroic Week tuning comes every time there's been a Heroic Week. This comes in. We haven't had one for a while, but here we go. We can start here with Death Knight. Some changes to one of their hero talents. I don't know much about this Senlane tree.
Yeah, not very many people did. Nobody was really playing it, so they're trying to buff it to make it a little bit more enticing. It's for Blood and Unholy, I think, share the Sand Lane tree. Neither was using it, and I think probably neither still will after this.
Okay.
At least as a Blood DK player, I think it's still quite a bit behind Deathbringer, the other alternative, but I do love that they are taking a hero talent tree that basically nobody's using and being like, okay, let's buff this, right? Like that, I think is a really great thing if they do that every so often for every spec. Take a look and see if there's any hero talent trees that need it.
Yeah, is there anything stand out here, or should we move on to
Yeah, we can move on to DH, which Havoc, I would have expected maybe a slight buff to Havoc. It looked like it wasn't doing very much damage. They are sort of getting buffed here. It's in the form of a bug fix, though, to I-Beam, where it was basically doing less damage than expected in a lot of situations. So it was kind of an I-Beam buff, if you look at it that way.
All right, nice out there for your Havoc. And then here's a big one.
Yep.
I want to talk about the poor balanced druids. Huge all ability buff, 6%, and then Star Surge for single target, and then Starfall for AoE. Massive buffs on both of those, 16 and 20%, respectively.
Yeah, this spec was quite far behind. I think it maybe still is as well. Like, this is a pretty large buff. This is one of the larger buffs that we have in these patch notes today, but I don't know. Balance was you were fighting Aug Evokers on the damage eaters. Never a good place to be. So
No.
I don't know. I mean, the kind of the story of Druid for me in this lead up to the Race to World First is which of these 4 Druid specs is the least painful to put in my comp so that I can get Mark of the Wild. And they're buffing a lot of them here, so kind of making that choice a little bit more interesting. Although it was already kind of interesting because there were different guilds have been looking like they're positioning to play different things in that slot. I'm curious what Liquid's going to land on.
Yeah, you can see here also Feral got some buffs.
Yep.
And I think Feral was doing okay.
Yeah, I would say it was definitely one of the contenders for being your Mark of the Wild. It looked better than Balance for sure. It's getting a smaller overall buff than Balance, but it is getting buffed, so maybe still the best option for that powerful raid buff.
Yeah, and then you can see here this all healing done on Resto Druid increased.
8%.
Yes, quite
That is a
big.
large number for a Heroic Week tuning pass. Usually we see Heroic Week tuning in that kind of like 5 and less percent range, but yeah, 8% for an all healing increase is quite a big deal. They are getting some damage buffs as well. A lot of healing specs are actually getting damage buffs across the kind of all of them are basically, not all of them, but most of them are in today's patch notes. So healer damage as a whole is going up, but Resto has some of the biggest numbers next to their healing or their damage going up there rather. So although it's not on all of their abilities, like their cat weaving isn't getting any nastier.
Yeah, just their casts.
Yep.
All right, and onto Evoker. Disintegrate damage increased.
Yep, which is a
8%.
Prez and Dev damage buff, because
Yeah,
Prez
true.
does have Disintegrate as well, and then Dev is getting Eternity Surge up a little bit as well. Dev is in this kind of tough spot where there's not really any benefit to playing a Devastation Evoker besides them doing a lot of damage, but there are a lot of specs that do a lot of damage right now, already, which kind of leaves the amount of spaces that you have for Dev Evoker pretty limited, I'd say. So I'd be surprised to see a lot of top guilds using them at all, and especially using more than, say, one if they have a really good Dev Evoker on the roster, for example.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of an analog of another spec to Dev, but it's just so awkward with AUG.
Yeah, AUG just kind of ate Dev's lunch when it came to the comp decision at the high end. In the lower end guilds, right, like as you start getting to a situation where your AUG evokers aren't going to be doing a lot of the cringe spreadsheeting stuff and figuring out the exact optimal way to play, and the people you're playing with are going to be pressing their cooldowns at random, so you can't buff them on their CDs as reliably, right? Like in those cases, the AUG starts losing some value. But even then, AUG has some unique utility that Dev doesn't have, right? You've got Warrenstone, that can be big on some fights. You've got a Cheat Death. Anytime we've got two sort of equal DPS specs, like you think about back historically to Fire Mage versus Arcane Mage in some tiers, right? There's been a lot of tiers where people look at the Sims and they're like, oh yeah, we're going to play Arcane this tier. And then it turns out the damage is pretty close, and Fire just has Cauterize, and you're like, okay, this is way better, right? So that's another advantage for AUG over Dev. I'm still happy to see this buff, though, for Dev damage. I think that it is a well-aimed buff here.
Yeah. All right, and move on to Mage. Some Living Bomb Vigil thing here.
Love that.
And then Sun Fury, one of the hero talents for Arcane of Fire, got some big nerfs coming in for Arcane, because it's kind of the only thing anyone's playing as Arcane is Sun Fury.
Yes, which I think is a shame because I think Spellslinger is sick.
Yeah,
it's a really cool hero talent tree. But yes, Sun Fury Arcane, one of probably the top 3 standout specs so far during Heroic Week has been those Arcane Mages. They do a lot of damage. They're still probably going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, this doesn't look too big. The Meteorite kind of does some pretty good damage, but the little buff to your Arcane Blast and Barrage, when you get, I believe it's when you get an extra orb, it's getting nerfed a little bit. And then Fire getting a nice all-ability buff and some Living Damage increase, or Living Bomb damage increase. I'm not sure how much damage Living Bomb does. You haven't played it in a long time.
Yeah, there are a lot of talents in the talent tree that now interact with it in different ways and that let you get some Living Bombs for freezies on some of your rotations. So maybe that's something, but Fire was quite a bit behind both Arcane and Frost. So it's good to nerf it. It looks like probably a small enough nerf that, or it's good to buff it rather, but it looks like it's probably a small enough buff that I don't think we're still likely to see much Fire in the Race World Burst. I think we're going to see a lot of Arcane, maybe a little bit of Frost.
Yeah, I think a lot of these changes, they're not like shuffling what people are going to play. It's just kind of leveling
Which is good.
it out. Yeah.
I think that's exactly what Blizzard should be doing with this sort of change here.
Yeah.
I think that's exactly what Blizzard... Oh, okay, yeah. There's a little double us for a sec there. But yeah, I think it's good to do this with the Heroic Week tuning. I think you want to make sure that you don't want to take the best spec and make it the worst spec, right? Mm-hmm. You want to take the best spec and make it the best spec by a smaller margin, so that if you're playing one of those weaker specs, you're not getting invited to groups and stuff, but you also don't want to shake up too much all of the kind of prep work that people have done and choosing their specs, the people that are choosing their specs based on what's good. You don't want to upend that entirely. So I think that goal makes a lot of sense for Blizzard, and I think that the tuning here largely accomplishes that.
Yep. All right, a nice light-touched Mistweaver healing buff here.
Yep.
And then again, the damage buffed, 15% on Tiger Palm, Rising Sun Kick. And then this Windwalker, I have no idea what Darting Hurricane is.
Apparently it was a pretty cool talent, and it's getting nerfed here by quite a bit here. The proc rate on it is getting nerfed in half, and the GCD reduction is getting nerfed also in half. So cumulatively quite a large nerf to a talent there. But I'm also not familiar enough with Windwalker. Windwalker got a huge overhaul coming into War Within, and I don't fully have all of the talents down in my head.
Mm. Yeah, you were saying it's pretty good, though.
Yeah, I think Windwalker is quite a good option to bring your Mystic Touch for your raid. And it works out pretty nicely on the last few fights. The burst AoE that you have lines up really well on, say, Brood Twister. You kind of get eclipsed by, certain Fury Warriors as the raid currently stands, but I do think Windwalker is absolutely a consideration, yeah.
Yep. All right, some healing nerfs for Holy Paladin, 6% across the board.
Yeah, plus that Avenging Crusader transfer reduction down to 260 from 420% is another moderate healing nerf if they're playing that.
Yeah, and then massive damage buff, 60% on Crusader Strike and Judgment. But I think most of their damage comes from Consecrated. Is it still that way?
I mean, yeah, those are large numbers next to Judgment and Crusader Strike, so maybe that, and I guess that kind of offsets some of the Avenging Crusader nerf as well. Hammer of Wrath 20 as well a little bit there. Mm-hmm. And then Holy Prism going up 100% on the single target and 50% on the AoE. So this is probably the single spec that got the most damage increase of the healing specs, but it does come with some moderate healing nerfs. One of the big strengths of Holy Paladin that I've been noticing doing Heroic this week has been that their mana bar has been the most chill of all the healers. A lot of healers are somewhat pressured on that this tier, it seems like. But Holy Paladin, really mana efficient, which is good. That's kind of always been one of their niches, and it was taken away a little bit in Dragonflight during some of the, patch cycles. There was some question about whether they were going to be one of the more mana-intensive healers. Looks like they're kind of back to being one of those chill, my mana isn't going to be the problem type specs.
Yeah, mostly just holy power healing.
Yeah, and the spells just aren't too expensive, which is nice.
Okay, and then on one of the more powerful specs here, some damage reduction on Herald of the Sun.
Yeah, Herald of the Sun, Brett Pally.
Okay.
Only. And a small one here to the Dawnlight damage. Basically, Herald of the Sun for Rhett was underperforming for all of beta, and Rhett in general was. And then last weekend, they fixed some bugs with Herald of the Sun, and all of a sudden it was actually pretty good. And so you've been seeing it looking pretty solid in these heroic week splits. I will say it was probably a spec that was already going to scale less well into Mythic from Heroic, because when you look at a spec like Rhett Pally during Heroic week splits, you've got a spec that is very easy to play, so you don't have as much. You're closer to your potential just by virtue of pressing your buttons reasonably well. You're going to do 90% of your damage, right? Whereas, a demo lock is going to get griefed on some of their cast. They're going to press some CDs at a bad time or something, and they're doing 60% of their sim, right? And Rhett Pallys are doing more. But also, if you're doing a heroic week thing, you got people dying, you're proccing wings, you're having a really good time. So I do think Rhett was already slated to be a little bit less good in Mythic than it has looked so far in Heroic, but it definitely was looking quite good, and I think it probably still is quite good, even after this moderate nerf here to the Herald of the Sun build, which was the one that was actually surprisingly the better one, even though everybody was thinking it was going to be Templar for all of beta.
Okay.
Or the end of beta, rather.
Yeah, and then something we haven't seen much, hard to fit into the raid, Shadow Priest. They have buffed them 6%. And then one of my favorite changes of these patch notes is Psychic Link gets another nerf, which is like everything with your dots takes some of the damage of your single target. And this, ever since they've added this to the game, it has just gone all over the place. Basically every patch, every mid-patch, constantly changing it. So yeah, 25% now to 30%, or from 30 to 25.
Yeah, I think it's gone from like 30 to 25 to 15 to 25 to 15 to 30, now back down to 25. Psychic Link just on a roller coaster of how much the coefficient is here. I think this spec is kind of sleeper bad. Like, everybody knows that Balance was doing really bad. I think Strato is also doing real bad over the last couple of days, and so I'm glad to see them getting an all-ability damage increase. The Psychic Link nerf is actually pretty big, though. On a lot of fights, I bet this is a net nerf, which I don't think that spec needed at all, so sad to see that.
Yeah, unfortunate. All right, and now down to Outlaw. We talked about this yesterday looking through some of the logs. Very powerful, so not surprising to see it get a nerf. 4% all abilities. Auto attack damage also. Yeah,
which Outlaw does actually, replicate that into AoE also through Blade Flurry, and then Dispatch by 10% too. There are some buffs coming into their 2 and 4 piece to somewhat compensate. I think overall this is probably still losing damage, but their 2 set is getting like quadrupled in damage, which is good. That was doing like less than 1% of your DPS, so that's nice. And the 4 set also getting a huge buff here. 15% up to 4 stacks instead of 6% up to 3 stacks. Huge buff there for that effect too. So probably a healthy set of changes to Outlaw. It's probably overall going to do a little bit less damage. Going to be looking forward to actually getting your set bonus a little bit more, which is always nice.
Yeah, it's good. And Enhancement, another one of the more powerful specs, actually getting a buff. And then I don't know much about whatever this Witch Doctor Ancestry is.
It's actually a pretty large nerf on that side. Yeah, the Witch Doctor's Ancestry is going to give them 1 second instead of 2 seconds of cooldown reduction on Feral Spirit every time it procs. So a lot less uptime on Feral Spirits as a result of this nerf, which also interacts with their 4 set, which was really a potent increase in damage that scales with how often you can press Feral Spirits. So that going down also nerfs their 4 set by quite a bit. But the 4% all ability damage increase does offset that somewhat. Especially in AoE, and their 2 set's getting a little bit of a buff as well, which was actually a pretty weak 2 set, and then the 4 set is still where all the power is. I'm kind of surprised to not see the 4 set get a little bit of a buff or a nerf here rather than Witch Doctor's Ancestry, because that's going to make this back play a lot more kind of sluggishly. Overall, though, yeah, I would say probably a small nerf to Enhance, probably still one of the best specs in the game.
Yeah, very powerful. Most likely where the shaman buff will come in, maybe Resto?
Yeah, honestly, all 3 shaman specs I think have a place in the raid. There might be multiple shamans in the raid, but I do think Enhance is the most likely, yeah.
Okay.
Resto Shaman I think is also very likely to be in the raid too.
Yeah, do you think a good Spirit Link raid?
I think it's a good Spirit Link raid. Resto Shaman can also apply Ancestral Vigor to your raid, giving them all 10% extra health much more easily than they used to be able to, because especially with the Totemic build, you can just machine gun that buff onto everybody, which is potentially valuable. Also, they're just doing a lot of healing, so that's nice too.
Yeah, I've leveled my shaman. I want to heal some dungeons.
Dude, Shaman, all 3 specs and like 4 out of the 6 hero talent spec combos are all super fun. It's a great time to be a shaman.
Yeah, I'll look forward to doing some damage with these buffs here. Lava Burst, Lightning Bolt, Chain Lightning, all getting 12% buffs. I think.
Battle Shaman, actually. You remember Battle Shaman back in, what was it, Crucible of Storms, where you would just play a Resto Shaman and you would only do damage and drop Spirit Link Totem? You're just like, I'm an extra DPS that does half as much damage as a regular DPS, but then I drop Spirit Link Totem when I need to. But otherwise, I'm Lava Bursting. That build actually... It's probably not ever something we'll see used again, just given the way the game looks right now, but it does, Resto Shaman was already doing quite a bit of damage if you tried to play it that way, so these damage buffs are something for maybe trying to do that sometime. I don't know.
Yeah, one of the early support specs, maybe.
Kind of, yeah.
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 All right, here, someone who can sometimes need some support, the Demonology Warlock. They're getting huge buffs. Demon Bolt, I don't know if that's much of your damage, but the Felguard here at the
lot of your damage
bottom is a lot of your damage, 15%, and then packed to the Aired Ruin, summon Doomguard damage increased by 45%, so pretty big there. And then Destro getting another all-ability damage increase, 6%, as well as Dimensional Rift, 40%, Channel Demon Fire, 40%, so that's pretty big.
Yeah, these are some of the largest individual numbers that we have in these notes, right, is some of these Warlock abilities. But those abilities tend to be pretty small fractions of your overall damage, so definitely like most of the buff for Destro is just in that all ability damage buff. Both Destro and Demo were near the bottom on a lot of these fights so far from Heroic, so I'm glad to see them getting buffed. I suspect that this might actually impact which Warlock spec you use. I doubt it will impact the number of Warlocks that most Race to World First teams are going to run. I suspect that's still going to be 1.
Yeah, AF was kind of mid, being the best spec of the 3.
Yeah.
And so maybe Demo starts to see some play on some of the
I think you could play
fights.
Demo on some of these fights now. I mean, there's a lot of damage increase on these patch notes. I think it probably still won't be Destro, yeah.
Yeah, Destro probably the only fight is the second to last boss.
Maybe, which if you play it there, I mean, that fight is important looking, so... and Havoc is the main reason. Like, Havoc, the ability, not the spec, right? The Destro has just makes them so well-suited to that kind of encounter.
Yeah, absolutely. And then probably the best class right now for DPS, Warrior.
Yeah, Fury has come out really, really fast out of the gates. Now, one thing to note is that their set bonuses kind of suck, so they're maybe going to fall off a little bit coming out of Heroic Week into Mythic Week as everybody starts getting 2 and 4 piece. But Warrior, actually, one thing they're doing that's really cool is they're buffing Colossus and Mountain Thane. Every DPS warrior was playing Slayer, the third hero talent tree, and they're nerfing Arms and Fury kind of flat the spec versions of those. But then they're buffing Colossus and Mountain Thane, which means they're kind of closing the gap between Slayer and Colossus, or Slayer and Mountain Thane, depending on whether you're Arms and Fury. They're buffing Prot Warrior as well by buffing Colossus and Thane. And they're buffing Thane for Fury as well, which helps further close that gap between Slayer and Fury. Yeah, we don't care about those PvP changes at
really
all.
Quick. Yeah.
But yeah, I am glad to see these Warrior changes. I think that the spec is still going to be great. The spec was doing so much damage. These nerfs aren't that big of a deal. It's probably still going to be top damage on like Heroic Queen and Serac. If you look at Heroic Queen and Serac logs right now, it's like 10 of the top 10 damage dealers are Fury Warriors. It's a crazily good spec for that fight. So I would not panic. If I was a DPS warrior, I would be in a heartbeat. I would accept these patch notes today. If you told me your choices are either these patch notes or roll the dice again and have the devs rethink it, I'd be like, no, give me these ones. I'm happy with it, please. Thank you.
Yeah, take it. All right, good to know for all those warriors out there. Yeah, and we don't need to read some of the mini game here from PvP.
Yeah, there is some PvPing to do this week for Race to World First players. There's some pretty good gear you can get out of it, but who cares about the balance in that form of the game? Certainly not me.
No, I do not like PvP. Do you like it?
I've actually enjoyed it. I only ever do it in the context of like, oh, you have to do it these first couple weeks for some reward, but I don't know. Sometimes I find myself enjoying it when I'm doing it in that context, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I've always hated it.
Yeah, have you had to do it back when you were Race the World First Raider? You had to PvP in the first week for some item or other.
Yeah, and it was always the most stressful, and I would be like, someone needs to carry me, please, because I knew nothing about what anybody did.
Nice, yeah.
And, yeah, sometimes Dosu would do it, and Trill, if I was lucky, he would just come in and solo everything for me.
Yeah, in my guild we have some good PvPers and some bad PvPers as well, and always kind of jockeying to get to play with the good ones and not be saddled with the bad ones.
Yeah, I always felt so bad, but I think Trill just didn't even notice me there.
Yeah, he was just 1v2ing.
Yeah. He's just like, Chaos Bolt that guy. I was like, okay.
That's good.
Yeah. All right, thank you, Wowhead, for those patch notes, Blizzard. And also, Wowhead has provided us with some boss graphics. We're going to get into some bosses. As we can start with Brood Twister Ovanax.
Yeah, so if you missed it yesterday, we kind of went over the first 4 bosses in Nerub-ar Palace, and now we're going to take a look at the last 4. So these are the big, important final 4 bosses of the tier. Brood Twister, like you said, this one could be 5th or it could be 6th. Depends on whether you want to go there or to Nexus Princess 5th. Brood Twister has a very interesting room where there's sort of 3 sections of the room, and each one is full of eggs, but each section is dominated by a different type of egg. So there's the big eggs that have a spider in them, and those are basically tank ads. There's medium eggs that spawn worms. Those just need to get kicked. And there's small eggs, which are clusters of eggs that spawn a bunch of parasites that are kind of like, if you played the start of BFA, you played Infested season, they're basically Gahoonies from that season.
Yeah, the Gahoonies.
Yeah.
You'll hear that. I think that is the term they're throwing around in the guild, Gahoonies.
Yeah, so if you're ever listening to comms and you hear Gahoonies, that's what that means. They fixate you, they run at you and try and infest you. If they do, you take a dot, and then on the higher difficulties, multiple of them pop out of you when that dot finishes. So very much something you want to try and avoid.
Yeah, this fight's interesting. It's got some creativity on which section you can go to first.
Right.
Yeah, and then Mythic, the mechanic is it enrages some of the ads, correct?
Yeah, so on lower difficulties, you just kind of, the boss will go to whichever section is closest to, and you'll break out different ads there, and it'll be dominated by one type of ad. On Mythic, whichever ad is dominant in the section that the boss goes to gets permanently empowered for the rest of the fight, even when you go to the other sections. So if you go to the spider section first, every single spider you open for the whole fight is now going to be an empowered spider, and is going to murder your tanks, right? If you go to the worm section, then every worm is going to be empowered for the rest of the fight and cast faster and have more health. They're always going to get more health when they get empowered. And then the parasites instead, they speed up and they get nasty.
Yeah, the spiders, they get necrotic, right? The old Mythic Plus affix.
Little sketchy, especially if you have multiple of them out, depending on what tank specs you're running with. Even on Heroic, they can kind of mess up your tanks or the non-tanks if you break out a couple of them. Not a lot of taunts to go around.
Yeah. Like you're saying, you can pick between this boss and one we'll get into later, Nexus Princess K'viira. I think they're going to go to Ovanax first.
Yeah, that's been kind of the community consensus, I would say, is that Ovanax is the 5th and K'viira is the 6th. I will say that I would say is probably being treated overconfidently. Like, people probably have a higher % chance on that than they should, because sometimes just the weirdest bosses, like you think a boss is hard on Heroic, you think another boss is easy on Heroic, and it just entirely flips as you go into Mythic. And the difficulty of these encounters, like Ovanax could easily be harder than K'viira. I would say you're probably right. Most people are probably right, but I think it's probably like 80-20 that Ovanax is easier than K'viira, and probably not more than that.
Yeah. And you got some sticky webs here.
Yeah.
Liza slow to some players.
You want to not dispel that right in the middle of the raid, because it roots everybody around you when it gets dispelled, which is very obnoxious if you do it in the middle of the raid. You got to be careful of, like, if you break your own, like, because it's got a slow on you. So if you do a disengage or something to break it, avatar or something like that to remove it, it will immediately break and root all your friends nearby. So careful of that.
All right, well, let's take a look visually at some of these mechanics. We have a Heroic Boss Guide video from Liquid Guild.
And welcome to Team Liquid's Strategy Guide series for Nerub-ar Palace. I'm Aya, and today I'll be presenting Telegon's breakdown of the mechanics and strategy for Heroic Ovanax, the Brood Twister. This encounter has 3 phases, each defined primarily by the layout of the arena. There are 3 black blood canisters positioned in separate corners. Each canister defines a third of the room, so you'll move between these 3 areas as semi-distinct phases of the encounter. Shortly after engaging the boss, he'll move to the nearest black blood canister and channel Ingest Black Blood. While he drains the canister, the boss will pulse AoE damage and apply a stacking healing absorb to the entire raid. Once the canister is emptied, black blood will pool beneath it, spreading outward and creating an area denial effect. As you can see, many eggs are scattered throughout the arena. If these growing black puddles or sanguine overflow reach any eggs, those eggs will hatch. The spawned adds will be empowered and trigger a raid-wide dot called Caustic Reaction. Each of the 3 areas will have one of the 3 add types, with the dominant area containing 6 eggs of that type and 3 of the other 2. The 3 types of eggs, the adds they spawn when hatched, their mutations from black blood, and their normal mechanics are as follows. Colossal eggs spawn a colossal spider. Mutation Necrotic causes the spider to have 35% increased HP and empowers Vicious Bite to also reduce healing taken by the target by 8% for 15 seconds. These adds have a tank buster called Vicious Bite that targets their current aggro holder, dealing nature damage and causing the spider to gain a stacking 25% damage buff. Squirming eggs spawn a voracious worm. Mutation Ravenous causes the worm to have 35% increased HP and 75% increased cast speed. Voracious worms spam cast Poison Burst, which, if allowed to complete, inflicts 1.7 million damage to all players. These worms cannot be moved from their spawn location. Quivering Blood Clusters spawn 6 small blood parasites. Mutation Accelerated causes the blood parasites to have 35% increased HP and gain 10% increased movement speed every second while alive. These adds fixate on random players. If they reach the fixated player, they debuff them with Infest, a light 10-second dot that, upon expiration, spawns 2 more blood parasites that fixate on new targets. There are 2 ways that eggs can hatch into their respective adds. We want to avoid having any eggs hatch due to contact with Sanguine Overflow to prevent empowered adds and extra raid damage. To prevent this, we'll need to utilize a mechanic called Experimental Dosage, where the boss periodically debuffs 4 players. After a short time, these players explode in a small AoE, hatching any eggs hit by that AoE. Throughout the fight, players will be debuffed with a magic debuff called Sticky Web. When dispelled, this debuff explodes in a 10-yard radius, rooting any players inside that radius. Volatile Concoction is a relatively impactful tank mechanic. While it is a simple tank swap on every cast, upon expiration, Volatile Concoction deals raid damage based on the tank's current HP at the time of expiration. The healthier the tank is at the time, the less damage the raid will take. When it comes to strategy, there are 4 main problems to focus on. 1. How will we move between the 3 areas of the arena? 2. In what order will we break the eggs with experimental dosage? 3. How can we ensure that players know which eggs to break during the encounter? And 4. What systems can we create for controlling the adds to ensure we can deal with them effectively? First, how should we choose the order of areas? We recommend starting with the hardest or most annoying area, which, in our opinion, is the area with 6 caster worms. By dealing with this area first, we should reduce the likelihood of wipes later in the fight. After the worm-dominant area, we suggest moving to the spider-dominant area, and finally, the parasite-dominant area. Second, we should choose the egg-breaking order by prioritizing eggs that are at risk of being reached by black blood, while also creating the ideal pairings for tanks and raid positioning, as well as worm targeting. This order deals with the hardest areas first, while creating ad groupings that, in cases where 2 caster worms are present, establish a clear distinction between a ranged ad and a melee ad. This allows for intuitive targeting and, with a simple kick order, a solution that doesn't require a weak aura. Additionally, it prevents any adds from being empowered by black blood, assuming all debuffs are used correctly. Third, we need a system to help players remember which egg to break and when. For early progression, we recommend using a weak aura solution from Relo. This weak aura assigns a marker to each of the players debuffed with experimental dosage. As a result, you can assign a reliable player to place world markers on the 4 eggs you want to break, and the weak aura will automatically assign players such that all they have to do is move to the correct marker. If you wanted to spread responsibility between several players, you could assign 4 players to always place their world marker on specific eggs in each set. However, this comes at the cost of more potential points to fail. Combining individual visualization and memorization with these in-game utilities will create the most consistency and success. Finally, we need strategies to deal with the adds we spawn. As mentioned earlier, several strategies can help with worm interrupts, including assigned range and melee players to separate targets based on boss positioning. Warlock's Curse of Tongues can increase interrupt consistency by slowing cast times. Using the interrupt on nameplate weak aura, configured in the format available in the video description, can also be beneficial. Lockout kicks like Shadow Priest's Silence, Mage's Counterspell, or Balanced Druid's Solar Beam can also be very effective. The spiders need to be tanked by the off-tank, so make sure they quickly acquire aggro to prevent any accidental deaths. For blood parasites, we should attempt to control them as much as possible. Ideally, we want to group them using abilities like Mass Grip, Sigil of Chains, Death Grip, Ursul's Vortex, or other control abilities like Mass Slow, Earthbind Totem, Typhoon, and Wing Buffet. Adds that aren't grouped can be kited into melee by the fixated player. Once grouped, they should be kept together to die quickly to cleave and AoE, preventing them from reaching their fixate targets and doubling. Finally, we should spread out before Sticky Webs is cast to allow healers to dispel without rooting other players. Emphasize and pre-position for this and experimental dosage. As always, we'd like to remind you that this guide is based on data and observations gathered from pre-release testing environments. The information provided may not fully reflect the final state of the raid encounter, and adjustments and changes can occur before the official release. Use this guide as a reference, but be prepared for potential differences in mechanics, tuning, and strategies when the raid goes live. Any significant changes will be noted in the description of this video. We hope you found this guide useful. Please feel free to leave feedback or commentary below, and keep an eye on this channel as more guides are going to be coming out soon. Thanks so much for tuning in, and we'll catch you in the next one.
Thank you again for that, Aya and Telegon. Very instructive, very good. And watching that, I thought of something when we were talking about the bosses to choose between that or K'viira. Maybe they go to K'viira first initially because it seems less strat heavy. Maybe there's some geometry they can do with the death mask stuff. We'll get into that, but like you wouldn't want to give away a little tricky order if you found something on that fight early to the other guilds.
That is true. Yeah, that's always a consideration that Liquid has. You know, starting the race first, you give away strats on whatever you go to, right? So obviously it's still an advantage, but the advantage gets smaller if you go to the strat-heavy boss, especially if you have a really good strat for it. On the other hand, whichever one you can kill faster, you know, there is a lot of incentive to just kill whichever one you can kill faster, get it out of the way, get the loot, move on to the next one, you know, doing it in that kind of traditional ascending order of difficulty. So that is a good argument, though. That's definitely a good argument for trying K'viira first, especially if it's like near the end of the day. You're like, we could maybe kill Overnax. Like, we've got a strat we really like on it, but we'll save it for tomorrow, right?
Yeah, exactly. All right, well, let's take a look at K'viira. I think this fight's what they call a banger.
Yeah, this one looks phenomenal, as well as has some really, really exciting mechanics. A very much pure single target fight. The whole fight, straight up single target. It's kind of the only hard fight this tier that is like that as well. So this is the rare opportunity for those kind of single target specialists, like maybe those BM hunters, to actually shine. Most of the other fights don't really favor that kind of spec. It has an interesting mechanic as well throughout the entire fight, where you just get killed. If you ever get below 10% health, the boss will just try and execute you. But it starts off with the assassination mechanic, which starts off with 3 people on the lower difficulties, and then 4 after the first intermission, 5 after the next one, and they get just a big circle around them, and the boss will then try and assassinate them, put a clone at them, and also put a dot on them. Nasty dot. When that dot expires, it shoots out these orbs as well. So really hard part of the fight, actually. I would say my biggest advice for anybody working on this fight is make a rule that if anytime you get that dot on you, that Queensbane dot, you just immediately hit a defensive. If you do that, it makes the fight a lot more survivable.
Yeah, I heard the same thing from Max when they were first getting...
That is where I stole that from, yeah.
Yeah, it's just, you get that, you just hit a personal, anything you have, and a Hellstone. Yeah, it looks very strong. It may have done like healing dampening as well.
I think the main thing it does is it shoots out those orbs when it
Yes.
expires, so you have to be out of the raid so that you don't shoot the orbs into the raid, and then you want to make sure that you don't die while you're out of range of healing.
Yeah, this fight, it's like a juiced up version of Sikron from earlier.
Yeah.
Where it's all based around these images. And yeah, you said the assassination comes out,
Yeah.
and then it kind of cycles through like 3 abilities twice, where I think it does portals, which suck you in these nether rifts. And it's really cool the way it works. Like if you place all the portals like in one spot, it's a super strong suck in that direction. Yeah. So you want to spread them out and kind of try and get sucked evenly. And then there's also the images will do like a big blade to somebody, and they need to kind of run it out and face it away from the raid.
Yeah, so the advice there is just never run it through the middle of the raid. You need to look around, spin your camera behind you, see if any of the images have a red line instead of a purple line coming out of them. The red line means it's targeting you. That's the only way to see if it's on you as well. So you can't have a weak or a air horn you or anything. You've got to just see the red line, run out, and move the image a little bit. It'll always dash through you a little bit, so it's impossible to just stand on the image and have it move 0 yards, but having it just move 10 yards towards the outside rather than, say, through the middle of the raid is really important, especially as we get to Heroic and higher, because then it's going to apply the Queensbane dot to everybody it dashes through. More damage over time, more orb spawned. Disaster if it goes through the middle of the raid.
Yeah, and then the final mechanic from those images are these daggers. They come from the images, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
and the boss. The boss and the images do the daggers and the rifts, yeah.
Okay. All right, and it's just like 3 lines. They just shoot out. They go all over the place. It's very easy to see them.
Yeah.
And do not stand in these.
The only challenge is when it overlaps with when orbs are being shot out of players from that Dark Viscera mechanic, which is that Queensbane dot that shoots out the Dark Viscera orbs. So, yeah, ideally you want to be out of the group, and if possible, aim so that their orbs aren't going to go through the group. Although, more important to be far away than to do the aiming perfectly.
Yeah, it gives me a similar feel to parts of Denathrius.
Yeah.
Where you've got like lines going everywhere, and you kind of have an idea of where you want to move, and then all of a sudden stuff comes in to mix that up.
It's a good mix of like reactive and strategic, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, this fight looks great, and I believe the first phase it rotates. Does it do like suck, daggers, then the like dash through the player?
I think it does them in a slightly different, like it doesn't do the exact same thing twice, but it does do all those mechanics like 2 or 3 times each, yeah. And then we get to the intermission, which is the most beautiful looking part of the fight, Starless Night, right? It's just in the middle of the room, beautiful visuals going on, 6 slices of the room, of which 2 at a time are just being blasted by the boss, so you got to dodge those. But you're also getting regicide lines, which are functionally identical to blazes on Fire Act, right? You've got a line on you that has a fixed orientation, and you've got to try and make sure that you don't move and blast your raid with it. So ideally try moving along your line rather than, perpendicular to it. You don't want your line to move. So kind of treat your line like some train tracks that you're on if you need to dodge other mechanics. And if you do need to move in a different direction, do it right away rather than waiting until your line's about to expire.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, I love how this phase looks.
Yeah.
It goes in the middle. It gets all dark. Yeah, they're doing such good jobs.
It's also how the Enrage, like the last Starless Night of the fight, instead of 2 out of 6 of the slices being attacked, it'll be 3. And then the Enrage is just all 6 getting blasted over and over again until you die. It's so cool.
Yeah, that's a hopefully a good sign of when that boss will die is about then.
Yeah, I think if on Mythic the boss dies during that, like as we see those 6 slices all light up, that will be so satisfying.
Yeah. And I was trying to get a grasp on the Mythic mechanic. I believe each image that she spawns has a mask on it, and then you need to have that image dash through the boss, and that removes the mask.
Yeah, and each time you do that, the boss also starts pulsing raid damage. So, and I think if you have 3 or more, it's like a complete catastrophe. The boss also gets a damage amp for each one on it. So you kind of need to make sure that you get exactly 2 dashing through the boss. On Mythic, instead of starting off with fewer images and the amount of images ramping up, I think you always have the 5 images in the boss, and the amount of masks ramps up. So it goes from 3 to 4 to 5 masks on those ads. And yeah, when there are 5 with masks, it's going to be pretty nasty. I'm not sure how you're going to be able to handle that, at least with the version that was tested on PTR. It seemed really rough. So that is going to be a really exciting part of this fight to look forward to on Mythic. And I suspect it'll look a little different than it did on PTR on that difficulty, but it looks pretty similar on normal and heroic at least, which was beautiful. I mean, again, really great fight. Looks great. The mechanics are fun to play. A good mix of kind of rules and logic-based stuff that you can explain as a raid leader, and then just reactions and dodge, which is always fun too.
Yeah, and hopefully a very hard DPS check. But unfortunately, we have no Mythic footage, but we do have some heroic footage. Another guide brought to you by Liquid Guild.
Hello and welcome to Team Liquid's strategy guide series for Nerub-ar Palace. I'm Aya, and today I'm presenting Telegon's breakdown of the mechanics and strategy for heroic Nexus Princess K'viira. The Nexus Princess K'viira encounter alternates between 2 distinct phases 3 times before entering a soft enrage that eventually becomes a hard enrage. Stage 1 is called the Phantom Blade, during which she is active and uses her main abilities in a distinct and deterministic rotation. Stage 2 is called Starless Night, where she becomes inactive, channeling an ability of the same name in the center of her arena. Periodically, 2 opposite triangles of her hexagonal arena will explode with void energy, always progressing clockwise. Throughout the encounter, any player who drops below 10% health will trigger Reaper, causing a Shadow of K'viira to attempt an execution with a 2.1 million damage hit. This mechanic requires constant vigilance from healers and individuals who should use emergency health potions, health stones, externals, triage healing, and personal cooldowns to either prevent Reaper from triggering or mitigate its impact. In Stage 1, K'viira will cast her abilities in the following order: 1. Assassination, 2. Nether Rift, 3. Twilight Massacre, 4. Nexus Daggers, 5. Nether Rift, 6. Twilight Massacre, and 7. Nexus Daggers. Assassination marks N+1 players for execution, where N equals the number of times the boss has completed her 2-phase rotation. This means that when you first pull the boss, she will target 3 players with Assassination. Upon returning to Stage 1 after the first Starless Night, she will target 4 players, and so on. After 6 seconds, the marked players explode for 1.7 million shadow damage in a 5-yard radius and are debuffed with Queen's Bane. Upon expiration, another phantom will spawn at each player's location. Queen's Bane is a dot that lasts 9 seconds and deals extra damage to the player upon expiration. On heroic difficulty, 4 projectiles shoot out from the player's character model in a cross pattern based on their facing. Players with Queen's Bane should face the boss from range to avoid hitting the melee group with the projectiles. The Nether Phantoms that spawn as a result of Assassination mimic K'viira's Nether Rift ability and have additional mechanics of their own. When the boss casts Nether Rift, she will spawn 1 in front of her, and each Nether Phantom will spawn 1 in front of them. After a short duration, these rifts will begin pulling players towards their centers, dealing periodic raid damage. Any player who enters a rift will die. To counter the pull, control the placement of the rifts by positioning the assassination targets in a specific shape based on the number of rifts. In Stage 1, you'll have 4 rifts. In Stage 2, you'll have 5, and so on. 6 seconds after the Nether Rifts begin pulling, they will fade, and K'viira will proceed to Twilight Massacre. Each Nether Phantom will select a player, and after 6 seconds, the Phantom will dash towards its target, dealing shadow damage and applying Queen's Bane to any player caught in its path. To handle this, targeted players should move out to their Nether Phantom, always moving to the left or right of their Phantom. Use the perspective logic that makes the most sense, as long as positioning it is consistent across players. This strategy maintains the overall shape configuration and prevents any Twilight Massacre target from being hit by another player's Nether Phantom. Finally, K'viira and her Phantoms will cast Nexus Daggers, drawing 3 lines centered on a player for each caster. These should simply be dodged. To begin Stage 2, K'viira will move to the center of her arena and start casting Eclipse, which veils sections of the room in darkness. These sections are always paired, opposite triangles of her hexagonal arena, with the pattern clearly visible from the floor markings. As the Eclipse triangles rotate around the arena, players will be selected for Regicide, an ability that mimics Fyrax blazes. To handle these mechanics easily, have the raid spread out along each triangle's shared segments. When the voided area is to your right, wait for it to progress to your current area, then move into the newly cleared space. Remember, Reaper, the 10% HP execute, is also present in this phase. After her channel finishes, K'viira will return to Stage 1. Note that her third cast of Starless Night becomes Eternal Night, which has no end and serves as her soft enrage. Eternal Night fills 3 triangles with Eclipse, leaving an empty triangle between each, and alternates between these configurations before eventually covering the entire room, creating a hard enrage. For strategy, focus on these key points. 1. Designate the placement of Nether Phantoms through the assassination targets for each phase. 2. Define a consistent left or right, clockwise or counterclockwise, convention for Twilight Massacre targets. 3. Ensure players with Queen's Bane understand how to position their characters. By adhering to these conventions, the fight should become more straightforward, shifting the focus towards healing and defensive usage.
All right, thank you again, Aya, for that guide. Something I like a lot about these guides is you could hear it there at the end. They came up with here's some pain points and how to think about it and strategize around it, rather than here's a mechanic, run this one out, don't stand in this. And I think that's very helpful.
It's very much teaching you how to fish rather than giving you a fish, right? Which I appreciate that a lot as well, yeah.
Yeah, very well done. I think Telegon might write the copy for Aya to read there, so good job, Telegon. Great stuff.
Why are you saying Aya couldn't have written that herself? That's messed up. When she gets here next week, I'll tell her you said that.
I don't think she PTR tests. If she did, she'd probably be able to figure it out. But
okay, we'll see what she has to say about it. That's all
okay.
I got.
All right. Well, production, let me know when she gets here before Dratnos.
You're gonna flee.
Talk to her first.
All right. Good idea.
Yeah, but thank you again for that. I don't think I have much thoughts to say other than I don't want to sound harsh, but that boss can only let me down.
Yeah, I know what
Yeah.
you mean. It's the expectations are very high for Nexus Princess, so I agree. It could certainly be underwhelming. It could be a letdown. It could just die, kind of quick. If the DPS check is undertuned, I think that's one of the most likely ways for it to be sort of underwhelming. But if it's a tight DPS check and it requires you to get through that entire dance with all 20 people alive and kill it during the enrage, if you're killing on that first week, that's going to be a really, really exciting piece of progression to watch. Probably something in that kind of 100 pull range, I think, is what we're maybe looking at. Maybe 70 pulls, something like that for Nexus Princess. I don't know. That would be my kind of estimate. What do you think?
Yeah, we should do pull counts for each boss after we get through them. But
Yeah, that'd be cool.
yeah, I think 80 to 120.
Okay, yeah, we're in a similar kind of ballpark there.
Yeah.
Whereas Brood Twister, I feel like it kind of people are thinking maybe in the 30-ish, something like that.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's get to Silken Court. This is the only council fight in the raid. I did look up. You can be a council with just 2 people. It depends on like your jurisdiction or something. And I believe
Okay.
California it applies. So this is a council boss.
Do we have councils here? What function do councils serve?
I don't know anything about the government,
Okay.
but California you can have 2 people on a council apparently.
All right. Well,
I
that's
think.
good to know. Yeah. How about an EU? Are Echo going to have to play with a different set of rules here? Is it not
Ooh,
going to be a
yeah, are they
council
gonna
for them?
Define this differently? I'm not sure. I'll have to check in with them.
We'll get our top minds on that. But in the meantime, here are some of the mechanics on the Silken Court, which, yeah, this is the penultimate boss as well, the second to last boss. Very, very sketchy looking on Mythic. We'll talk about the Mythic mechanic, I think, at the end, but let's talk about just some of the default mechanics here. One of the big ones during the first phase is Web Bomb, where there will be some web bombs thrown on the ground, and you need to have people run into the middle of them to link themselves with a web to somebody else that's inside the bomb. So you need a little bit of coordination here to set this up. And then what you do is you kind of extend these webs across the path of a charge that one of the 2 bosses will be doing. And on normal, you just need 1 of that done. On Heroic 2, on Mythic 3, to successfully stop the charge before it reaches the wall and does big damage to your raid. And stun, if you can do that successfully, it stuns the boss. And the boss takes like double damage as well. So very big damage amp opportunity there on that reckless charge.
Yeah, a lot of damage amps on this boss, and
Yeah.
there are also some ads that come out.
Yeah.
Maybe that'll upgrade it to the council in the EU when the ads.
Right, whenever
appear
the ads spawn,
for the vote.
exactly. And other
Yeah.
states as well, because I guess almost everybody's flying out here to California, but maybe some are still playing from their home states.
Yeah, true. Yeah, and there is the boss. I think they're calling it like the tall skinny.
Yeah,
What
it's
did Max say?
interestingly, it looks like it's pronounced Skein Spinner, but I believe it's pronounced Skein Spinner as well. But you're mostly going to hear Skein Spinner out of anybody trying to read that word, so be ready for both.
Yeah, and the main mechanic I think from that one is there's a debuff that goes out that's dispellable, the Stinging Swarm.
Yeah,
People get it, and you want to get it to jump onto the boss at a certain time to interrupt an ability, and then it makes the boss get all disoriented. Looks kind of silly seeing something so big just get like blinded.
Yeah, it is basically the blind animation on it. That happens during the second phase. There are also intermissions between the 2 phases, which are both pretty cool. And the bosses, the first intermission is going to be the Skein Spinner doing a bunch of casts and dodges and stuff, and you try and break a shield on her to get into that next phase. And the second intermission has the big scarab one teleporting to the middle and doing a bunch of circles to dodge, and also has a big shield that you need to break through. So once you break through those, you get into the next phase. The last phase kind of have both bosses doing all of their abilities. You don't actually get web bombs either in the last phase to break the charge. You instead get webbed when you get gripped in to the Skein Spinner. You get webbed to a random person. That web does quite a bit of damage, so you want to break most of them, but then keep enough to actually break the charge, to stop the charge. So that can be a little bit of a coordination problem.
Okay, so you can break the tether.
Yeah,
if
if you get far enough away from your partner, the web snaps, which
Okay.
is good to stop the damage, but bad if you need to keep the webs.
Okay. All right. That's good to know. Yeah. This is it. The intermission when the pie shapes come out. They're like these crazy looking
Yeah.
webs.
That's the first intermission where the tall, skinny one jumps in the middle of the room and starts shooting out the pie slices at you.
Yeah. These last 3 bosses we've talked about have some just.
It is
Great.
stunning. Yeah, it's like
Yes.
webs with blue tints under them. Looks fantastic.
Yeah. A little easy. It seems like it just kind of like
Yeah,
takes a section at a time and you rotate or go to the first one after it blows up. But
at least on these lower difficulties, the intermissions aren't too bad. Yeah.
yeah. And you brought up how it ramps up with Mythic.
Yeah.
I was kind of reading this. It sounds a bit like star signs, but you don't clear them. You just want to get everybody, I guess, gets a red or a blue. Otherwise,
Yeah.
they die. and you want to keep red together and blue together.
It might be the single most demonic PTR testing a Mythic boss has ever had, has been Silken Courts. So basically, on Mythic, you run next to one of the two bosses at the start of the fight, and you get assigned a mark of that boss. So you either get a red mark if you're near the melee boss, or a blue mark if you're near the other one. And so you have 10 people with each mark. If you ever touch somebody at the other mark, you die. It's a catastrophe. Every time you get hit by most mechanics, you leave behind a moat that needs to be soaked by somebody of the other color within the next 15 seconds of you as you. If you ever soak more than 2 of those moats, you die. You die in such a way that even if you get rezzed, you're still dead. It's a catastrophe. So you need to have most people going and soaking 1 or 2 of those moats. You make sure you don't soak 3, right? And you're basically doing this complicated dance throughout the whole fight where you need to keep your 2 groups separate from each other, but also going to where the other group used to be to soak the moats from all the damage they just took. It reminds me of Sire to Nathrius Phase 3, where you kind of have those 2 different groups that are rotating around and interacting with the mechanics a little differently, except you also just have to do it for the whole fight. And you have to do it during the intermission. So during the intermissions, you're dodging the pie slices, but you also need to stick with your group and not dodge kind of randomly. You have to dodge in a coordinated fashion with your group so that you don't end up running into the other group and causing an explosion. And then same with the second intermission, you also have to do that. You're getting gripped into the boss, you also have to do that. You're getting under the boss for a dispel, you also have to do that, right? You have to, the entire fight, you just have to manage never getting within a couple yards of people of the other color as you, but also going and soaking the moats that they're spawning.
Do the moats explode after 15 seconds?
Yeah, it's like if you don't soak them, it's over.
All right. Yeah, when I first read it, I think that's Paranoia and Rage.
Yeah.
Was that what it was called on Argus?
That sounds right, yeah, or Fear and Rage, maybe.
Okay. At first, I thought they were bringing that back, but
yeah, that was an interesting Mythic mechanic as well.
Yeah. But yeah, again, no Mythic. I watched some of the PTR. It may have been what you doing it.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was very quick wipes.
If you wanted to see the first 40 seconds of that fight over and over again, that was the place to be. Actually, that was everybody that was streaming their testing of that fight was getting killed at the first charge. You're just there's so much going on Mythic because of all the moats and the group dynamic.
All right, well, most people won't get there for a little bit, but they will be getting to Heroic a lot this week, so let's take a look at another one of those guides.
Hello and welcome to Team Liquid's Strategy Guide series for Nerub-ar Palace. I'm Aya, and today I'm presenting Telegon's breakdown of the mechanics and strategy for Heroic the Silken Court. This fight consists of 3 main phases divided by 2 intermissions. Stage 2. Clash of Rivals introduces us to Anubaresh and Skein-Spinner Takaj, the 2 bosses featured in the encounter. The primary mechanic in this stage is Reckless Charge, where Anubaresh charges towards Takaj. To counter this, 2 players must create binding webs. To create binding web pairs, 1 player must come into contact with the glob of webs within the center of a web bomb puddle, while their partner is also within the web bomb radius. This will create a binding web between the 2 players, which can then be used to trap Anubaresh during his charge, stunning him and increasing his damage taken by 50% for a short duration. Takaj will often throw out sets of web bombs, which create patches of webs that slows players and can bind 2 players together. This ability selects range players, and as a result, may be baited to ease positioning requirements. Additionally, Takaj will periodically cast Venomous Rain, debuffing several players. Upon expiration, debuffed players explode for a small amount of nature damage. These players should move away from others to avoid accidental cleaves. Call of the Swarm summons adds called Shattershell Scarabs, which start with an 80% damage reduction that decreases over time. Focus on controlling these adds and mitigating their impact on the raid. In this phase, positioning is key. Ensure you are placing and using web bombs intelligently. Avoid extraneous damage from Venomous Rain, and make sure players are prepared to create binding webs to stop Anubarash's charge. Also make sure that you are always aware of your positioning before Anubarash casts his frontal. Any player caught in that mechanic will become impaled until their spike is killed. Section 2, Intermission, Void Ascension. As Takaj reaches 100 energy, the encounter transitions into Void Ascension. Here, Takaj teleports to the center of the room and shields herself, absorbing damage while casting Entropic Barrage, which deals shadow damage and increases players' vulnerability to subsequent hits. The raid must focus on breaking the shield quickly while avoiding patterns of exploding webs around the boss. Be prepared to quickly find safe spots while taking moderate raid-wide damage during this phase. Section 3, Stage 2, Grasp of the Void. In Stage 2, Grasp of the Void, the intensity ramps up. A new mechanic, Stinging Swarm, becomes a major threat as it increases damage taken by the affected players and jumps to the nearest player when removed. At 3 applications, the target suffers from Stinging Delirium and loses all applications of Stinging Swarm. Stinging Delirium causes the target to take 75% increased damage and become disoriented for 15 seconds. If it jumps to Takaj, it dissipates after 12 seconds, but if stacked 3 times, she will also become disoriented and become vulnerable. This interaction is critical for preventing a successful cast of Cataclysmic Entropy, which, if allowed to resolve, would almost certainly cause a wipe. Web Vortex will pull all players towards Takaj, binding pairs of players together. Break these bindings strategically to avoid excessive damage and maintain control of the fight. Note that Takaj gains a frontal mechanic in this phase called Strands of Reality, which should always be avoided. Section 4, Intermission, Raging Fury. When Amirdrassil reaches 100 energy, he will cast Spike Storm, shielding himself and causing spikes to explode out of the ground in circular patterns. These ground effects should be dodged to prevent becoming impaled. Similarly to the previous intermission, all players will take ramping damage until the shield is broken. Finally, Stage 3, Unleashed Rage, combines all previous mechanics with increased difficulty while evolving Call of the Swarm into Unleashed Swarm, which no longer summons adds but deals heavy raid damage instead. In this phase, web bombs do not exist. As a result, you'll have to save 2 pairs from Web Vortex to stun the boss during Relentless Charge. Make sure to maintain your strategies from previous phases that deal with the charge and dispels. For role-specific tips, tanks, manage taunt swaps effectively, especially during Piercing Strike. Keep bosses within cleave range when possible, and position Amirdrassil to maximize the effectiveness of binding webs. Recall that the Takaj tank will require a Poison Dispel, and you should be swapping bosses on 1 or 2 stacks of Piercing Strike. The Takaj tank will also require Magic Dispels in the 2nd and 3rd phase. Healers. Coordinate cooldowns for both intermissions, Web Vortex breaks, and Unleashed Swarm. Prioritize players debuffed by Stinging Swarm and maintain constant awareness of Dispel ordering in both Phase 2 and 3. DPS. Focus on major mechanics like Stinging Swarm and Reckless Charge. Stagger web pair breaks after Web Vortex to avoid overwhelming healers, and optimize your cooldowns during damage amplification phases. Do not allow yourself to be meleeed by scarabs, and focus on dodging any of the numerous frontal or ground mechanics. Let me translate that into something a DPS player will understand. No stand in bad. Make healer life easy. Okay, back to the guide. Avoid common mistakes. Failing to manage web bombs and bindings to stop Amirdrassil's charge. Assign players to handle web bindings properly to prevent wipes. Ignoring ad management. Prevent deaths from fixated scarabs. Improper dispel management. This can cause disorients, deaths, or even raid wipes. Assign a clear order for dispels and consider using weak auras for efficient management. Remember in Phase 3 to save at least 2 web pairs after Web Vortex to stop Reckless Charge. Frequent and effective communication will be absolutely crucial to downing this boss quickly and efficiently.
Thank you, Aya. You have any poll count predictions for that one, Dretnos?
So here's the thing. It was very intimidating on Mythic raid testing because of all the extra difficulty of the Mythic mechanic. I think that once that mechanic and boss gets attacked by the tacticians, here at Liquid and the other Race World First guilds, it's going to look a lot less ugly than it did during testing. There's going to be some sensible movement where you're kind of making it a lot easier to naturally be where you want to be, and you're losing less uptime, and people are already in position for the next mechanic as it's coming out. So I think it's going to be less bad than it looked from testing. I still think 200 pulls, yeah.
200? Okay.
Because people were thinking like, oh, is this Tendril 2.0? Is this, another 500 or a 400er? And I think it'll be less than that, but I do think it's going to still be really brutally hard.
Okay, yeah. And you picked like right in the middle there. Like I want to say 180, but that's pretty close to yours. I'll just go with 180.
Yeah, never let. Are you somebody who, when you go to a restaurant and somebody else orders the food you wanted to order, you're going to be like, okay, I'll have something else?
Oh, I don't go out.
Okay, good. Me neither. Hypothetically, I've heard that happens at restaurants for some people, though. So I just want to say anybody out there, just order what you want. If you wanted 180, don't let what I say influence you. Take what you want.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Speaking on the poll count, something really funny from last race is they'll get our official poll predictions for all the casters. And we don't win anything if we get it right, just clout. But Max walked by when the poll count was up, and everybody had like 200, 150 polls, something like that on Tendril, and he just looks at it and he goes like, oh, you're all way off on Tendril. That's going to be like a 20 poll boss. Yeah. And then he walked away.
Yeah, I remember I got some DMs from him the night after as they were pulling it. It was like, bro, this boss it's on steroids, on Bloodlust or something. They're giving it just a huge tempo increase from that PTR testing, which I would love to see that on, say, Nexus Princess. That would be, I think it was you who said this yesterday, that you were hoping they'd give it the Tendril treatment, right? And just all the abilities come out even faster than they did during testing.
Yeah, I believe he said they may have killed Tendril in testing.
Yeah.
And so he thought it was just going to be a cakewalk, and then somebody went in there and jacked it up.
Turns out they were just testing the mechanics, and then they chose to double the speed at which they came out, and that made it pretty hard.
Yeah, hopefully. Well, I don't know if the players want a boss like that. It's fun when those pop up like a Halandrus, where you just go like, what is going on? But
I think, we definitely did have kind of two of those bosses last tier in Tendril and Fire Axe, though. 0 to 1 this tier, kind of surprise nuclear difficulty bosses, probably a good number, but I personally love those fights, so I'm secretly rooting for more. I'm rooting for all the bosses to be super hard.
Be powerful, yeah.
Yeah.
And one that's looking pretty difficult. I watched a little bit of Heroic Ansarek last night.
Yeah, I did a little Heroic Ansarek last night. That boss is pretty tough even on Heroic.
Yeah, it looks great too.
Yeah.
We have no video for this, so we've got these great slides from Wowhead, and we go over some of the mechanics. You're going to have to really walk me through this one, because I've just kind of watched it.
Sure.
I don't have that much of a grasp on how it works.
Sure. So in phase 1, kind of the core mechanic is these reactive toxins, which target 2 players, and basically you drop a little geyser. And what happens is somebody else then can jump in and jump into the middle of that geyser and trigger it and knock everybody nearby up.
Okay.
And you use that to dodge this Venom Nova that comes out from the boss. So you want to basically use that to be airborne as the Venom Nova passes underneath you. On Heroic, you need to split your raid half and half between the 2 geysers. If you overload one side relative to the other, you get a bunch of extra stacks of a dot, and that basically kills, or not a dot, actually, it just explodes 10 seconds later and kills you. So you need to have 15 people in one, 15 people in the other if you're doing 30, 10 and 10 if you're doing 20. And you get knocked up over the Venom Nova. Whoever actually triggers the middle of the geyser on Heroic and higher can only do that once, because then you get a vulnerability afterwards. So that's another thing to contend with. You sort of need a rotation. You need a melee one and a ranged one, ideally, and then you have a rotation of people that are going to trigger them, knock you over that encroaching Nova. And as long as you handle that, that's kind of the core mechanic of P1. There's also Silken Tombs, which are basically Tendril roots, where everybody's going to spawn a root. When the root gets killed, instead of it actually leaves web ground beneath you as well. So, and same with the reactive toxins, wherever those geysers were, also leaves poison ground behind. The boss also does a tank mechanic combo that also leaves behind some poison ground. So there's a lot of kind of space preservation and management in that phase as well, because you do still need maybe 100 degrees of the room to be free for the intermission once you get there.
Okay, yeah, it looks like it's a big donut or something.
Yeah,
and then you work your way around, dropping the puddles.
Exactly, you kind of want to be moving in a nice circle and leaving, trying to conserve space as much as you can, kind of like Smolderon in that regard. There is also a mechanic that just totally murders your tank on this fight too. So the boss has a 1-2 combo. Liquefy up first, which does a bunch of nature damage to the tank, and then also leaves behind a vulnerability to physical damage. And then she casts Feast on her target, which needs to be a tank swap, because it's a huge hit of physical damage. But then it leaves behind a huge healing absorb on that target as well. But they need to keep tanking because the other tank has a huge physical vulnerability. On Mythic, it's 2,000%, so that's one that says you're really not supposed to take any autos while you have this debuff on you. But then your other tank has a healing absorb for millions of health on them that needs to get healed off while they're actively tanking. So very scary moment for the tanks during P1.
Okay.
After you do that, though, you get into the intermission. The boss kind of grips you in for a little bit. There's Venom coming out, you're dodging, and on Heroic, you need to make sure you don't stack on people as well during that whole phase, too. So that's kind of why you need to make sure you save some space.
Yeah, the intermission, it looked like Razagath. The group split up and they kind of get knocked.
Yeah, that's P2 where you sort of split into.
Okay.
So there's an intermission first where the boss is kind of just hanging from a web in the middle of the phase 1 area.
Oh, that's
and you need to break a shield, and then phase 2 starts, which is kind of like an intermission. It sort of feels like the Razagath intermissions, where you're sort of ascending the sides, and like you said, split the group in half. There's basically ads on both sides, and I think they share health with the ads on the other sides too. So you're kind of progressing at the same speed as the other side, which is pretty cool. At least it does on the lower difficulties. Maybe not so much on Mythic. Maybe you have to balance your damage more.
And I've noticed, I don't know, are they in P1, but it seems like there's webs pulling you constantly in this fight. Every second, you just have something tugging you.
The intermission and then phase 2, which is the ascending phase, the boss will keep trying to grip you towards the middle, which will grip you off of those various platforms or into her mouth, depending on which part we're talking about. Either of those are bad.
They're trying to eat you.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, phase 2, like you said, get knocked to the sides. There's some ads. Any of them have a lot going on? It looks like there's one that does like a beam across the room.
Yeah, there's one that does a beam across the room. The other one that gets tanked. So the one that does a beam across the room will always be towards the middle, which is where you're getting gripped towards. So you don't really want melee there because they're going to then be getting gripped off of the platform because they're right next to the edge. So that one, you usually want your range to hit that one, and you want your melee to be hitting the one that gets tanked, and you tank that kind of far away from the boss. Once you kill those, then you activate some webs, and you get a bridge that lets you climb up even higher. That lets you get to the devoted worshippers there, which they are trying to kill your raid, and you need to kill them before they do that. So that's sort of a kind of enrage or speed test in the middle of this phase. You need to get to and kill that devoted worshipper before it finishes the Cosmic Apocalypse cast.
Okay, so does that cast start when the phase starts?
I think it starts when the phase starts, yeah.
Okay.
So it's like okay, get here quick, kill this thing quick.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I wish we had some videos of this fight. It looks so good.
It does look stellar, yeah. And then after you kill that worshipper, you then can move up to the last platform of the phase where you have ads that you kill, and then those knock you onto the final phase 3 platform where the boss is hanging out waiting for you. You get both of your groups knocked up there, and she sort of starts this big boom cast that means it's P3 time.
Yeah, I love how they've done this fight, like with the movement around all the different platforms, and it's like very vertical.
Yeah,
it's very cool.
It is. It's if you told me there was like they talked about a lot about verticality in this fight, and I was a little bit worried because you think about like climbing a boss arena mid-fight like Senarth, and that was really annoying. But this one does it really well, where it's sort of you're climbing between these different platforms as part of the fight, but it doesn't feel awkward or bad.
Yeah, I guess interesting. Like Senarth, a lot of the grips, no ice.
Yeah, no ice.
Trying
At
to
least
grip,
on
pull
lower
you
difficulties,
off.
maybe that'll be the mythic mechanic. The whole room will be icy.
Yeah, I guess on to phase 3. This is when you're back onto the boss. No
Yep.
more ads.
So the boss has kind of climbed up to her final area, and this one is a donut. There's a hole in the middle of this platform, so you want to make sure that you don't end up in there. And it's kind of similar to P1. You get these. You need to dodge a Nova again, but instead of doing it with these geysers that knock you up, you instead do it with these portals that get placed by your group. So you kill these ads. And then you drop these portals, and then you get a big Nova coming in from the boss, and you use the portal to get to get over it without getting hit by it.
Okay, yeah. Again, looks great.
Yeah, it does look phenomenal.
Starts getting
This
very
one's all like
voidy.
void tinged, which is sweet. She's kind of embraced the void and also becomes paranoid, and she says, all these Nerubians aren't worthy because they failed her in P2 to stop you from getting to her, and it's a very, very cool, very thematic part of the fight for sure.
Yeah, I know nothing about lore. Are you a lore master?
A little bit.
Yeah.
This one's kind of just the Ajara story, 2.0.
Okay.
Queen leads her people, gets tempted by the void, sells out her people, in the search of power, and we got to stop her. We got to put a stop to that for sure.
Yeah. So it's pretty much the main part of P3 using these portals to get over.
Yeah.
Is there a space component?
Yeah, there is junk that gets left behind by the portals as they collapse afterwards, and you shoot out orbs, and the portals shoot out orbs, and you're dodging those, and a couple other swirlies and stuff to dodge, and you have ads that get spawned by the tank that need to get killed before they reach the boss, so that your tank gets hit by this infest and has to run away from the boss because they spawn a bunch of ads out of them, and then those ads try and make it to the boss to get eaten. And the other tank is getting beat up by the boss. The boss has a huge, tank combo beating them up. So the whole fight does a lot of tank damage for sure. That's definitely something to be ready for if you're tanking this. Basically, it's not one of those fights where you do these tank swaps to avoid tanking tank damage. It's like you do a tank swap to avoid a mechanic that's going to wipe your raid, and then the other tank then has to take big tank damage as a result of that tank swap, and it's a very, very scary for sure.
Yeah, at some point we are going to see a lot of this fight. They are doing splits, and they're kind of working their way up to fight this boss, and then at some point it's probably just going to be Ansarek over and over and over.
Yeah, I think probably either tomorrow or Sunday. I think tomorrow is a travel day, so
Okay.
it may well be Sunday, Monday that we just start seeing Ansarek spammed over and over again. An interesting question is going to be how many helpers Liquid are able to field on Ansarek, whether they have to kind of cut down to just running all of their characters, or whether they can play a couple of helpers and get a couple more Ansareks done, because Queen Ansarek does have Omni tokens, which are valuable. I think they have enough of those even with just Liquid characters, but more very rare items drop, of course, the more runs of this that you can do. So the later they do it this week, the more gear everybody has, the more familiarity everybody has with it, the more they might be able to run 30 Ansareks instead of 20, or 20 instead of 15, or however many they can actually put together.
Yeah. Do you happen to know much about what they're changing on Mythic?
I don't think it's known. I think the Dungeon Journal doesn't have Mythic mechanics for this fight.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah. At least it didn't last time I checked.
All right. Do you think we get a secret phase? It's been a while.
I don't think this is a secret phase boss, TBH. I think that this is probably one of those bosses that becomes Mythic through just the regular phases getting harder, but it seems kind of hard for there to be a secret phase given how the boss rooms are kind of set up, like moving somewhere else for one. So my guess is that this is not a secret phase end boss.
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying. What was the last secret phase? Was that?
Nazoth, I think, had one. That one
Kinda.
wasn't good, but it was a secret phase.
We were waiting for that cannon.
Yeah, you charge up the cannon and shoot it in. That was fun. Before that was Gul'dan, I think, which that was a sick secret phase at the end of Gul'dan.
Yeah, been a while. I hope we get one this expansion.
I would love. I love secret phases as well. I think they're done well. They are really cool. I would love to be surprised by one on Ansarek. That would be awesome.
Yeah, that is one of the best parts of the secret phase is if you get to it before.
Yeah.
Like there's videos or anything out. I remember Argus was. That was like my first experience seeing it with no video part, and it was very awesome.
I remember it happened in Nyalotha as well, where they kind of like got to that secret phase for the first time, and it was the end of the day as well. So the streams went off, and but I was there, so I was able to watch them, doing that phase for the first time, testing it out, seeing what it looked like, and it was cool. And then you kind of realize like, oh, they're just going to the Azeroth chamber and fighting a boring ad in there. Okay, maybe that wasn't the coolest secret phase that's ever been made. But
Yeah, we kept thinking there was one coming because it's like,
Yeah.
okay, how are they going to kill this boss? There's no way you can make that in Rage. And then they just somehow found it.
yeah, we thought there was another secret phase or something because it's like, oh, they can only get to 20% with these numbers, and it's like, oh, actually, hang on, they got the
get
damage.
enough mastery on your mages.
Yeah, those
pull some crazy
corruptions. That
stuff.
was a wild tier in terms of player power.
Yeah. All right. Do you got any poll count kind of prediction?
For Ansarek,
Yes.
180. That's a good number. I like.
180?
Yeah.
Ooh, I want to say 320.
Okay, you think
I
it's
want
gonna
a
be really
crazy one.
That's a high number. I mean, 200 for a penultimate boss was a really high guess from me historically, but yeah, end bosses, first tier of an expansion, especially if the earlier bosses take a lot of pulls, right? Like, if Silken Court takes a lot of pulls, then Ansarek might be a week 2 thing and not a week 1 thing. So then it maybe dies in fewer pulls because they have more gear because it's week 2. This is some of the calculus going through my brain here. So
Yeah,
180.
they will have a lot of time without having to do many splits next
That
week.
is a good point. Yeah, is that week 1 is kind of longer than it used to be in Dragonflight, because in Dragonflight you only had like 4 days of mythic progression on week 1 because you needed to do 3 days of splits. This time around, that's not true. This time around, next week is going to be mostly mythic right off the bat because splits are being done during Heroic Week. But I think that leads us very nicely into our next topic, which is what the heck are splits, right? And what exactly is going on? What is Heroic Week? Like, what's happening here? Why are they doing the things that they're doing? Why aren't they in Mythic right now? They can't be this time around.
Yeah, splits are basically, for those that don't know, they're splitting their characters. That's splits. And they're just doing it. It's a way to just maximize the amount of gear they can get
Yeah.
with the time that they have, where the way they're doing them now is everybody's leveled like 15 to 18 characters somewhere in there, and a bunch of them, like 8 to 10, are all of one class. So like Fired Up, he's just got like 10 mages. And they just run these raids over and over with each one of these characters, and they fill the raid up with partial their main, or they don't know what their main character is going to be, but their characters, and then they get helpers who are just people from the group finder, trade chat. They pay them with gold. You can sign up and look in the, I can't remember what to look up, probably
It's,
just Liquid in the group
Sneak,
finder.
Dot, and Lua are the 3 Liquid team names. So you search for Liquid Sneak, Liquid Dot, or Liquid Lua in the group finder if you want to sign up to help these split runs out. And you're basically you get some gold. You don't roll on any items. You do still fill up your Great Vault. So it can be a pretty good deal. The gold's also nice this expansion. Crafting is not cheap.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, even leveling the professions is getting
Yeah.
quite costly. I don't know if I'll ever make my gold back.
I'm
but-
never going to financially recover from the start of this expansion.
And yeah, but the reason they bring in all these helpers is because the amount of loot that drops scales with the amount of people in the raid. And so they want to also split up the raid team where they're running multiple groups at once, filled with helpers, and they just are trying to maximize the amount of gear they can get. And then they kind of trade all the gear because you have a couple hours once it's dropped. They give it to somebody, and then when it's about to expire, they just go like, okay, this run, it looks like the gear should go to like Fired Up. Like, okay,
Yeah,
we
this dropped a lot of
picked-
good mage gear. Let's give all of it to Fired Up, and that character that was in that run is now his main.
Yeah, that's now his main, but then he still has to go to splits because he needs to be a body in there.
Yep.
They prefer Fired Up over a helper. No offense to the helpers. Fired Up is they need
pretty
as
good.
many in there as they can get, and especially near some of the end bosses, they'll like with this extra time, they'll probably try and push it on like an Ansarek. Like how many helpers can we get in here? The last few, I think they didn't have many helpers because the last bosses were pretty difficult on heroic.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of really hard heroic end bosses to deal with. Heroic Sylvanas, for instance, that was one where it was pretty tough to get that boss killed even with a full run of guildies. So it's been interesting to see as they try and push this more and more. Basically, splits basically just mean that the easy content, you find a way to make it hard so you can get even more gear, and you find a way to use all that time. Because I find it to be pretty counterintuitive. Like, a lot of people ask, why are they doing this? How does this get you more gear? Because don't you just get one item per boss, or the same amount of items per boss anyways? But you can kind of think about it like, and this is how the very first splits came around. You could either do one run, or you could have everybody make a second character, and then we could do 2 runs with half mains and half alts. And if we just give every item that drops to a main instead of an alt, then we get double the gear, right? Or pretty close to double the gear. Maybe some gear is useless and doesn't go to a good character, but the second run is pretty close to double the gear when you do that. And what about a third run? What about a fourth run? And you start to get to a point where it's like, okay, well, now we have enough runs that we have only one male wearing main in each run, only one leather wearing main, only one zenith main in each run. Is there a way to do even more runs for even more value? Because we've got a heroic week, we've got 7 days, and this is only going to take us 2 of them. And the answer is, unfortunately, yes, there is, which is this tech of, what if I make 10 mages, and we just do, like you said, we just do 10 runs, and whichever run drops the best mage gear, that all gets to me, and that's my main, and the other ones are all alts, and absolute diminishing returns, right? We're talking about the value of going from 1 to 2 runs and just having some extra, like, you predetermine who's a main and who's an alt in which run. That's pretty high value, right? You get kind of double the loot by doing that. Going from 11 to 12 runs, we're probably talking about like a third of an item level as a benefit across all the mains, something like that, something very small from doing that. But what else are you going to be doing during Heroic Week? You've got 7 days. You need to do something with them. You want to get as much juice out of that fruit as possible, right?
Yeah, back in Dragonflight with no Heroic Week, that was kind of part of the skill of the race, was like the efficiency of the splits.
Yeah.
And like how far do you push it?
Exactly.
And get that extra item level, but maybe you waste like 8 hours of a day trying to like do a certain boss with an amount of people that you shouldn't be doing, and then you have to cut it short anyways. You wasted all this time. But yeah, they don't have to worry this time, because not only do they have 7 days, a lot of the competition.
A lot of competition only has 4 days because of some bans that came out from old Blizzard Entertainment. Those bans have all run their course now, but yeah, that's definitely an advantage for Liquid this time, only having Mavi and Trill caught in that ban wave for the Severed Threads reputation incident that happened earlier. So yeah, I think even the guilds that were more affected by that ban wave still have enough time this week, but it's going to involve a couple of all-nighters pulled, which is nice for Liquid that they don't have to do that.
Yeah, I think that's going to have the biggest hit to their mental.
Yeah.
They do not want to be like going this hard right up into Tuesday. They would like to have a few hours Monday night, maybe even most of Monday, to just kind of...
And I think they're on pace for that, given how much they've been slicing through those early and mid bosses. You know, K'viira has been basically the only difficult one, but even that they haven't had... It hasn't been like the smolder-on experience of just wiping it over and over again, because you're trying to play with a rotating set of new helpers that haven't seen the fight before, and orbs are reaching the boss, getting a huge damage amp. That was a big challenge with last year and Amirdrassil running those splits. And there was extra pressure then as well, because you knew that Mythic was out and you were losing time. Heroic Week is kind of a lot more chill. It's both more degenerate and more chill. It's more degenerate because you do run 15 splits or 20 splits or whatever instead of 8 or 6, or because the time efficiency is no longer a factor. But at least you're not aware that mythic is hanging over your head, and every minute you lose wiping to heroic is a minute that you don't get to progress mythic.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not fun to be tilted when you're doing that kind of a grind thing.
Yeah.
Soul sucking and you're kind of annoyed is not a good combo. But yeah, so I think that's for the guilds that got hit by the bans as a potential negative, but I think they will get all their runs done.
I suspect they will as well, yeah. I mean, I don't know for sure, but I think that this ban was more of a warning shot than an actual something that's going to impact the race on more than maybe hurting a little bit sleep, which sleep is actually really important. Sleep is one of those things during the Race to World First that optimizing it is very difficult and very important and very underrated, very under-discussed.
Yeah, that was the hardest thing for me was going to sleep, getting
especially
being able to just like end raid,
boss.
Go to bed, because they're like, okay, raid's over. We have 8 hours. You're supposed to sleep for 8 hours. Go to bed. And it's like, I can't.
Yeah. And then, 4 hours later, you're finally getting sleep, and then the alarm gets you, and you got to wake up. It's a catastrophe.
Yeah, that can be difficult. But they've got some Sleep Plus here. Very beneficial potion they've been taking, I believe.
Always good. Yeah, those like those sleepy mana pots that the healers always are drinking for the extra mana.
Yeah, to get them to bed. But yeah, I guess that's about it for splits. It's kind of the way to get the gear from the raid. They'll probably do some splits next week. Definitely not as many as they're doing now, because they will know which main they have, and they'll just be targeting probably some very rare items, maybe a weapon or something like that. And yeah, then I guess the other place to get some gear keys, Mythic Plus, which you cannot do now. It'll be out next week. And I don't know how much they'll be doing.
Probably not much Mythic Plus, actually, because it's not available this week. Like, even Mythic Zeros are kind of a awful use of time this week, unless maybe you do the first boss of Arakara to try and get that trinket. But all that Mythic Plus drops this week is veteran track gear. You get champion track from Delves. You get hero track even from Delves. You get lucky map drop. So I think dungeons in general in the Race to World First this is going to be the least dungeoning that ever happens during a Race to World First. The only M+ that will be done next week is probably a lot of Arakaras for some hero track sack broods, and that's probably, and then maybe a couple other dungeons for a couple other specific trinkets that people want. But aside from that, I don't think there's going to be much use in non-trinket stuff out of those dungeons, because all the gear that's going to drop from dungeons next week is going to be hero 1 out of 6. They've already got access to better than that from the raid this week, and they're doing enough splits that their characters are going to be mostly suited out in that hero 3 out of 6 gear from the raid. So the only stuff that will be good from M+ is outstanding trinkets, which there are a few, but there aren't many.
Okay, yeah. Is it pretty much just that Arakara one? I think
that one basically everybody wants, and then there's a couple of other ones that a few specs want.
Okay, yeah. And generally they do that kind of stuff when they get to a boss and they hit a wall.
Yeah.
And it's like, analysts need to figure this out. You guys go do some Mythic Plus or something and grind this.
Also, whoever's on the bench, right? Like, if you're on the bench on a boss, you go do M+. The crests are a great point. Getting some extra gilded crest from M+ is definitely something that might be worth doing, so that you can maybe upgrade an extra item, or maybe make an enchanted gilded crest for a crafted piece. That costs a lot of gilded crest this time around, although the cap is maybe going to be higher than I was expecting. I was expecting next week the cap on gilded crests to be 90, but this week you can actually earn them already, and the cap is 90 this week, so maybe it'll just go up next week and be 180 next week, which would be pretty big. So I'm actually not sure which of those things is going to happen. I don't think Blizzard's confirmed for sure one way or the other, but my guess now would actually be that it does go up, which means you could maybe have 2 crafted gilded pieces rather than just the 1. I was expecting, if there wasn't that you would just do a 2-hander, get some full value out of that. But these are the sorts of things I'm sure the analysts have good plans. They know what's going on with all these crafts and stuff either way.
Yeah, I wish we could show you guys the spreadsheets of these things.
Cool, yeah.
It's crazy what they've made. It's really awesome having seen this thing evolve from, when it was just kind of like wowprogress.com.
Yeah.
And then being able to be here and kind of look around what they're doing. It's insane. The amount, every little angle you can think of to min-max, they have got it covered in a way you can't even imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I guess another way to min-max is the new system to the game, Delves.
Yeah.
There's been some controversy lately about the Delves. They are good gear.
The scaling on them has been all over the place over the last couple of days. They've been buffing it. They've been nerfing it. They've been adding in unkillable lieutenant packs inexplicably and then taking them back out. And So delves have been kind of all over the place. The scaling has been, oh, it's impossible solo. Oh, it's impossible in a group. Maybe some of that's been hyperbole both times, but that's been all changing. But yeah, this content is really cool, I think, thematically. I do have a couple of concerns with how much you just kind of get killed by auto attacks and how much you get killed by web bolts from those stupid thread spinners that don't move even when you kick them. What's happening there? But aside from that, I think it's a very cool new system, and this is the week where it shines because you can get champion track gear from the end of the run. That's really good for such a low time investment and a low resource commitment. You can do it solo. You can do it anytime. You can get hero track gear if you drop a map from the end of one of your Bountiful Delves as well. Very good. Potentially extremely powerful items for this week. And you're filling up your Great Vault with hero track as well, hero 3 out of 6, which is potentially better than what you get in your raid Great Vaults if you get unlucky and get some early boss gear from your raid Great Vaults. I think there's a decent chance, though, people might even be taking sockets out of next week's Great Vaults rather than hero track gear, potentially.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, I've heard you're a big socket proponent.
Yeah, I mean, this expansion, they're a little bit weaker than they used to be. This, like, just relative to item level, a socket is less good this expansion than it was last expansion, but still might be the best option rather than hero track gear if you don't get offered something, a cool trinket or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I guess for people who don't know how delves work, they're like placed around the map. If you play Diablo 4, it's a lot like the Rifts or the Nightmare dungeons, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's like these little portals you go in, and they're kind of randomized, and you're joined by Bran, Bronzebeard, and they're kind of meant to be solo, but you can bring people in. Again, where the scaling came in, difference between solo and with groups. But you can see there's all these mechanics like that. When there were some spores, they knock you back. And it kind of gives you objectives. You go through, complete them all, and then at the end, there's some chests with treasures in them. And then there's also bountiful delves. And those ones you use a key that you gather from around the world, like world quests and things like that. And you can open up a chest, and that's what has the very good loot in it. It's these bountiful chests.
Yeah, and you can do 4 of those per day. So the delves also have a different difficulty on them, so you can do them on tier 1 all the way up through tier 11. Gear stops improving past tier 8, so you only have to do tier 8s if you want the best possible gear. But yeah, tier 1s, very easy, but they don't give the great gear. If you want that champion track gear, you need to be doing at least tier 7s. If you want the best eye level, you need to be doing at least tier 8s. So if you can, you want to try and push up your delves to the highest level you can go, and then do the bountiful delves at that highest level you can do.
Yeah. And yeah, you said 4 a day. It's 1 each zone if you're lost where to look for them. And they're just kind of glowing on the map. And you can knock them out, just check it in. And you're limited on the keys you get. I'm not quite sure where you get them all. I've just been passively gathering them.
I do, in fact, know the list of them. So there's pinnacle chests that you can get from a bunch of different activities. There's the weekly quest in Dornegal. Each zone has a different source of a pinnacle chest. You have the theater troupe in the Isle of Dorne. You have the machine rebuilding event in the Raining Deeps. You have the lighting the little key flames in Hallowfall. And you have the weekly quest to pick one of the 3 people and then fill a bar in Ajkahet. You also have those special assignment world quests. 2 of those, I guess you could technically do 3 in a week, but they respawn every 3.5 days. So there's 2 more sources, so we're up to 7 now. And then there's an 8th source as well, which is these World Soul Memories that you activate. You have to do a Bountiful Delve before you can do one of these, but those also, the first per week, can give you a key. So you have 8 sources, and the way it works is that the first 4 of them will give you a key that week. So you don't have to do all of those, but you do 4 of those 8, and you'll get 4 keys out of those. And you can get some extra key fragments from those World Soul Memories that I was talking about. Those give some key fragments. And some world quests will give key fragments. You get 100 of those, throw them together, you get another key. That doesn't have a weekly limit or anything like that. So you can get more than 4 per week. But mostly, you have those 4 guaranteed sources a week and then a couple extra here or there.
Yeah. All right, good to know. Yeah, I've been finding, I did some group ones last night. You probably heard me getting kind of mad.
I did hear you doing those, yeah. So
going, what is this?
Frustration being caused by some of those delves. How did those go?
They went good the second time we ran them every time.
Okay, yeah, I mean, that's progression.
Yeah, a lot of trying to not pull things, and then there's a mob that does an AoE fear, and you know how that goes.
I'm very familiar, yeah. I've failed a few delves myself.
Yeah, and then you go in there again and have another strategy, take it safer. But yeah, I like the system. I think the tuning, they're working on stuff. I think they posted their like top priority is fixing delve tuning today. So we'll probably hear something about that soon. But I tried some today solo, a lot more manageable than with a group. So if you're looking out there, I was playing Frostfire Mage, and it was pretty chill.
Yeah, my advice would be if you're doing them in a group and they feel too hard, just say, oh, the tuning is bad, you have to do it solo. If you're doing them solo and it's too hard, you just say, the tuning's bad, you have to do this in a group, right? You just have an excuse either way. The group size is the issue, and it's not a skill issue. It's never a skill issue. I promise you, you're doing great.
Yeah, just go to Twitter.
Yep.
Say, what is wrong with you?
At Warcraft Devs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very good Twitter
Where's
tag.
my free loot? I thought this was supposed to be easy.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, well, that's one of the main new features of the expansion. The other one is the hero talents.
Ooh.
Yeah, and so for people who don't know, every class has got a new like mini talent tree that you end up getting all of the talents in by the time you've leveled to 80. And the way this tree works, I'm trying to think of a good way to explain it. So say you've got, we'll do mage. You got frost, fire, arcane. And now in between each of those is one of these new trees. So like between frost and fire, it's frost fire.
Funny how that works.
Yeah, and then between arcane and fire is sun fury. And between arcane and frost is spellslinger. And so each spec has 2 they can pick from of the 3. I think it's an awesome idea. It's freshened up so many of the specs. They're like very impactful. Like every single one of them, it's kind of crazy the amount of text on each single talent, and you just get them all. It makes you feel like a hero. Like your spells are going nuts. Tons of procs and things. I don't know. You feel like blessed to get them.
I think they landed in a really good place with these where they're not intimidating, right? Like very few of these hero talent trees even add a single button. Most of them add 0, and they just give you new procs and stuff to play around, and they make your character look cool on different abilities, and they incentivize you to maybe take some talents, right? Like if you're a Fury Warrior, you can take Mountain Thane, which basically then you're going to use Thunderclap instead of Whirlwind, and other than that, you can kind of forget about it mostly. Or you can take Slayer, and that's like, okay, now you want to make sure you take these Bladestorm talents, you use Bladestorm, and that's the right answer, by the way, if you're trying to get the most numbers out of that thing. But either way, though, you have those 2 choices, and it's like neither of these are rocket science, right? But if you do want to min-max, they do both offer you some extra little tidbits to play with, and they both look cool. They both have cool, nice effects in them. All the hero talent trees have, a little defensive benefit as well that you get as well, but mostly they're not too impactful. Like they're not really like scary button bloat. Oh, my class has 5 new buttons on it type thing. It's usually just like, oh, now my Bladestorm is better, or like, oh, now I have a new CD that I press once a minute at most. Like that's the scariest any of the hero talent trees will be. They're very approachable, and they all look, not all, they mostly look so cool. Of the ones that don't, next patch is already starting to fix up some of the ones that were kind of more boring looking, like say Dark Ranger, Sylvanas themed hero talent, didn't look all that cool. In like a month, there's going to be a new version of it that looks incredible.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that they've been so on their game with class balance and stuff. I feel like since Dragonflight with the trees, they've been reworking them constantly. They used to have an approach that was like, it's out, we don't want to mess with it too much. People are used to this. We don't want to like have you log in and go like, what happened? I changed. But now they're just changing, like reworking whole talent trees, and like you said, some hero talents coming up, and I love that. It keeps it fresh all the time. Or if you're looking to play something else because of the war bands, like you just go, oh, like they just reworked this hunter thing. That looks awesome. You can kind of get your guy caught up and try all that new stuff out. I love them.
Yeah, I think they're amazing as well. And the war bands are huge too. War bands basically just mean that if you're coming back to WoW, if you used to play it and you used to be kind of like, I don't really want to play an alt and like redo 20 days of dailies or whatever to get the rep that I needed for something, all that's gone. War bands mean that your rep is all account wide. You're a lot of items. You drop items in basically all content that are warbound, which means you can just throw them in your war bank and then withdraw them on another character and start off with some good gear. You do a delve, you'll just get like some random adventurer track warbound mail piece, and then you're like, oh, now when I make my hunter, it's going to have shoulders already as soon as it hits max level that are pretty good, and sort of start you off with on the right foot on a new character. So
yeah, I believe I've even seen tier dropping for warbound.
Yeah, if you do heroic raid, you get champion track warbound gear that can be tier. It can be those very rare items. It is a very good way to gear a new character. And honestly, I'm a little bit worried about how good the champion track gear is that you can get from on warbound, because a couple of alts have past gear to mains in my guild so far from those runs, so
Oh.
a little bit of a worrying pattern, but not a huge problem if it just happens this week, which I think it probably will mostly just be a this week phenomenon.
Yeah, well, let me grab this nice Alienware laptop here. We can take a look at some of these hero
Wow, you were able to
talents.
grab that with one hand only due to it being light, but also very powerful.
Light and powerful. Also, I've got some energy.
I see you've got that's good. A powerful
Some of
combo.
the strength up here, yes. Well, thank you, Alienware and Monster. Need a second here to pull up some talents.
Yeah, we can
What's
take
a
a look
tree you would like to see?
We were talking about mage. Let's take a look at Frostfire. That's
All
a
right,
cool one.
let's go. To mage here.
Yeah.
Look at, and this is like you do Frostfire or Fire
or Fire Frostfire. And sometimes it feels similar, and sometimes it feels like actually kind of completely different depending on how it hooks in with the different spec, right? Yeah, very cool. And Frostfire, I don't think you actually see too many people playing Frostfire either as either Frost or Fire right now. So that's a tree that we maybe will get to see more of as balance changes going into some future expansions and future patches.
Yeah, sorry, I'm getting stun locked here. The pressure of finding these.
Yeah, it's cool. At least you're probably getting close, huh? Yeah, that looks like kind of the right spot to be.
Trying to find the tree to pull up. I keep finding builds. Okay, preview. Come on. All right, I've got it.
Here we go. We can pull it up and see the beautiful mage hero talent options. I guess this is...
We ended up on Spellslinger. I panicked. Okay. All right, here we are. We'll go Frostfire. This is the one I've messed with.
Okay, cool.
It has no points in. Yeah, so normally, you get your whole tree over here, and then this middle guy, your hero.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, you can see got the two different
And you can just switch
options.
between these at will anytime. It just takes as long as switching talents, so very easy. You get your entire tree, although there are a few choice nodes. Very few of the choice nodes are actually super impactful throughput-wise. They're usually just different utility or defensive options. A few trees have one or two throughput choice nodes, though, that you do have to kind of be aware of.
Yeah, I'll just fill these out so they look nice.
Nice.
Yeah, and this is how Frostfire looks. This cool blue and red mixture. I don't know. I was just loving the visuals of it every time I was like, you eye slants and it can proc a living bomb. It's somewhere in here. And it just looks awesome with the mixture of the two spells.
Yeah, and you can see that one in the middle near the top, the Frostfire Bolt, is just there. Like that one is a new button, right? But it replaces one, right? Or is this one actually just you add a new button to your bar?
Ooh, yeah. You rotationally you replace your Frostbolt or your
Right, so you can just
Fireball,
drag it in and put it where your Fireball or Frostbolt was, right?
I think you still have them. I don't know if it replaces it.
As long as it rotationally does, I think that's the big thing where it's like you're not having to add more keybinds, right? Which is really nice about a lot of these.
Yeah, and so like what I've noticed, at least with Frost, it's become like proc crazy.
Yeah.
And
I will say Frostfire is one of the more kind of complicated ones as well, right? In terms of like just the amount of text on some of these is quite a lot.
yeah, that's something I'm having a hard time with trying to learn these on other classes. I mean, I'll maybe go through these a little slow, but you can just see they are filled with text. And then you kind of have to know how all the class and spec trees work, and then how this is all going to fit in. So like my approach has just been import whatever Wowhead guide tells me to do,
Yep.
mess with it, then read it, then mess with
I
it
think
more,
that's really
and just
good.
like back
I think
and
you
forth.
want to play with it a little bit before you start trying to make your own build. It depends on what you have fun with. Like if you like reading through it all before playing with it, but I also am somebody who I want to hit a dummy for 10 minutes with something before I start trying a different build than the recommended one.
Yeah, and so the big thing with Frostfire, I guess we'll go in, you can see how it works. It's like when you cast Frost spells, you get a Frost mastery, Fire give you a Fire mastery, but you don't have Fire spells as Frost really, and so there's a lot of spells that then proc some Fire ones, and then Frostfire Bolt gives you one of each.
Right.
And when you get to max stacks of that mastery, different things happen. There's also like when you Comet Storm, it does a Meteor, and I think that's one of the bigger ones is Meteor does a Comet Storm does a Meteor, and there's a way to proc those on each.
And that gives you stacks of the other mastery that's not your spec, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I don't know, this is the one I was finding the most helping in delves. I mean, kiting, obviously.
Yeah, it makes sense. You got a lot of slows.
Yeah, and all the procs and instants, you're just running around, ice lancing and flurrying. But
this is probably one of the ones that has the more impact in terms of like how much thinking there is to do with it. There are some that are just very simple, like for instance, Shadowpan Monk. So it's like Windwalker Shadowpan Monk, or Brewmaster Shadowpan as well, either of those. have a basically no change to your rotation, right? You get these flurry strikes where it's like, hey, every time you do a bunch of damage, you kind of do a bunch of crazy, kung fu attacks, which is cool. But it doesn't actually force you to do anything different. Like, you can track it if you want, but you don't have to. And all of these different talents on this one basically are like, yeah, here's a nice little passive benefit you get, right? But you'll notice none of these are squares. All of these are circles, which means they're passive effects. There's no new buttons for you to pick up. They all just give you some nice passive benefit that if you want to, you can think about. You can min-max a little. If you don't want to, you just go in there. You just keep doing the same thing. You pretend it doesn't exist, and your character's going to do some cool extra flurry strikes every now and then, and that's it.
Yeah, this is adding... What I love about WoW is, like, the complexity.
Yeah.
And how deep it can go. And this just added, like, such another level.
It's nice because it gives you that complexity if you want it, and it doesn't do it in a way where you're obligated to learn anything new if you don't want to. Like, if you're a more casual player, or if you're just worried about picking up a new spec and being overwhelmed by having 30 zillion buttons on it, these hero talents do a really good job of kind of threading the needle, giving you some extra skill expression, skill ceiling if you want it, without making it just brutally unapproachable for a new player or somebody new to a spec.
Yeah, and you just feel so strong. Like, if you play Dragonflight and you get all this stuff, it feels like you just got so powered up in a way that I don't know if many expansions have done.
Yeah, I mean, I think Conduits were Covenants were kind of an attempt at giving you that, but I think these land much better because they're themed more around the class rather than these kind of weird Covenants that we hadn't really developed any connection with.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess if these trees on the side have not scared you off, then
yeah, these are much less intimidating than those trees for sure.
Yeah, especially because the choices are minimal, like you said, whereas here there are many choices to be made.
Yeah, because you don't get all the points, which is a huge... Like, you do get all the points in the hero talent trees, which is a huge reduction in the complexity compared to the class and spec trees.
Yeah. Do you think they just expand on these coming up?
I'm not sure, actually, what they'll do in the next couple expansions. Yeah, because I think they've suggested that these hero talent trees are going to be with us for at least as long as, like, the World Soul Saga, so the next 2 expansions after this. But I suspect that they're not even sure yet what they want to do. It'll depend on the reception of these things, but I don't know. I feel like they're going to be... I think we're going to look back fondly on hero talents as we go into, 10 years from now or whatever. We'll look back pretty happily on these, and they may still be in the game. This might be a permanent addition.
Yeah. This seems like a hard thing to go back on.
Yeah, and some of them are so cool as well.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to... If they did, like, a whole rework and now you're like the button pruning of the past,
yeah,
I think that would be a huge bummer, and people go, oh, now it's like a whole reset of the game. I mean, maybe something like that on World Source Saga. I'm not sure. It's very far out. Like 5 years from now. Any other hero talents you want to look at? I mean, I guess Druid's kind of one of the different ones because they have 4 specs. So
I think one of the coolest ones is Scale Commander Evoker. You want to look at, if you want to just think about some of the like very coolest effects that are on a hero talent tree. So yeah, Dev has it. Look at the top one there, Mass Disintegrate. Empower spells cause your next Disintegrate to strike up to 3 targets. You basically do this like Sarkareth mass AoE Disintegrate. It looks so cool. And I think the bottom one is Maneuverability, which lets you steer your Deep Breath, which is so cool as well.
Oh, that's cool. Okay.
Yeah, so this hero talent tree just has 2 extremely neat effects, and I think those are 2 of my top 5 favorite like hero talents as a talent point rather than a whole tree.
Okay. Is this the one people are playing?
Well...
Or if they were to play Dev?
I'm not sure. Flameshaper's also good. I think Flameshaper's maybe a little bit better for that, but I'm not 100% sure.
Oh, you're going to do one here in Golf?
Yeah, you get Engulf, which is also cool. This is cool. It's a little bit less incredible looking than Mass Disintegrate and Maneuverability, but I'm actually not sure what Dev plays. I haven't seen one yet this expansion.
They play Og.
Really sure, yeah.
That is the answer.
Yeah.
They play Og. They have Chrono Warden.
Chrono Warden is really cool as well. That's one of the coolest utility effects is Warp, which I forget which one it is. I think it's maybe one of those middle ones. Oh, there's the left one, yeah, where your hover now is a blink.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot about that. I remember reading about it.
Yeah, that one is extremely cool.
Yeah, if Og could get any more things.
Yeah, Og needed a little more utility, so they gave him the Chrono Warden tree.
Yeah, but those, I guess we'll let you guys at home check some of those out for yourself. I mean, I don't play much of the PTR or the betas. I like to go in just spoiler free and explore for myself. So it just is like refreshed every single spec basically.
100%. Yeah, I have I want to play all of the different hero talent trees and all the different combos and stuff.
Yeah, very awesome. So props to Blizzard on that. If anyone there's listening, I love it.
Agree.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of it for the main stuff. I don't know if we want to check in with Twitch chat. See
Yeah.
if they have any questions for us.
All right, chat. So here's the deal. We've got another hour or so where we will now be taking any questions that anybody has in either Twitch or YouTube chat. So either the Team Liquid Twitch or YouTube. You send some questions. You and I will do our best to try and answer some of them. One that I saw a while ago is just kind of when does the race start and why aren't we showing the heroic splits and stuff here on this particular stream? The answer is the race starts in earnest on Tuesday, right? And
Yeah.
the heroic splits, if you want to go watch them, you can. A lot of our players are streaming on their own individual channels. Does get a little bit, I would say, repetitive to watch the same bosses over and over again. So we made this little show so that we could talk for a little bit and do some context and stuff instead. But if you like, listening to Liquid comms while they do heroic bosses 20 times, the comms are really good.
Yeah, they are very fun.
Yeah.
And no pressure this time compared to Dragonflight in the time constraints, so they are a lot looser, and there's kind of no tilting. There have been some kind of dark times in the splits where they keep wiping to a boss, and they feel that time pressure. But now they're just vibing, hard vibing, as they say.
Somebody in chat says, what do you think of the trinket nerfs announced? I haven't seen any. Do you want to check if there's new from Wowhead and see if there's a... That could be a fun thing to look at.
Arakara coming off the list.
Yeah, if Sackbrood gets a nerf, that would be nice. That would save me a lot of Arakaras next week, which otherwise I'm going to be in the Arakara, dungeon in both senses of the word for a couple of days.
How do you feel about the people leaving?
Otherwise, it could be a tremendous bait, too. People leaving. That was a good drama point over the last couple of weeks as well. The people, joining and leaving groups after the first boss died.
Yeah, I've got them pulled up here if we want to look
All
at
right,
this.
let's pull up your screen then. We've got some trinket nerfs.
Yeah, I see at the very top, because it's spelled with an A, but also deserves to be at the top. Arakar Sackbrood, primary stat reduced 5%.
5%. Okay, I mean, that trinket was very far ahead of the other ones. I bet it's still good at 5% less primary stat, but I'm not 100% sure. Hopefully that means it's not BIS for everybody anymore.
Okay, it looks like this comes Tuesday with the class changes.
That makes sense, yeah. And it's ahead of the first Great Vault of the season to lower the impacts on players' gearing journey. Great. Yeah, I mean, this is a great time to do this.
Smart. All right, here we got the,
The Burn of the Candle King. I think that's a Delve trinket.
Okay. Absorb increased by, okay, we're now a buff.
Yeah.
And hopefully they buff a lot of these trinkets I keep getting.
This one's like a shield trinket. This is a healer kind of shield trinket that you put on somebody else. So the number was definitely pretty low on this. I'm not sure. It's a useful kind of effect, though, giving somebody basically a big ignore pain shield on themselves. Could be good. That's the kind of effect that's often very good in M+ as well, like high M+.
Yeah. Much like the Echo Notharian trinket. All right, Cinderbrew Stein.
This is a tank trinket. I think this one comes from Cinderbrew Meadery as well, which is not a dungeon in this season's rotation. I'm not 100% sure on that. But yeah, this one's kind of cool. You get some extra stats going around, and you also get a kind of cheat death proc type thing, but it happens when you go below 50%, so probably procs a little bit too often to be reliably used when you're actually in danger, but often enough that you're going to be reliably getting value out of it at least. They're buffing that by quite a lot as well, 20% on the absorb. That's a lot.
Yeah, and this Cyril Concoctory.
Yeah, so this one comes from City of Threads. It's an int trinket that lets you enhance your allies in unforeseen ways, and the effects have been increased by 5%. So kind of opaque text there, but
Yeah.
I don't remember anybody planning to use this thing. So increasing the effects is good.
More will. Red Harvester Edict. Another buff.
Yeah, this one. Okay, it's an Agi or int trinket. I'm not as familiar with this one, but
Might also be like a Delvish one.
yeah, the Black Blood. Maybe it's Arakara as well, because that kind of was reminiscent to the last boss. But oh yeah, okay, I remember this. Yeah, you either let the orb hit them to do damage, or you soak it yourself to get mastery. That's kind of a cool effect.
Okay. And then Miradol's.
Yeah, this one. This is a Dawnbreaker trinket. On use, 90-second CD trinket that is damaging and also giving your allies a verse buff. So kind of an AUG trinket, something like that maybe. And they're giving it more verse too, so cool.
All right, nice. Then the overclocked Gira Ring launcher.
That's a lot of
Maybe an
text.
Engineering trinket
Yeah.
on use by 10%.
It's something for sure. Yeah, okay, so this one, you, on use, a 2-minute CD, you do a bunch of damage, and then your auto attack give you cooldown reduction on that, and also damage sometimes.
All right. I mean, good to see some of the stuff buffs. It's always sad
Yeah.
when you get a trinket and it's like terrible.
Anytime you don't recognize a trinket in the list of trinkets being buffed as well, that's a good sign that it probably was a good one for them to buff, huh?
Yeah. Refracting aggression module.
Yeah, this
Another
one is
tank
really
one.
cool. This one makes your taunt into basically also give you a shield. It's a very cool idea in theory, although in practice you often are taunting like importantly and then it just kind of triggers when you wouldn't want the shield. So
Yeah.
that one's cool though at least.
Scrap Singer's Symphony.
Another large buff here, 15% on the absorb of that one. Another healer absorby trinket.
Yeah. And there's a lot of trinkets. A ritual knife.
Yeah,
Melee stab
this is a
reduced by
nerf on this
5%.
one. Interesting. I don't know how you could get a high level version of this. I thought this was just an open world trinket.
Yeah. Did the open world ones appear in Delves or are those separate?
I think they're separate. Maybe they're on the same loot table though. Yeah, maybe that's how you could get it.
Okay. And then we got this Shining Arthur insignia.
Another nerf as well. Okay.
Okay. And then Sikron's Endless Arsenal.
Buffing this one. Ooh, I was already using this thing. Nice.
Oh, nice.
Love to see that. This is an on-use trinket, agi or strength one. This one has kind of, you press it to do a bunch of damage every minute, and then it gives you like a little bit of flavor text basically. So you get some parry or avoidance, or you get some like movement speed that builds up while you stand still and then activates once you start moving, but it's not very much, right? Or you get some like bonus crit damage to shields, right? So some very conditional effects after you press these based on which of the weapons you're holding. Most of you just press it on CD and it does some damage.
Okay, nice. Nice to just get some free power. All right, this one looks like they just
Oh!
nerfed them.
It
for
got me.
tanks.
I was going to use those.
You're gonna.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so they basically, going into this expansion, they nerfed all DPS trinkets for tank specs by 33% so that you aren't encouraged to just use damage trinkets as a tank because stats do less damage for tanks than damage effects do, right? Because or than they do for damage dealers, so you would kind of get more value out of the ones that just do damage. And so Blizzard were like, yeah, we want to make them also less good for tanks than they are for DPS. But they missed these two until now.
And you knew of this.
Yeah, I was going to use the Flayed-Wing Toxin. Yeah, that one's the agi one, and this Fair Meat Hook is the strength one. Those are both from Necrotic Wake.
Oh, okay. Yes. All right, Spymaster's Web.
This one was really good for a lot of int users. Yeah, this was BIS for several of them as a mastery trinket that you basically build up small amounts of intellect up to 40 stacks over the course of the fight. And then on use, you consume all of them to get a huge amount of intellect. So if you've got like a 10-minute boss fight and you use this, with a lust at 8 minutes or something, oh, wow, that's a
Ooh.
lot of damage.
Yeah, that sounds very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, but only 5%.
Yeah, maybe still good.
They're doing light touches.
Yeah.
This,
Especially the nerfs.
say.
A lot of light nerfs and big buffs. Here's a big buff to Swarmlord's Authority. Unfortunately, the base numbers on this thing were so low. This is another tank trinket. The base amount absorbed on this thing is so low, I think it's still going to be pretty bad. Even 20% more. This probably needed to be like 200% or something.
they miss a 0. All right, Tome of Light's Devotion. Absorb and armor increased by 15%.
Yeah, it's another tank trinket that it was a pretty weird one. This one is a book, and the tooltip is also a book. A lot of reading needs to happen for this one.
Yeah, those are the ones, unless it's on a list of something I want, I just do not read. And this one, I think this one is pretty good too, this Twin Fangs. Oh, they increased
Buffing
it, maybe
8%
not.
on this thing. So
All right, nice. My Demon Hunter has this right now.
yeah, this is a City of Threads one as well. Another trinket from the dungeons too. So, and in this season's set too.
All right, nice. And then the last one, Vicious
Coaglam, I wanna say?
Glam.
Yeah.
Effect increased by 5%.
Yeah, this also a trinket I'm not super familiar with, but is getting a buff there. My guess is this is also a City of Threads trinket, but not 100% sure on that one.
Yeah. All right, it says here that they're kind of just doing some light touches, and then they'll only mess with stuff if they see like an extreme outlier in the future.
Yeah, our intent is to do these itemization tuning passes rarely, usually within the first week or so of a patch, and then take a more hands-off approach with room for a follow-up a few weeks after if any extreme outliers still exist unaddressed. Love that. I think that's very cool. And also, we've received feedback about the inconsistency of performance across Delves trinkets as a whole. We'll look to address them in a larger Delve-specific itemization
Ooh.
sweep in the coming weeks. That could be good. Probably not relevant for Race to World First. Delve Trinkets, low item level ceiling on those, right? Unless you're taking a hero one out of your vault or something. And most of them were a lot of them were pretty weak, I think, going into this. So, yeah, I'm happy to see trinket tuning, though. And I'm very happy to see them explain their thought process and tell us what to expect there as well.
Yeah, thank you for whoever asked that in chat. I had
great
no
question.
idea that they had these out there.
Very good question from Twitch chat. Well done, Twitch chat W. YouTube chat question here. What eye level are they getting to per character by the end of this week that we are all seeing?
Yeah, maybe I can pull up RaiderIO, see if
yeah, you want to look that up? I can do some rambling while you pull that up for sure. Currently, so there's a lot of sources of different item levels. The raid hero track stuff, we're looking at like 610 to 619 base drop eye level, I think, depending on which boss that's coming from. So my guess is that the main characters are going to be mostly holding a lot of 616, a lot of 619 pieces from the raid. Crafted pieces as well. You can get PvP crafted 610s if you're willing to do a little bit of PvP, which I bet they'll do to fill out whichever slots they can't get from the raid. Trinket slots might be a little bit lower item level, but my guess is that like 616, 617 will be the average once they are at the end of this week. Probably it's a little bit lower right now because there's probably still a lot of stuff they haven't sent yet.
Yeah, I've got it pulled up. THD lock, not even a letter after the name, just THD
Just
lock.
the original, the OG THD lock, okay.
Yeah, sitting at 613.
Okay, can we pull up the RaiderIO and see this this list here? Cool. 613 already.
Yeah, and they probably put
Still
off
hasn't killed
a lot of
Ansarek
things.
yet either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably not crafted.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're only crafting on characters they know are bricked.
Yeah, if you're crafting this week, you're using an enchanted runed crest, which is nice. That's giving you a cool 619. But if you're on a main character, you don't want to do that because you want to save those runed crests. And next week, you'll probably use an enchanted gilded crest and make a 636.
Yeah, they're basically trying their best to only use the tracks of gear that you can guarantee a slot, like a crafted item, until the last moment, and then they can craft and fill in a hole or just like juice up their weapon or something like that. So yeah, there'll be a moment where they all of a sudden just jump like 3 item level.
And there may even be things that they are delaying sometimes into the middle of Mythic Week as well, right? Like sometimes you kill the first few Mythic bosses before you decide which pieces to upgrade, for instance, right? Because what if that third boss drops an item for you and you've already upgraded in that slot? That's a disaster, right? So you kind of wait to send all those resources until you reach the real wall, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think THD Lock B's usually been the lucky one, but so I'm glad to see him on his actual
the OG.
Maybe he just renamed it. I'm not sure if he goes that hard. Yeah, and I guess so you can just see here. I'm kind of surprised there's not as many even as those. The two, Goop and THD, kind of sticking out. Then it kind of falls off into this 606, 605 range for the last few people. But yeah, these are, I would imagine this top page is probably like their mains.
Yeah,
I don't
two
think any of
impacts
the
up
alts
there.
will have like popped up into the top. I guess I don't know how many people this is, but this top list. See guild rank. Oh, yeah. Yeah, thank you for that question. So I'm trying to think. They'll go into next week. They'll probably do heroic splits. They'll look at their Grape Vault. They're not going to pick anything. They're going to save that also, like the crafting, and pick the Grape Vault item when it's needed or when they know for sure that they don't want any of the options but one, because they're just trying to min-max all items. We've been joined here by Sammy.
Yeah, this is her first proc of this Race to World First, huh?
Yeah, she'll come in a lot.
That's
as long as there's not food. She likes to sit where the food is. She loves.
I noticed that in the
Fire Up.
last couple of days. Yeah, I would be eating food, and all of a sudden, there she'd be.
Yeah. Missing an eye this time around. She had to get some surgery.
That happens.
Yeah, but she doesn't know anymore. She's just living her best life.
That's good.
Getting some good stuff. And any more questions from chat?
Feel free to add them away. I had a little restart of my computer that I ran there, so I've lost some of the chat history. So any further questions from chat, feel free to send them on in. We'll be happy to take a look at them. Looks like people are mostly talking about the dog
The dog.
Yeah, which doesn't surprise me. I think you get a dog on camera, and all of a sudden, that's what chat's going to be talking about for a little while.
Yeah, there is another dog. I think we heard it barking earlier.
Yeah, Luna, right?
Luna, yeah, she does not like me. I don't know why. I have 2 dogs. I love dogs, but I go to pet her and she just immediately starts barking.
Very good judge of character, I've heard.
I think it's the height or something.
All right, well, potato. Agree to disagree?
I think she's scared. I'm so intimidating and just huge.
Well, I don't think it's that, but again,
Could be that.
agree to disagree.
Maybe am I too huge for the dog chat?
All right. Yeah, stay small. All right, we have another question that has come in here of what is the best spec?
What's the best spec?
I'd say Fury Warrior.
Oh, I was going to count down.
What do you think the best is?
Yeah, Fury Warrior.
Fury Warrior, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, Fury Warrior. And then Outlaw was looking great, but got some nerfs.
So did Fury,
but probably still good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Arcane Mage is like a lot of focus on the range side.
Yeah. Arcane, Fury, Enhance, Outlaw. So I would say Arcane, Fury, Enhance would have been my 3 picks. All 3 got some little nerfs. I think all 3 are still going to be good. My guess is Fury is the kind of star of the show this Race to World First, but Arcane looks really good too.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. The last Warrior tier was Ny'alotha. Did it have good Warrior?
Yeah.
His arms kind of cranked.
Warrior's been 1 or 2 of in a lot of tiers. It used to be a 2 of pretty often because Rallying Cry used to be really valuable, right? So even if the Warrior damage wasn't incredible, you'd be really happy to get an extra Warrior for an extra Rally. They nerfed Rally a lot going into Amirdrassil, so now Warriors, the Rally doesn't do too much. It's like 8% health or something. It's nowhere near as big as it used to be, and they took away the talent that made it even bigger. So this would be the first like Warrior stack on its own merits rather than on the strength of extra rallies.
Yeah, it's I guess good for them. Good for I play a lot with the Fury Warrior, so he's very happy. He's doing a lot of damage. Seems great in dungeons also.
Yeah, Fury Warrior goes crazy in dungeons. You got just damage whenever you want it, damage for any number of targets. Very fun spec to play in dungeons. Very durable as well, unlikely to get killed by random stuff happening. So I would say if you're looking for a spec to play and you've ever liked Fury or Arcane or Enhance, those are my 3 kind of stars of the show. I would also say Frost Mage is really fun and good right now. Elemental Shaman is also really fun and good right now. Windwalker, fun, great. Ret Pally, also pretty good.
Personal favorite of mine. It's not great, but it's better than it's been in a long time, is Affliction Warlock.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah.
Afflock.
Big Affliction fan. It kind of fell off when they changed a lot with dots. A lot of the dot specs got kind of weird. Was it Shadowlands where they made dots like way less important for them, I believe? But yeah, they've trimmed down Affliction a lot. A lot of the specs I feel like have just kind of gotten smoothed out.
Yeah.
Very streamlined.
There used to be sort of this phenomenon where like 4 or 5 of the specs in the game would be fantastic multi-dotters. And they basically have taken all of those specs and no longer have that be a huge niche for them, right? Like Shadow Priest, Afflock, Balance Druid used to be these specs where you had a council fight and you were like, oh my god, we are top damage by a lot. And they sort of taken that out of the game. Afflock didn't really recover from that until right now, I would say, where they finally have the spec in a spot where it's feeling good again. And Malefic Raptor is still the main spender for that spec, but they found a way to make it not feel bad like it did all of Dragonflight.
Yeah, like extend your dots.
Yeah.
Very nice. And
you don't have Siphon Life anymore. Siphon Life being gone is... I've never preyed on anything's downfall more than Siphon Life when I was playing Afflock.
Yeah. That reminds me of like on Queen Ashara. There were people who played Siphon Life on that fight. I have no idea how they even did that.
I think absolutely.
Psychotic.
Absolutely. Just that is so confident to be able to talent Siphon Life on that fight.
I think it was one of the Chinese guilds or something that he played. He did a ton of damage.
Yeah, it's good.
You are crazy.
It's good. You just need to not mess up the global. You mess up one global, and for the next 20 seconds, you're just bricked, right? You got your wrong dots on everybody, and you're just trying to rebuild.
Yeah. All right, any other questions?
Yeah, we have a question from YouTube chat that says, do we have an estimated gold spend this tier?
Ooh.
We don't currently, but that is a great question, and I'll try and see if I can find out. My suspicion is it's actually probably a somewhat expensive tier already, not because of buying any BOEs or stuff, although I'm sure that is happening, but the crafting all the items is just kind of costly, especially if you're trying to 5-star those 610s, those 606s or whatever. Those are a lot of rank 3 mats. Are really expensive. You're talking about like, oh yeah, the staff is going to cost me $200K. and I have to do it on all 15 of my mirrors. That's a lot of gold.
Yeah, because they're crafting this on all the guys just so they're powerful to do the splits.
Yeah.
And like they probably hate it, but all the raiders are having to do the professions so that they have the concentration so they can make sure they can get these things. So that you go into the guild tab right now, and it's just like a page filled with like different things they all want crafted.
Oh.
But they're all nomads because there's some, I don't know how they're like divvying out all the stuff, but I wish I could help, but it's like I'm not paying for that.
That is tough. The enchants as well.
Yeah, the
Super
dust
expensive.
is so expensive. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. All right. Another question from chat. What do you think the tank meta will be?
Ooh. I'll say first because you probably have a better idea.
Go ahead.
I'm going to think if they need a grip, they're going to want the Death Knight.
It's usually one of the best ways to get a grip.
Yes. And I'm not sure. It would have to be on one of the near the end bosses that they would commit something like that. So I don't know if they'll do a DK. I'm going to just go with Guardian for Mark of the Wild. And I have to think. I'm not sure how the balance is on him either. Okay, this is hard. Maybe Guardian. Let's just say DK just in case.
DK Bear?
Yeah.
That is currently what I'm planning to play is DK Bear. I think with the buffs to the other Druid specs, you could get away with not using the Bear anymore. And I think Brewmaster is really sick too. And then you don't have to play a Mistweaver, and maybe like a Windwalker is good. But I think a Brewmaster is a great way to get your Mystic Touch. So I think maybe Brew DK is going to be a pretty common setup. I'm down on DKs a little bit. Like when I made my tier list a couple weeks ago for Wowhead for tanks, I put DK kind of alone in A tier, and then most of the rest in B tier, and then Prop Pally in C tier, because Prop Pally has this slight problem where a light breeze hits and you fall over dead. That's that
is an issue.
It is an issue with that spec. The auto attack will kill you. So that's a sketchy thing about that tank. I think all the other ones are totally good and usable in Mythic, and it's just kind of a question of which one is going to slot in your raid buff best, and also whether you want that DK. First of all, are DKs especially durable? I thought the answer was yes, and now I kind of think it's not even that much better than a lot of the other tanks at surviving, and Death Grip doesn't seem that sick, except on Overnax, where Mass Grip on those parasites is really good. So I do think, even if they don't main DKs, I think like 2 Blood DKs might come in on that fight for a lot of guilds that have access to a decently geared DK alt. But yeah, I would say DK Brew, DK Bear, Bear Brew, Vengeance, honestly. Like, you could play Vengeance. Vengeance is not bad.
Yeah, that's
and Havoc kind of is. I mean, Havoc's fine, but I don't think you're going to be super excited about playing one, and I think you would maybe be excited about getting to cut one. So
yeah, okay, I'll change my answer. Bear, DH.
Bear, DH. Okay, cool. Yeah. I mean, I think that's a good comp. I suspect we're going to see quite a bit of diversity among even the top 10 guilds in terms of tank comps.
Okay, that's cool. Would you say that that's kind of the deciding factor on what tanks you play in a tier is to make up for a raid buff?
Yeah, I think the raid buffs and then the Blood DKs, because Blood DK is uniquely good at Death Grip. You have a 15-second CD on Death Grip instead of 25. You have Mass Grip. A-Bomb Limb also, you're very happy to talent and use that and bring the mobs exactly where you want to be. So 1 Blood DK is probably worth like 2 DPS DKs in terms of how much grip value you're bringing. So if grips are good, Blood DKs are often good. But aside from that, if you don't need the grips, then yeah, I think you're often just looking at playing some raid buffs in those spots. Sometimes you want to play a tank based on damage and survivability, but usually you want to just fill out a raid buff there so that then you get 1 more of whatever DPS spec you want to stack instead of filling out a raid buff in that role.
Okay. Yeah, I've tanked a few raids. Had me doing some Nathria on farm. I was tanking on my DH, but I never did Denathrius. Thank goodness. I heard that was a nightmare. But
dude, Sire Denathrius, yeah, Sire Denathrius and the Jailer were 2 bosses that just auto-attacked. It was like a truck hitting you every time those bosses auto-attacked. Sire Denathrius would literally teleport behind you, and you'd say, nothing personal, kid, and punch you in the back, you'd die.
Yeah. On top of you had to be in such specific spots, otherwise just game over. Oh, grip the raid to the wrong spot. Yeah,
that was very, very intense. Starting in Shadowlands, really, the tanking role became... It used to be true that tanking was like by far the easiest thing to do in Mythic progression. Starting in Shadowlands, a lot of bosses have made that not as true anymore. Sarkareth, another good example of a boss that's just pretty hard to tank. A lot of stuff going on, yeah.
All right. Any other questions?
Let's see. One question is, what changes would I make to the Wowhead tier list after the first few days of Heroic Week, which is kind of interesting one. I guess it's maybe a me question rather than a Race to World First question. There is a question as well of, do we have a YouTube stream? Yes, we do. There's a YouTube and Twitch stream, so either of those are options for you. Let me see if I can find what the name of the YouTube channel is real quick that you can look for if you want to. Team Liquid MMO is the name of the YouTube channel. So if you want us on Twitch, it's twitch.tv/Team Liquid. If you want us on YouTube, it's Team Liquid MMO.
Yeah, and the guides are on that channel as well
Yes.
if you need to see them. So go in there.
One question is, how's the food at the venue so far?
Oh, it's been great.
Not
Today-
only is it great, but I can smell it right now. I can smell the dinner. Our caster setup is dangerously close to the kitchen, so there's going to be anytime there's a shift that overlaps with mealtime, it's going to be a lot of willpower to not just have us kind of be looking over there longingly.
Yeah, I know. I can smell it right now. I think we're about an hour out, maybe 45 minutes. It is just this direction. I think that's where the dog went as well.
Yeah, I suspect that the dog smelled it before we did.
Yeah.
That's usually how that works, huh?
Yeah, the dog is the child of the chefs.
I see.
So she comes by for dinner, says hi to everybody, and then goes, okay, feed me.
Yep. That's a good trade deal, I'd say.
Yeah, it's orange chicken tonight. It's
I've
one of
heard
my
that's a fan
favorites.
favorite, yeah.
Yes, I'm very excited. We had, there were the bear sandwiches, some sort of
Yeah, there's a
meat
TV
and-
show. I haven't actually watched it. I've heard it's good. I need to watch that show.
Yeah, I saw the first season or two. I can't remember where I left off, but
Okay.
yeah, it's fun.
Maybe we could watch it together sometime.
Yeah, after the race.
It'd be fun.
A little bear. There's over there. I don't know if you explored the Alienware training facility. There's kind of like a theater room over there at the end, and it's got like a big couch. We watched the Mario movie
Okay.
after one race and some Succession.
Ooh, I did like Succession.
Yeah,
That was
was
a good
fun.
show. One question that I think is kind of interesting to bring it back to talking about the Race to World First is, will there be a wall on Mythic before the last two this tier? So when somebody says wall in this context, if you're new to Race to World First, it's like a boss that is like a brick wall right in the middle of the raid. I think the archetypal example of this, not to date myself too much, 10 years ago, Gorefiend, right? It was
Yes.
it's halfway through Hellfire Citadel. You're killing bosses, 10 or 15 pulls. You reach Gorefiend, and you spend a month just fighting this absolutely turbo difficult boss in the middle of the raid.
So for it to be a wall boss, do you think the bosses after need to be easier?
Yeah, I would say you need a difficulty spike, and then after there's a couple of easier ones. So, although maybe, Halandris is another one that I think would be very fair to describe as a wall, and it's not like there were easy bosses after Halandris. So maybe it's just a mid-raid spike in difficulty, and then it either goes down or it doesn't accelerate too much more afterwards. It stays maybe flat.
Yeah, I would say I was going to say K'viira, but then that's getting near the end where...
K'viira, I think, could be like a Halandris, though, where it's like, it's really hard, and then also the bosses afterwards are hard.
Yeah.
Painsmith was another one that it wasn't too much of a wall because it was only killed in like 100 pulls, but it was a very hard boss that was also very cool in the middle of Sanctum.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would be surprised if like Rashanan or something was a wall this tier, anything early in the raid.
Yeah, they would. The tuning would just have to be like ridiculous.
It would probably qualify as a mistake of tuning for
Yeah.
any of the other bosses to be a wall before K'viira or maybe Overnax. Overnax could be one of those surprise walls. Halandris was a surprise wall.
Yeah, that was a crazy thing. Like
Yeah.
when you're getting into like day 3, it was like, what is happening?
Yeah, that was
That was a crazy fight.
that could have been an end boss in any other tier.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. I mean, my guess is probably no, but if yes, it's probably K'viira.
Yeah.
Great question. Who do we think is going to be topping the meters for Team Liquid? Comes another question from chat. Also, Kalamazi's in chat. Hi, Kalamazi.
Yo, Florida man.
Yeah,
Gets here in a couple days.
yeah.
Yeah, I'll save you some pizza.
Ooh.
I'll put it in the fridge in your hotel room. Don't ask me how I got the key.
Dude, there was one of the previous races I've done with Kalamazi. There was a half-eaten burrito in his hotel mini fridge for several days. So
Yeah. I've roomed with them a few times, and there's one you just open the fridge, and there's like 5 different chicken parms and like other things. You're like, when are you going to eat these?
Oh,
'Cause you
no.
just keep bringing back more food than you would eat, and just piles up.
catastrophe, absolute catastrophe.
What was the question again?
Who do we think is going to be topping the meters for Team Liquid? Although before we get that, he says he can't eat pizza. That's so messed up.
Oh, what?
Save him some pizza. Yeah, he got some stomach thing now or something.
Oh, we're getting old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, who's topping the meters for Team Liquid?
Riku,
Riku.
Fury Warrior. He's topping them right now. If you look at the splits, he's blasting.
I'm going to go with Impact.
Impact.
Yeah.
Hand Shaman,
Yeah.
most likely.
Mostly because you already picked Riku, and
Yeah.
I had a different answer than you. I'm changing my mind from earlier when I said pick the same thing as somebody else if you had the same answer.
Oh,
Now I want to differentiate myself.
okay.
I want to blaze my own trail, be my own man, you know?
Yeah, then you can be right. Instead of us sharing the glory, you can be like,
Yeah,
"We're
exactly.
wrong."
Glory shared is glory divided. Somebody in chat says, with the way Arcane's looking, I'd assume either Fired Up or KSP, depending on gear. Fired Up is another safe answer, I'd say, for
Yeah.
being top of the meters. Yeah, it's a good comms chat. Depends on AUG, though. That's true. Whoever's getting AUG'd.
Ooh, yeah.
Presumably
probably
all of them
both.
will be getting AUG'd.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think it'll switch up just on cooldowns.
Yeah.
They literally, every single ebb and might is planned out in prescience.
Somebody in chat asks, what are our thoughts on Outlaw after the nerfs?
I forgot how big the nerf was. It seemed,
Not too big, yeah.
yeah. And it was doing a lot of damage when we looked.
Yeah, and the
When
set
you were
bonus
seeing
got
that.
some compensation buffs.
Yeah.
My guess was already that Outlaw would kind of fall off into Mythic, and it would look better here on Heroic Week than it will in Mythic.
Okay.
But I wouldn't be surprised if it was the spec that they use on some of those fights, yeah.
Yeah.
I think probably still only one rogue would be my
Yeah.
guess.
Those are hard to fit in unless
Yeah.
you need soaks or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I agree.
Somebody in chat asks, who ran by with that cardboard cutout? Yeah, that's a reference to a famous Max meme of how in every photo of him he always looks like a 2D cardboard cutout.
Yeah, there's usually a max somewhere. Maybe it'll come when the race is kind of more
A cutout somewhere.
full swing. There's a cutout of Max kind of lurking around every corner.
Mm. Awesome. All right, cool. I think we got some good questions answered from our chats here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, I guess dinner's kind of soon.
I can smell it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
It's usually orange chicken with broccoli. I'm going to slam so much of that. But before I get into the orange chicken, let's take a look at the Coinbase leaderboard.
Let's do it.
You can see the guilds that have killed the last boss, Queen Ansarek, on Heroic. It's kind of filled out now, I believe.
Yeah, a lot of guilds have now taken out Ansarek, which is kind of to be expected. Liquid haven't done it yet, but that's largely due to waiting to get the right, to be optimal to get all the splits done first, to know who needs the Omni tokens, and then to kill Ansarek as many times as possible, so with as many helpers as possible as well. But we do have a top 10 rounded out of the Coinbase leaderboard. Last Exile, the world first on Heroic there.
Yeah, nice.
A couple of names I recognize there as well. Blue Shoe, I think another name for Guild End Myth that often does pretty well on these heroic races to world first.
Yeah, I see XD there. I've known some Raiders in there before. So
Yeah.
congrats to all of them. And let's take a look at our Honda boss progress. You can see the bosses in the raid, what Liquid's been up to. Yeah, they're 7 of 8, just waiting. They've done some polls, some science polls on Queen Ansarek, and they're probably getting close to when they're just going to start slamming those out.
Yeah.
Either later tonight or tomorrow.
Yeah, I think tomorrow's also some travel happening, so it might be
Ooh.
a Sunday thing because
Okay.
all the players are going to be, or a lot of players are going to be in the facility, but a lot of the Americans were waiting until later to travel. All the EU players are already here.
Yeah. Keep forgetting about the travel day for them because I'm usually here after
Yeah.
all the players have gotten here. So yeah.
Yeah, for some reason they brought us two out early this time around, inexplicably.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's been fun though.
it has been fun. It's been a blast.
Yeah, so there's their progress. This will get a lot spicier. You see they got a world second on the Ovanax.
Yeah, hoping to get better than that once we get to Mythic.
Yeah. All right, here's our boss web. You can see there you can choose the two. And this extra web, boss web this time around with all the
Yeah.
spiders and bugs.
Do you imagine making this really cool boss web tech and then you go to raid where it's just all the bosses are in a line? Pretty unlucky.
Yeah.
Once we get to a more open, non-linear raid, this tech is going to be really cool to look at.
Yeah, it's been nice in some other raids.
Yeah.
Yeah, so stay tuned for some of that. And also, if you missed the beginning of the show, they did announce the apparel. I am not wearing it. It's an old one. You can see it at tl.gg/RWF. There's some great mouse pads, hoodies, a jersey, and then the 2 shirts.
Yeah.
The Spy Derp
Spider.
there at the bottom left. I think Aya maybe drew the one last time, so maybe she drew this one. Great artist. Fantastic work.
Really,
And then,
really something.
yeah, these jerseys look really nice in person. I think they update them every tier. It's hard to tell from here what it looks like. It's got a little Ansarek on it or something. Maybe an Anubaresh, who's on the mouse pad, and then Ansarek also. and the back of the shirt looks pretty cool. It says Ansarek, and it's kind of like webbing down or something like that.
Yeah, like long extra spidery legs kind of coming down. Very cool.
Yeah, the graphic work great on the apparel as always, and the hoodie, my favorite. They've updated the front. It used to have a different like liquid, I think it said Team Liquid maybe on the others, maybe Liquid Guild, but they've updated the front for this War Within, and then the back we've got a Queen Ansarek again, I believe.
Just everybody in chat right now, take a look down, look at your mouse pad. Like, is that thing all gunky and old and tattered? Time to replace that with a nice Queen Ansarek one. I think it probably is. So
yeah, usually the gunk builds up about a tier length.
Yeah, about 1 tier per mouse pad. Yeah, and then although there are extremely durable, long-lasting ones. If you get one of these, they'll probably last several tiers. But a subpar inferior mouse pad from somewhere else would need to get replaced. I would say urgently with one of those from tl.gg/rwf.
Yes, I love mine.
Yeah.
Right now, in the room over there, I'm using an Amirdrassil one.
Nice.
And at home, I think it's the Aberrus one. It's like a really bright orange color. I like orange.
I'm gonna try and steal one at the end of this race. Just take one with me. See if I can get out of the building without being caught.
No, I think that if it's like the other times, there'll be a stack
Oh.
of them. And
Stealing is less fun if it's allowed, but I'll still do it.
yeah, maybe don't ask and take it. And
Okay, just pretend to myself that it's not allowed.
yeah, the thrill.
Yeah, good idea.
All right, well, that brings us to the end of our show. So thank you, everybody who watched. And also thank you to our sponsors, Coinbase, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, SUI, Alienware, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and DungeonDojo. Thank you for joining me, Jatnos. We will not be here tomorrow. We will be here Monday. They're going to rerun yesterday's show and today's show over the weekend. So if you want to catch up on that, going to see what we're talking about, you can go and watch that. Also, the Raiders are streaming. I think if you go to the Team Liquid on Twitch, you can see like everybody who's streaming.
Yeah, there should be people streaming, even though there's a travel day tomorrow. There will be people doing their delves, doing their dungeons, hanging out in chat and stuff. So should be a good time. Pretty chill weekend as we're sort of gearing up for Mythic Week when things are gonna really get started. They're also gonna try and make sure that they stock up on sleep, bank some extra sleep hours these next couple of days so that they can have a little bit extra in the tank for Mythic.
Yeah, get up bright and early. Hopefully no maintenance, and then just get in there and slam it out. So yeah, thank you everybody. We're gonna go eat some food and have a good night. Have a good weekend.
You want to see something really cool?
Where else can we go?
This is the Honda Prologue. We can go anywhere we want.
Hi, my name's Atlas. I play Death Knight for Liquid Guild. Some of the features of the Alienware Pro Line mouse that I've really enjoyed. It's extremely lightweight. It glides effortlessly across like a mouse pad. The clicks feel very responsive and give you feedback. I love how this mouse feels. WoW players inherently mash their keyboards like crazy, so it's good to have a reliable keyboard that is responsive and easy to have clicks on the keys. Can I keep it?
Hi, I'm Exile and I play Rogue in Liquid Guild. Personally, my favorite feature about the Pro Line mouse is that it feels light as a feather, it's really smooth, and I have no questions on whether or not I'll be able to use it for very extended periods of time. The customizability of the Alienware keyboard is a great feature to have, as you're able to change the lighting whenever you want and even change between switches.
Hi, I am Bubba Dub. I am a analyst/officer in Liquid Guild. The main feature that I really like about the mouse is the side buttons. They give you direct feedback on whether you pressed it or not. The weight and the shape of this mouse are perfect for me. This keyboard is definitely something that I would use at home for general use and for gaming. The way that the keyboard feels to me, I get instantaneous feedback on what button I pressed and how I pressed it.
Hi, my name is Max and I'm the raid leader of Liquid Guild. Alienware Pro Mouse is actually great. It's wireless, it's super easy to deal with. It has great skates, so it actually will glide really well. You could use it all day and you don't get sore at all. So the Alienware Pro Line keyboard is actually great for WoW. If you want smaller desk space taken up by your keyboard, it can also connect to 3 different devices through Bluetooth. And just overall, it has a great feel. This might be the best keyboard I've ever used.
Alright, dodge circles, then decimates, you go to green and blow up the clones. See a ring. Or neck. Whatever it is, there it is.
With the socket,
Boom.
Natty.
Boom.
Wow, that is a lot of gold.
That matters.
Plus 10G.
Oh wait, that's the neck? I thought that was a wall glaive.
Nah, it looks like a scarab.
But it actually looks like this.
Are we crafting now?
Yeah, you're right.
Should trash first.
Wait, they're showing the apparel? They get released?
It scales with people in the raid, so if we craft while they do trash, we gain time.
There's a lot of sass coming from Riku, man. That is
I don't
sassy.
see a tweet for the apparel at all.
Riku, what if they just chain wipe on trash and then we have to come back and do trash?
We're not gonna change like
Everyone is not crafting like 5 of
Yeah, it's literally the same time, man.
For shit.
No, you're just making shit up.
Apparel is up there.
Dude, Drani just said that they're
Nice.
chain wipe. What the fuck, Drani? I already pulled everything.
Blood off.
Yeah, I kind of want not.
You'll flip that?
You guys should not take this sass from Drani, honestly.
I mean, look at me.
Why are you even over there, man?
I did, like, your class.
I pulled everything.
You DK.
I already pulled everything.
I
in
kite
the
for
room.
melee and you don't have thread, it's like classic Scott.
Bro, is melee over there on that acolyte?
Melee.
He's... Just got an amber alert for a fucking idiot. He's 15 yards through the wall in front of me. What the fuck? Wait, Impact just messaged me, he's 2 yards away from him. What?
What's the order?
On the website? Oh shit.
No.
Good vibes.
Ding. Yuri also got the alert.
That's...
Did you get the alert or not?
I got an alert, yeah. It's like through my wall.
Look at it in a second. Hold on, let me finish up this trash.
Yeah. I guess they alert. How does that even work?
Alright, we're gonna craft.
Tip off.
Right?
Yeah, go craft. Everyone get away from the middle.
Need a portal because my art zone is as far away as possible.
Let me see.
Helpers do not take the portal.
Oh, wrong portal. Do not click the portal, that's Stormwind. My fucking keybinds on this guy are sketchy. Where is it?
Make staff.
Wait, isn't Stormwind quicker than... Stormwind quicker than Harping though, for sure.
You need a sword,
now.
right, Riku?
Yeah.
Dude, okay, the apparel looks fucking sick,
You only
though,
do
doesn't
Sword
it?
Rico, and do you do Axe as well?
No, for transport.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure the fucking apparel that they made this year is just the best they've ever made. It goes hard as fuck. Damn, they picked some good fucking photos for these. Look hard as fuck. Dude, okay, real quick. Tell me this shit isn't Riz. Tell me this shit isn't the most aesthetic combo you've ever fucking seen in your life. Look at these dudes, man. Look at these little smirks. W smirks.
We're gonna need a restock of the blacksmithing mats.
Yeah, alright, we'll do a ping.
Yeah, ping in the crafting channel.
Good fucking vibes. You guys see the announcement video, by the way? The announcement video goes hard as fuck. Dude, maybe looks so sick.
Are the crafters doing that, or do we need to like put that shit in?
Maybe looks like a fucking beast, dude.
Sure, they'll be stick.
Is anyone else crafting a sword?
What
Is Max standing on a box? They had everybody standing on a box except
It's
Max.
the
When we were doing the
alloy
shoot, it was actually funny as
charged
fuck.
alloy and ironclaw alloy. Mostly sanctified though.
Boom, 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 boom. Thing, are you logging?
Nah, I could.
Anyone have a mailbox?
You're good.
I can do whatever. I'm just here for the ride because my guy is cool.
Oh no, live your life. That's
I mean,
good. I was just wondering.
There just wasn't
Atlas
enough
is
DPS.
pretty much begging you to AUG right now. Second.
I'm not. I'm not. I'm not.
But I'll
I'm not. I'm not. I'm just wondering. It was inquisitive. It was not suggestive. Alright, up. Can I give you my gland?
Yeah, take your gland.
Here you go.
You
Alright,
give
my
me your
organ.
whole organ.
Yeah, my organ. Sorry.
I'm sending my staff in a moment.
Let's get someone's get us someone on THD. I'm seeing weak aura error. Or misser. Yeah, we are good. You already checked your sub on tabs in.
Missing weak aura on Carrot Cat.
Yeah. See if they're already up, they might be DC'd.
I think it's game crashed.
Oh.
Yeah.
If it game full crash, you might have to re-import. Because sometimes, like, if you don't like log out before it, we'll just delete if you all have more. Any like changes you make. You have it, Atlas. The
up.
I think this smacker does it. Hold on.
All right. Oh, the
W.
Boom! I got it.
Somebody else liked it. I'm getting Bubba dubbed.
Bubba. Yo, Boomy.
Yeah.
Put that on me. I'll put you where you want to be.
All right.
Dude, I think I found the worst stealth trinket in the game.
Is it the lantern?
No, it's Wildfire Wick.
Is Carrot good now?
Is it that candle with one of some of the...
Yeah, it's look, it's I have it equipped. Bro, I just looked on
All checks passed.
Sickran. Get it doing the timer.
Oh yeah, that one is fucking bad.
It does 1.6% of my damage as a tank. And it doesn't have fucking agi on it. Oh, strength. Like, what the fuck? That has to be like the actual worst thing they've ever put in the game.
Alright, get ready to get out with these circles. Get out. Properly to the back. How'd you die?
Probably.
What happened? Oh, you walked into the puddle. Okay, the puddle's hurt puddle's hurt on heroic. You can't step in the middle.
And if you ever get the webs, you pop it to a defensive.
We should start looking at who's sketchy because it's gonna get real on Silken Court.
Yeah. Forgot
This
about
tiny M guy is very sketchy.
Get out.
Dude.
Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. We get some ads soon. Get ready. Try to put them up front if you can. Good.
What way is he going?
It's gonna go right. Boomy cheat to the right. Boomy cheat to the right.
He always goes right.
As a boom, when he jumps up, you're gonna roar. Or now?
And everybody go right, yep.
Always right. Jump over the puddles, they hurt. Also run around the side of them. They hurt really bad. Don't get hit. We're gonna get a group soak at the end of this. You guys are gonna use your strongest defensive. Everybody has to be inside of it. I'm gonna AMZ it. Everybody stack up on the boss, right in front, where the green marker is. Back up, and get in the group soak right now. Your strongest defensive in here. Strongest defensive, it hits hard. Those who died, did you press the defensive or no?
Yo, I think Sari saved my life. Did you life me there? I was about to fall off.
We're gonna have to replace some people after this one, I think.
Saw my life flash before my eyes.
Aye, aye, Captain.
I did heal you though.
The healers are sketchy as fuck. That nice.
Perfect. Yo, what the fuck?
Not you though. You're great.
You're fucking lucky you said that, man.
I know you're not saying that to the ego right now.
Ads. Out.
I'm just like dying.
Get out.
Yeah, I'm crying.
This is wild. I've never had this happen.
Good. The next group soaks are gonna hit. The next group soaks are gonna hit really hard. I'm gonna call more cooldowns for them.
Did you get it, man?
Yep. Yeah.
Alright, same thing. God bees, roar.
Enough mana potions on his character.
Else kick. When we get there, strongest defensive, health pot if you're low, below half. Riku, you're gonna rally, Scott's gonna AMZ. It's gonna be in a weird spot. Make sure you get there. Lost another person. Make sure you're in. It also fucking has a big suck now because people are dead. As they're spawning. This group is bad. Get out. More set ads. What did I just do with my cooldowns? Another set of 2s coming up. Why the fuck did I do that? I'll just pull next set of ads, whatever. I just do. More set ads.
Do we have res?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chase the boss, Ribbons War. Don't touch the puddles at all. Like, actually dodge between them. We have such few people. Fucking sketchy right now.
The suck will be real, by the way.
Suck is gonna be very real, yeah.
Should we suck? Yeah, we should probably suck, yeah.
All the helpers get inside the soak. All the helpers inside the soak. Everybody else stay out. Godspeed.
Dude, he made it back on. You see that?
Get out.
I know some niggas that talk good, the wise men from a long line of bitch made and bridesmen. You never had nothing but fucking dreams, you just caught up in the hype. The fashion is so it seems, the limelight. I know that I rhyme tight, no need for your 2 cents and burning your blueprints. These people think I really give a fuck about the shit they give a fuck about. Just need a moment of silence, just close your fucking mouth. Infatuated with violence.
More set ads.
So you don't know that I'm serious, know what I'm talking about.
Out with the webs.
You got punchlines for days, it's so generic, you float. Too cold, your age. You got punchlines for days, so generic, you float. You're too cold, your age. Yeah, and I'm so misrepresented by niggas that claim they souls was never.
Good work.
And I'm so misrepresented by niggas that claim
Alright, the next bosses are going to be very, very hard for healers especially, so we're just going to trim the group a little bit so that we can make sure to one-shot all the rest. But thank you for coming. Alright. Relisting. Need, oh my god, 3 healers. This might be the worst trinket they've ever made.
Transmitter one. You sure there's the one
Yeah,
off,
yo, I thought it was good, and then I pressed it one time and spent the next 18 seconds just running around in circles trying to figure out where this orb is.
Yeah, dude, my first run using it as well. I think I missed 2 in a row on that one.
Can you still see other people's
Use kicks and
balls,
stuff.
too?
Use kicks and stuff.
Well, the bad part is you can see everybody's pets and like the 20 things going on in melee and the fucking armies and the dragons flying overhead and the boss.
No, it's good. There's a lot of visual clarity.
And that's why I...
And this ball, this ball is maybe like fucking 10 pixels wide.
Yeah, it's so bad.
Yeah, I don't know, when you're in a room and it just goes up the wall. I don't know what's going on. At least on beta, that's what it was doing. It just started glitching.
Low key,
Yeah.
the ball isn't even the worst one. It's the stain in the circle. The stain in the circle is completely covered by everybody.
Yeah, I agree.
Because you can run, you can run around. Yeah, you can run around aimlessly and maybe get the orb. You can't do that with the fucking stand in the circle thing.
Bro, combat res.
Who? Come on. Oh, we need 1 healer for sure. At least.
Yeah.
Is rocking with Emeralda? Emeralda's kind of a beast mode.
Yep.
Since a shorty mama was needing a dough, I've been breaking bread. Grew up in the church, did the stained glass fam. I've been breaking bad in the breeze on some windbreaker shit in these trees. Like I got a hidden dragon. The balance is evident. Avatar never out of my element. If I can, I'm Star Trekking it too. I mean, let's be for real. Y'all can't glow with my hue go. A clock light years with the hue blow. A nigga too far ahead. Too slow coming off of the line. They talk drag, but it's a marathon. I thought he told you. I just keep mopping these flows. I just keep it clean as I'm supposed. Fabric softener. These niggas is hoes fresh out the machine.
Can you guys make sure they have the weak core? In the Discord.
I don't have the thing. Sang, do you have it? That like.
I have the WeakOR one.
Yeah.
I don't have the Discord. So, you just right click the checks thing and it whispers all of them. Bang.
We're in teamed out, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. Definitely have to print the group. The healers were too sketchy. All these bosses are healer bosses now. Can we summon everybody, please? Everybody click. Summon every single person that's not here. Once everybody's in Discord, then I'll explain. Boom, can you put marks? Alright. Dude, that was fuck.
It's purple, not blue, right?
Yeah. That was the fastest shit I've ever seen in my life. Are you a robot?
I'm just ready.
Fuck? How did you... Dude, you're so young, it's fucking wild. You hit every egg on the same second.
Yeah, it's probably lag.
What the fuck?
Boomy plays fucking Osu, bro.
No, it's not lag, dude. He's got the fountain of youth in him.
Big Osu guy? Boom?
Yeah, massive Osu guy.
Lockout checker's also good for everybody, right?
Aren't you a big anime fan? Boomy?
Yeah, I love anime. I watch anime every day.
Yeah, I wondered because I was tuned into your Brawl stream the other day and saw the Attack on Titan poster in the back.
All checks.
All checks pass. Okay, great.
Just wait for
The summon
do
check
it.
is not passed.
Let's do a Discord check. If you guys are in Discord and you can hear me, hit no to this ready check. Hit no if you can hear me. Comments? Okay, hips. Okay, one more check for hips and KV. Hit no. Hit no if you can hear me.
KV is here.
Okay, all good.
Hips
all
is not here, I think.
No, he just joined. Alright, we're good. Okay, this fight. You're gonna get 4 circles to break the eggs. They're gonna always be marked with a color. You're gonna get assigned which color to go to. Just make sure you get to your egg. We can't miss any of them, okay? There's only gonna be one sketchy one when the boss is covering it. It's right here. It's gonna be purple. I'll make sure that you guys know that purple's always under the boss. But as a general rule of thumb, you guys can never miss these. For the healer helpers, there's gonna be a dispel debuff that goes on people. You cannot dispel it until they're out of the raid with it. It roots everybody once you dispel it inside the circle. So just hold off on dispels on those. You guys see these small eggs right here? We're gonna stack the boss on these every time we are breaking them. I want 1 stun going out on them at least, and I want the range standing away from them when they pop. These are the prio. We're gonna blow these up as quick as we can. These have worms that we kick. Alright, here we go. All right, we're going to get some webs. You guys are going to get out of the raid with these, okay? Giant circle.
Healers don't dispel until people are out of the group.
Oh, please don't. Get out. Everybody, one defensive right now. A big one. This hurts. You guys have to press a defensive. Please. Yeah, now we're good. All right. When this cast finishes, you're going to get egg breaks. Look at where the colors are. They're all on the right. You guys have to go to your color. Purple is directly underneath the boss. Make sure you make it to purple. Here it comes. Ready to go to eggs. Go to your color. Go to the color you're assigned. Blowing up. Good, we're gonna go across the room now. I did that without a trinket, man. Okay, look at the colors here. We're gonna get out with the webs. That's the next thing that's coming. Green and orange are in front of the boss. Make sure you know where you're going. Web breaks are gonna come in 4 seconds. Get out of the raid with these. Spell them once they're out. Good. Go to your color now. Go to your color.
Warrior.
We're going to stack it on top of the small ads. I want 1 stun of them, and I want them blown up immediately. Pull them up. Pick the worm. Going across. Molasses. Alright, we're good. Okay, look at the colors. Orange is on the right on the small eggs. Just make sure you know what color you're going to. We're going to stack it on top of orange once they break. Here they come. Go to your color. Same thing as before. I want 1 stun on top of orange when it pops. Make sure to AoE here. I need to die quicker than that. Now just hit the boss. Boss damage. The boss is going to run away. Ribbons are going to roar it when it goes. We're going to chase the boss. It's going to run to the right. When it reaches the canister, we're all going to use a big defensive. Chase the boss. Good. Look at the colors. They're all on the right, okay? Look at the colors right now. 1 defensive from everybody. Big one. Make sure to use it. Good. Look at the eggs. Make sure you get there. Purple's right underneath the boss. Make sure if you get purple, you go there. Hit your egg with your circle. They're all on the right. Break your color. We're gonna stack it on top of green. Alright, range get kicks on the worm, please. Blow it on orange. Melee are gonna blow up the one orange.
Okay.
Good. We're going to the new eggs. Good. Range spread out. You guys are going to get webs. Get out of the raid with them. Green and orange are in the front.
Cannot hear you, man. Alright.
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 Made a craft. Need to find out what I'm crafting too.
Nick, you said that for an hour, man.
That's all I need to find out for. Too busy.
Okay, well, let's take a quick break then.
It's hot as fuck in here, man. I'm sweating.
Okay, bro, the pro lab is freezing, so how about you fucking solve
Alright, I'll come hang in there for a bit.
Yeah.
Go on break,
Yeah.
answer.
Break. Here we go.
Let's go mage. I'll let the warrior, but
Nice.
Nice.
maybe win.
Actually love going mid.
I think we're gonna play in the middle as well. Or did I work here?
I need to do a dungeon too with E0. You guys need that?
I'll do that as
With M0? Sure. Can I fucking cast this guy? You have stunning? I fair.
You open everything.
Fair.
Fuck this shit.
Into silence. Silence. Hitting warrior. Big down.
Yep.
Siphon warrior. Kill him. Kill. Shit.
In the volley.
Rip them.
Siphon
Kick
still
them.
going.
I'm not getting
I have
followed.
so much damage. Hitting mage.
Alright, hit him, mage swapping. Boom.
Mess.
Boom. Swapping back warrior. And he's dead. Good man. W shit, these guys
W.
were literally
Lost.
Yep.
Oh my god, man.
What, bro?
This comp. Oh, dude.
Oh man, what's wrong, little bro?
I'm not gonna be able to play. That's what's wrong with it.
Just don't complain.
Nick, you really bring out the worst in me. You know this?
I've done too much PvP with you, bro.
Alright, Nick, I'm gonna show you a little something on this.
Yeah.
What do I
Got some
play?
tech.
I'm playing big player or small player? Big
Playing 45 seconds. Probably small.
Hey, miss. Penny Farrell, by the way. Fair.
You like out there?
I stun into silence, okay. Stun. Into silence.
That one. Over
Silence.
this time. Oh.
Keep off them roll.
IPM.
Must be in play.
Freedom Shell, quick.
Fucking love this shit.
I'm knocking these guys off here.
Literally everything.
Link. That is
We're
worse.
good.
What?
I'll kill it.
fine.
man.
Big kills. Big kills.
Fair.
Nice.
Good
Okay.
throw.
Yep, going on him.
Triple DK maybe? Oh, solid.
Massive dam. You got a full stun for shaman here. Boom.
Okay. Big damage.
Yeah, same.
Hitting shaman a bit. Shaman.
Yeah, going. Big dam. Boom.
Silence. Picked. I'm gonna for everything, okay? Fair.
Kicking the clone.
Nice.
Going on Apparel?
Yeah, fair.
We blocked him.
Kicked.
Killing. Kick.
I cannot connect right now.
Yeah, I've got cooldown.
I'm just shooting whatever I can right now.
Done.
Gonna go for a fair here. For everything. I stun out. I don't have like...
Facing. Never mind, I'm getting...
Oh my god,
Again.
I'm just double kicked.
Ripping him in.
This worse.
Fuck. Kicking the... No, I got stunned on the clone. Kicking. Got it.
Oh, I can't fucking move, man. This is insane. 5 damage here. Silence, PIU, Fade. I swap your neck.
Going for a disorient on this fucking summon. Full disorient on him. I can stun out. Full stun.
Blinded.
Yeah.
I have nothing. Messing. Mess.
Bring everything.
I'm dead. Nothing. Dead. Fade.
Good luck, Nick.
I mean, it's just so unplayable. I don't know. Oh my god.
I hate playing against Shaman because we can't kick him. Like, always.
Yeah, they don't cast and it just kicks on me and fucking grounding and this. I don't know. DK's just immortal as well. Holy shit.
I feel like any other healer can get
Actually, so fucking cancer. Shit. DK is the worst shit ever, by the way. Like, it's unbelievable. I think it's fine, I just don't think Priest is like good with Holy DK right now, and or the Evoker feels kind of bad because we just DR with each other and yeah. Also just this DK shit, Holy DK versus Priest is like gross, it's so gross. Like the shit you can do with AMS is just so stupid. Nice, bolted. Grounding. Ending warrior, okay. Second, there you go. I'm setting it back here. Sounds rude. Sounds rude.
Fuck this guy for 10 years.
Take me. I fade.
Just help it.
Kicked.
Grip him.
Running. Good. I mean, play. Disperse, I guess.
Yeah.
For everything here. Fair. Oh.
Heck.
Guess I'm just dead. Yep. Cool.
Bro, what the fuck is that?
Warrior takes. I don't even think it's helped me.
I play Riven and League of Legends. I don't play shit games now. I don't play League. League is awful. If you ever play Dota and then play League, you will understand what I mean. Dota is better in almost every way. League does some things better, but in terms of gameplay, Dota is better in almost every way. Fair. Getting reds. I sounds. Just dead. Again.
Living everyone?
Yeah, big damage spell. Big damage spell. Revival all my dots off, cool. Reloading everything. Vict.
See that guy out there? Jim.
Oh, hey, EMS. Sure.
Damn now.
Here. Fade. Can you grip a monk? Monk.
Yeah.
For everything.
Bottom.
I stunned. Kicked actually. Never mind. Sun monk. I'll silence off. Silence.
Kelly. Okay, you got.
The disperse or what?
No, you're good.
Fading.
Grip the monk in.
Yep.
Grip them in again. Full blind.
Okay.
Big bug, sleeping.
Beat them, sure. Fade out
Big
those.
Pally. Hitting Pally hard.
Yep. Kicked again. Stunned. Sun monk. I fair off. Disperse. Fair. Just dead. It's so fucking annoying, man. Oh, this AMS shit is so frustrating. Like, it's so broken into my class. Like, they just AMS the dots off. Like, how is this real? I cannot get any damage out.
Calibreach just fucking sucks.
I feel like it does as well. I feel like, I mean, it's probably the worst caster, which makes sense, but it's like unbelievable, man. Like this DK shit is so broken with Shadow. Yeah, I don't know what you can do anything at all. Like the AoE AMS and the passive AMS, like it's insane, absolutely insane. And then you have revival on top of that. The moment we got all my dots out, they just revival them all out. Boom, cool. Yeah, done. Oh my god, man. Maybe try like a different build or something, just like full single target or some shit. Go to soft as well, I think, at the end, whatever.
I feel like my CCs are so long cooldown, like I thought Sleepwalk I just have nothing.
What?
Set up. Like all my CC, like my breath is 2 minutes. everything is just such a long cooldown.
Yeah.
Like root's a minute and a half. Like, everything doesn't have long cooldown sleepwalk. I guess I could sleep DPS more often, but I don't know who we're hitting all the time.
I think just sleeping anyone is fine, honestly. Could just call it ahead of time and then swap off.
The DR spear is the problem.
Yeah, I don't know. The Warcraft Priest doesn't feel good either, at all.
Yeah, I mean... definitely sucks.
I'm in range,
Well,
what's going on?
fuck. Got that guy. 90.
Yes, everyone.
I'm getting crazy sleep on him.
I'm just dispersing, okay?
Stay in sleep. He slept forever.
I'm just landing the mage. Hit priest. Big damage priest, okay? Siphon?
Yep.
Big damage priest. I stun him. Into silence.
You didn't lose stun?
I purge. I fire everything.
Yeah, he faints up. Big monk for a sec.
Fade away. I'm just landing the mage, okay? Big monk back Aberrus.
Trying to keep the monk off you, but it's...
I'm dry neck, by the way.
You're good.
Yeah.
Sleepwalking the mage.
Yeah, good. Fade.
Damn
I have a fair. Oh, I'm dead. Dead. Can you grip the mage? Fair. I failed this. Fair. Sounds? I don't have fuck.
Getting free.
Sounds priest. I stun.
Second PS.
Kick me.
Mage.
Stopping the poly, kicked it.
Sleep him.
Flood the monk.
I swap your check.
I'm getting.
Gripping him.
Frostball on me. Dispel me.
Reset fear up here.
Fading.
Going for the fear on you guys.
Fair.
Monk off, but it's fucking
Hitting
impossible.
mage. We gotta go mage, I think.
Mage, okay, gun.
Yeah.
Trying to stun all three. Got him.
I see my pass bar.
FCCR. Stunning. Oh, it's fucking DR. Fuck's
All
sake.
there.
Sleeping him.
Fading.
Hitting priest. Okay, never.
Good monk.
Yep.
Just dead, man. I disperse. Holy fuck, man.
Bro.
Stop the poly.
I beat damage shark, okay?
Yeah.
Hitting priest. Big damage priest, okay?
Doing. I'm gripping everything. We got the monk in one.
Fair this guy.
Stop the poly.
Still priest hard.
Yeah, gun. Can't stop the poly from here though. So,
Wait.
yep,
I'll full poly.
Spawn the monk.
I got you.
Spawn him again.
I'm dead.
Spawn at the monk. Gripping.
Pursue.
Flood.
For everything. Out of this. Fair. I fade. Stun on this. Fade out of the stun. Fade.
Monk. Fucked it a little bit. Hitting priest.
Full poly.
I'm just dead. Yeah. Good night.
Oh, it's so unplayable.
Oh, it's so unplayable, man. This is insane. It's just, I don't know, we're wrecked by people that fucking gear or something. They're just doing no damage. Just running at me the entire game. It's fucking miserable.
I feel like I can't even keep the pocket. Like,
oh my god, man.
the monk instantly back no matter.
Yeah.
Alright, last ball.
Just to listen to truth, so you rather listen to lies, so you live in the blues. I'm beginning to win. Young man, master the sin, battle within. Looking at the devil and grin, I'm flipping the script. Walking on a journey and trip, on a gurney and miss. At the fact that life is a bitch, and I'm hating this shit. Losing blood, making me crip. Stakes inside, bet and
For sure, we haven't faced a single move here on Shadow Priest this entire time.
It would be nice.
Just play disc and I go dev. You just win.
Could be a movie, huh? I'm
Probably better.
just done, so.
Oh.
Yeah,
but
on this
it
character.
probably would be better. I think if we do another one, I'll just play dev.
Sure. Can do my druid so I can play also druid. Didn't get combat man. Sounds the shit man. They're rogue.
Let's see if they want to.
Through the shots. Dear kidney. It's bomb. I'm fine. Fair. Oh, I don't have
I'm
any.
gonna go to DPS. Welcome.
I'm doing this guy off here. Okay.
I can get cast offs eventually. Okay, I have damage now.
Kick the
Go
poly.
druid. Hit druid.
I'm gonna
Second. Be damage.
Going, I grip the clone.
Yep.
Bouncing Druid full.
Maybe sounds. Sounds
Think it did.
Hit mage. Hit.
You're dead.
Oh, I fucking. I didn't realize.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry. I fucked up. I had.
Okay, this class is fucking trash, man. The freeze is so bad, man.
I fucked up. I mean, I had buttons. I just fucked up. I had trinket.
Yeah, but still, it's just like the fact that you have to cast all your spells. These guys don't. Is...
Yeah, this is unfair. I agree.
Yeah, I'm looking to kick someone. I can't. There's no one to kick.
I'm free.
No one's casting a single spell.
I mean, my position. I just scripted the game. When I came, I think they put me in full DR and stuff. I'm done on this character. I go back in one game or what?
You get confidence from that?
I was done.
LG.
Alright, left.
Leave it Q. Thinking a bit more. So what are we doing with splits? Are we're doing one heroic or what?
I think so, yeah. One heroic and then last bosses.
Okay, and we're not helping the last bosses. Yeah, full in house.
Oh fucking split.
I'm on.
Left. We all left.
Oh.
Maybe I could change things. Out wandering in the past, where I run all my demons. If I get in gear and hit the gas, so perhaps I'll spin the wheels, cut myself a deal somewhere between salvation and sin. But today I'm gonna try, pretend I'm still alive, and let it go in the wind. I'm gonna get in, my DeLorean, my DeLorean, my DeLorean, ooh, ooh, my DeLorean. Time is just a highway, and I'm just taking a detour. No physics can control me. When I'm all wrapped up and ready to go. Oh, this century is a bore. I'm looking for a little bit more. I want the universe
should have let my pet devour you. Destroy the supports! Send them screaming in...
Dude, I forgot I turned my stream on for a second. Okay, I'm good. Jesus, man, this guy's just... Oh. Oh no. Oh, I flew over him. Yeah. Yeah. Why does this character have Sandstone Drake there? What? Oh. Yeah. Wait, I need to keep my stacks. Yeah. Okay, hopefully I don't... I could actually just AFK. Yeah, I'm gonna AFK. It's really dumb that I have to do this. It's actually just better than attacking right now. Hopefully I can switch this.
5.
I can't switch to that though.
3,
Ah, fuck it.
2, 1.
That was a really bad arm. I should have walked into this stuff. I messed up over here, but dude, I'm not gonna fucking die. So I don't know if the boss is gonna live another minute. It'll live 19 seconds. But... No, I think there's no chance. It's actually a lot closer than I thought. Oh. Boom. Like I may as well. Even if it's temporary. Ow.
Intruders have breached the barracks. Sound the alarm.
Technically. Oh, dude. This is probably pretty grief of me, but it's best for me to not spend a single point of energy right now. This is dumb, man. Why is a spec like this?
To destroy my queen ends here. For the queen! Your tactics were sorely lacking.
Oh. Oh, this should be better than this supposed to.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Trying to get something to stand on. There we go. A bit unlucky there.
queen's name and they will carry you towards her inner sanctum.
Be discreet, unless you'd like your appendages removed by force.
Oh. Either a rogue. Second. A little bit of a VE here.
I have an extended supply of goods.
All good.
I have calibrated my prices to
I
be
can't
reasonable.
use a keyboard apparently either.
My
Did I send this to this character? Wait. Oh, I did.
directive is to serve you.
I don't think the missive quality matters, right? Oh, I don't have that either. Definitely need that.
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable. Return. My directive is to serve you. My directive has been fulfilled.
I kind of want to try this, even though it's probably gonna be worse. Hold on, I'm actually gonna rip a relog real quick. On. Yeah.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I got slow brain, man. Holy lag. Brutal Claw. Oh, that's... Lose. Fuck, man. Wow, I am fucking all over the place. Ooh. I'm not sure if this hold was worth, but I didn't pop the line. What the fuck? fishy, man. Oh, that was not intentional. Maybe it's okay? Oh, I just accidentally fixated too. No, it's actually not okay. It is definitely not okay. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I just have Zoan and no images. This is not good. Where's it southern? Here. That's grid mining. Wait, what just happened? That's not good. Hang on. Okay. I think that's okay. Alright, I'm AFK for the rest of trash, GG. Wait, actually not yet. I forgot. I have like... Now I'm AFK. Good.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Hmm. Why did he fall off? LMAO, you fell off. I'm gonna get it now. Yeah. And I'm not gonna have a mark. Oh, I didn't get it. Nice. Ow. I still don't see a marker on me. Oh, I see. Never mind. I see circle. Not gonna lie, I'm kind of liking DHT on this boss. I'm kind of liking it. Oh, that feels so good. He's circle. What? 4 of them. What is that? Okay. Where am I at here? We're actually okay. Yeah, I got 10 now, yeah. I could probably do it. I could do a 1 stack, I think. If I get close again. Let's see. Actually, I kind of want to proc. Never mind. Wait, that almost bugged it. Holy shit, that would be bad. I should proc. And then I should use this.
I infiltrated the Queen's Court, Master. She suspects nothing. You have seen too much, and I cannot leave any loose ends. Nothing personal, just business. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Whoa. Oh there. Oh. Fuck. Dude, I thought I was gonna die. I was like... How did that not hit me? I literally just walked straight through a line. Did my RSK go off there? I don't think it did. First one. Yeah, I just fucked with my mastery again, but fuck it. Oh, that's unfortunate, dude. That's what we call panic diffuse right there, by the way, just in case you guys are wondering. Also, we're definitely fucked here. There's no way we're killing this on this pool. I don't even know what the fuck I just did there, but fuck it, just do something. W shit. Yeah, that was not good. Oh, I was not paying attention and released. Pulling up. My stacks are messed up for the rest of this run, but oh well. What can you do? Wait for both.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ooh, I hate lag, man. I can't see shit. Whoa! The surprise orb is out of nowhere. Ooh, this is a huge proc right here, actually. Wait. Yeah, 7. Ooh! Ow. Nice crit there. Needed that really bad. Will work out just fine. Yeah, that's good. Ow. No way. No glory, they don't have that. Really stinks. I have to cancel that too. Okay, fuck these daggers, man. Plus does some nasty damage.
Impressive. But did you believe you were fighting the real thing?
No transfer on this one either.
I'm paid regardless.
L.
I will let your bounties grow before I collect. Until then, watch your back.
Sir.
The conspirators are here. After I kill them, I will expose the traitor in our midst. The only thing you will expose is your weakness. I will crush these insurgents in the name of...
Oh, that's actually barely okay. Holy shit.
Likely to cover your own treachery. After I rend them, I will deliver your head as well.
I'm so down bad for a food buff right now. I'm embarrassed. I'm gonna go chop a fucking dragonfly feast. Oh. Oh my god.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Boom. Pull up. Those things died really fast. Well, it actually does do some damage. Yeah, I should probably use here. What the fuck am I doing? I should probably send. Oh, that's unfortunate. Wait, that's actually good. It's good in the long run. It sucks for the short term. Oh, that's so nice. That was a huge proc. Ads are ads is I'm in the middle. I think I'm just gonna send it. Touch it up, please. That was really close. This is definitely gonna kill me. I'm dead this way. Oh, I'm actually not dead. Wow. How soon? Fuck it. Holy shit. What a lineup. Boom! Blowing up. Okay. Alright, really quick, I will be turning my stream off soon, but my Igors are at the bottom of that page. See. Martel, thank you for the 5-month resub. Ice, thank you for the Prime sub. Flame 4, thank you for the gifted sub. Anything else happen? I don't think so. Alrighty. I gotta turn my stream off, guys. So, I will see you guys as soon as we stream again, whenever that is. Soon, TM. Hope you enjoyed the gameplay. See you soon. Oh, and Mercy L, sorry, I missed the one more sub there. Mercy L, thank you for the sub as well. Alright.
So in the middle, go under the boss in the middle. So in the middle, you can dispel. Healers can help dispel. You can dispel. Healers can help dispel.
Hit the boss in the middle. We're gonna do that one more time when we get gripped. You want to do that one more time when we get 20 seconds.
What is this UI?
Get ready.
This
The
is
boss
a
is
windowed
going
mode
away.
UI from one of our
You're
players.
gonna
This is
sit
a
here,
windowed mode
defensive,
UI
and
from one of
then
our
you get
players.
gripped
This is
in.
a windowed mode
Defensive,
UI
and
from
then
one of
you
our
get
players.
gripped
This
in.
is a windowed mode UI.
Sit here and wait. Boss is porting, getting gripped. Boss is porting. Use it defensive.
But
and
why?
Break your web and follow a new barrage.
Playing windowed is a way to like lower your like your screen size. They can help like peripheral vision. They can help like peripheral vision. Also, some people just prefer different shit. I don't think it's that complicated. People just prefer different shit. I don't think it's that complicated.
Go under the boss in the middle. Go under the boss in the
Anyone
middle.
else beyond a new barrage? Anyone else beyond a new barrage?
Target party. Target party. Yeah.
Hit the middle dust now.
Yeah.
Hit the middle dust now.
You know what monitor he uses? You know what
Yeah, he's
monitor
right there.
he uses?
He's like right there.
Now we just blast.
He's like right there.
Blast on the beetle. 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 You're gonna dodge here. You're gonna dodge here. You're gonna dodge here. Allies, if you see someone in an impale, you can bop them. Someone in an impale, you can bop dodging. Bop dodging. Help this monk. Help this monk.
Jornaco is a character named Jornaco W Riz. I wonder what that sounds like in his native language. I wonder what that sounds like in his native language. I wonder what that sounds like in his native language. I wonder what that sounds like in his native language. I wonder what that sounds like. I wonder how many shrieks it would take to say that. How many
in this phase, we're gonna have raiders try to hold the webs if we can. But otherwise,
what is his native language? He speaks by raptor screeching. He speaks by raptor screeching. He speaks by raptor
screeching. We will blow up. Make sure you're healthy.
Get the spike. Just get the spike out. Spend the spike. Just get the spike out. Spend the spike. Do you have your buff to lip? Do you have your buff to lip? Yeah. Do you have your buff to lip? Yeah.
Gonna AMZ here on this. Dropping an AMZ.
W yips, W shit, W yips, W shit.
Big raid damage. You're ready to use defensives in 3 seconds. You're ready to use. You're gonna get gripped. You're gonna want to break your web and stack back up under the boss for healing. Stack back up under the boss for healing. Stack back up under the boss for healing. Break your web.
THD's screaming about Norway. THD's screaming about Norway.
Yeah.
THD's screaming about Norway.
Dodge that and then move in for healing. Dodge that and then move in.
Hey man, bro. Hey man, rest box, blood and goop. Rest box, blood.
It's actually insane. 3 hours fucking
It's
actually insane. 3 hours fucking actually insane.
I'm in HDHD cause it's just fucking yell. I'm in HDHD cause it's just fucking yell. I'm in HDHD
Dispel
cause it's just
soon.
fucking yell.
Get the away a little bit.
I'll try to call one of us early again.
You're gonna move out and then in. You're gonna move out and then in. Out and then in. Out and then in.
Impe go under. Impe go under. Nick and Kajeda go into the middle of the room now. Nick and Kajeda go into the middle of the room now. Kadeja go middle. Go into the middle of the room now. Kadeja go middle.
Alright guys, last 7% of splits here. Last 7% of splits here. Max, do you think that Jornaco's the best WoW player from his home? WoW player from his home? He get kicked out of the worst guild they have, and he had to come here to Big Dog, and he had to won this Big Dog. What are you fucking talking about? What are you fucking talking about? What are you fucking talking about?
Chin W.
Well done.
Chin W.
Well done.
Did my replay hit you? Oh, not. Did my replay hit you?
I did not get.
Oh wait, it did.
I did not get. For 33k. Wait, it did. That's good. For 33k.
It didn't auto pass for some people, so make sure you pass. For some people, so make sure you pass.
Yep, W helpers, W run. Yep, W helpers, W run. Dude, check that shit in Grom, by the way. Dude, check that shit in Grom, by the way. Dude, check that shit in Grom, by the way. Dude, check that shit in Grom, by the way. I don't know what the fuck that guy's talking about, but it made me laugh a lot. The fuck that guy's talking about, but it made me laugh a lot. The fuck that guy's talking about, but it made me laugh a lot. The fuck that guy's talking about, but it made me laugh a lot.
What does that last part mean?
I don't know what the last part means, but he's referencing. I don't know what the last part means, but he's referencing. I don't know what the last part. I don't know what he was. Dude, I don't know what that guy started cooking at the end, but he's referring to him being a raptor. It's real good. But he's referring to him being a raptor. It's real good. But he's referring to him being a raptor. It's real good. I don't know what being a raptor.
That is a comment.
Yep.
That is a comment.
Yep.
That is a comment.
Oh, the big blue orb is Earth. Oh, the big blue
shit.
orb is Earth. Oh, the big blue orb is Earth. And one was supposed to say on.
I think that's the.
And one was supposed to say on. Alright, so we're streams off, right? Alright, so we're streams off, right? Think so. Alright, so we're streams off, right? Think so. Alright, so we're streams off, right? Yeah, I think it's. I think it's. Yeah, I I think it. Yep. Dude, holy shit, TC. Did y'all just hear that? Holy shit, TC. Did y'all just hear that? Dude, that fucking scared me. Dude, I had no idea you were in here. I had no idea you were in here. Okay. I had no idea you were in here. Okay. See you guys Tuesday. I had no idea you were in here. Okay.
Let me find some of the host.
Let me find some of the host. Let me find some of the host. Let me find some of the host. On Tuesday, it's fucking game time, boys. 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 On Tuesday, Alright. See you later. 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 See you later. Alright. See you later. See you later. Alright. See you later. See you later. See you later. Alright. See you later. See you later. See you later. See you later. Alright. See you later. See you later. See you later. See you later. Alright. See you later. See you later. See you later. Alright. See you later. See you later. See you later. Alright. See you later. See you later. See you later. Alright. See you later. See you later. See you later. Alright. See you later. See you later. See you later. Alright. See you later. See you later. See you later. Alright. See you later. See you later. See you later. Alright. See you later. See you later. See you later. Alright. See you later. See you later. See you later. Alright. See you later. See you later. See you later. Alright. See you later. See you later. See you later. Alright. See you later. See you later. See you later. Alright. See you later. See you later. See you later. Alright. See you later. See you later. See you later. Alright. See you later. See you later. See you later. Alright. See you later. See you later. See you later. Alright. See you later. See you later. See you later. Alright. See you later. See you later. See you later. Alright. See you later. See you later
Alright, dodge circles, and then decimates, you go to green and blow up the clones. See a ring. Or neck. Whatever it is, there it is.
With the socket,
Boom.
Natty.
Boom.
Wow, that is a lot of gold.
That matters.
Plus 10G.
Oh wait, that's the neck? I thought that was a warglaive.
Nah, it looks like a scarab.
But it actually looks like the
Are we
Stewart
crafting
drinking.
now?
Yeah, you're right.
Should you trash first?
Wait, they're showing the apparel? They got released?
Because it scales quickly in the raid, so if we craft while you do trash, we gain time.
There's a lot of sass coming from Riku, man. That is
I don't
sassy.
see a tweet for the apparel at all.
Ricky, what if they just chain whip on trash and then we have to come back and do trash?
We're not gonna change my
Everyone is not crafting, like 5 of you.
Yeah, it's literally at the same time, man.
Oh shit.
Nah, you're just making shit up.
Apparel is up there.
Dude, Dryny just said that they're
Nice.
chain whip. What the fuck, Dryny?
I already
Yes,
pulled
you crafted
everything.
Blood off.
Yeah, I kind of want not.
You'll flip tank?
You guys should not take this ass from Drowning, honestly.
I mean, look at me.
Why are you even over there, man?
I did, like, your class.
I pulled everything.
You DK.
I already pulled everything.
Like, tied
in
for
the room.
melee and you don't have thread. It's like classic Scott.
Bro, is melee over there on that acolyte?
Melee.
Easy. Just got an amber alert for a fucking idiot. He's 15 yards through the wall in front of me. What the fuck? Wait, Impact just messaged me. He's 2 yards away from him. What?
What's the order?
Oh, wait, website? Oh shit.
No.
Good vibes.
Ding. Yuri also got the alert.
What?
Did you get the alert or not?
I got an alert, yeah. It's like through my wall.
We'll look at it in a second. Hold on, let me finish up this trash.
Yeah. I guess they. How does that even work?
Alright, we're doing crafts.
Tip off.
Right?
Yeah, go craft. Everyone get away from the middle.
Need a portal because my art zone is as far away as possible.
Helpers do not take the portal.
Oh, wrong portal. Do not click the portal, that's Stormwind. My fucking keybinds on this guy are sketchy. Where is it?
Make staff.
Wait, isn't Stormwind quicker than... Stormwind quicker than Harping though, for sure.
You need a sword, right, Riku?
Yeah.
Dude, okay, the apparel looks fucking sick,
You only
though,
do
doesn't
sword,
it?
Rico, and do you do axe as well?
No, for transfer.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure the fucking apparel that they made this year is just the best they've ever made. It goes hard as fuck. Damn, they picked some good fucking photos for these. Look hard as fuck. Dude, okay, real quick. Tell me this shit isn't Riz. Tell me this shit isn't the most aesthetic combo you've ever fucking seen in your life. Look at these dudes, man. Look at these little smirks. W smirks.
We're gonna need a restock of the blacksmithing mats.
Yeah, the ones as well.
Alright, we'll do a ping.
Yeah, ping in the crafting channel.
Good fucking vibes. You guys see the announcement video, by the way? The announcement video goes hard as fuck. Dude, maybe he looks so sick.
Are the crafters doing that, or do we need to like put that shit in?
Maybe he looks like a fucking beast, dude.
V-stick.
Is anyone else crafting a sword?
What
is Max standing on a box? They had everybody standing on a box except
It's
Max.
the
When we were doing the
alloy
shoot, it was actually funny as
charged
fuck.
alloy and ironclad alloy. Mostly sanctified though.
Boom, 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 boom. Thing, are you ogging?
Nah, I could.
You don't have a mailbox?
You're good.
I can do whatever. I'm just here for the ride because my guy is cool.
Oh no, live your life. That's good. I was just wondering.
There just wasn't
Atlas
enough
is pretty
DPS.
much begging you to og right now, Sang.
I'm not. I'm just wondering. It was inquisitive. It was not suggestive. Alright, up. Can I give you my gland?
Yeah, take your gland.
Here you go.
You
Alright,
give
my
me your
organ.
whole organ?
Yeah, my organ, sorry.
I'm sending my staff in a moment.
Let's get some summons. Get us someone on THD.
Don't be timid with the flowers. Don't be timid with your power. Don't be timid with me. You can relax, already rolled up. You can pull up, smoke and enjoy it. Pull up, earn another one. Pull up, already rolled you one. You can relax, already rolled you one. You can pull up, smoke and enjoy this.
I'm seeing weak aura error. Or misser.
Yeah, we are good. We already checked just so everyone tabs in.
Missing weak aura on Carrot.
Yeah. See if they're ready up, they might be DC'd.
I think it's game crashed.
Oh.
Yeah.
If it game full crash, you might have to re-import. Because sometimes, like, if you don't like log out before it, we'll just delete if you all have for any like changes you make. Do you have it, Atlas?
Up.
I think this smacker does it. Hold on.
Alright, oh, the
W.
Boom, I got it.
Somebody else linked it. I'm getting Bubba dubbed.
Bubba. Yo, Boomy.
Yo.
Put that on me. I'll put you where you want to be.
All right.
Dude, I think I found the worst elf drink in the game.
Is it the lantern?
No, it's Wildfire Wick.
Is Carrot good now?
Is that that candle?
Yeah, it's luck. I have it equipped. Bro, I just looked on
All checks passed.
sick ran. Okay, doing a timer.
Oh yeah, that one is fucking bad.
It
Like,
does 1.6% of my damage as a tank. And it doesn't have fucking agi on it. Or strength, like, what the fuck? That has to be like the actual worst thing they've ever put in the game.
Alright, get ready to get out with these circles. Get out. Properly to the back. How'd you die?
Probably.
What happened? Oh, you walked into the puddle. Okay, the puddles hurt puddles hurt on heroic. You can't step in the middle.
And if you ever get the webs, you pop it to defensive. Hurts really bad.
We should start looking at who's sketchy because it's gonna get real on something.
Yeah. Forgot
Let's
about
try
them.
the M guys, very sketchy.
Get out.
Dude.
Get out, get out, get out, get out, get out, get out, get out. We get some ads soon. Get ready. Try to put them up front if you can. Good.
What way is he going?
It's gonna go right. Boomy cheat to the right. Boomy cheat to the right.
He always goes right.
As a boom, when he jumps up, you're gonna roar. Or now?
And everybody go right, yep.
Was right. Jump over the puddles, they hurt. Also run around the side of them. They hurt really bad. Don't get hit. We're gonna get a group soak at the end of this. You guys are gonna use your strongest defensive. Everybody has to be inside of it. I'm gonna AMZ it. Everybody get stack up on the boss right in front where the green marker is. Back up and get in the group soak right now. Your strongest defensive in here. Strongest defensive. It hits hard. Those who died, did you press the defensive or no?
Yo, I think Cerise saved my life. Did
Yeah,
you life me there? I was about to fall off.
We're gonna have to replace some people after this one, I think.
Saw my life flash before my eyes.
Aye, aye, Captain.
I did hear you though.
The healers are sketchy as fuck. That nice.
Perfect.
Yo, what the fuck?
Not you though. You're great.
You're fucking lucky you said that though.
I know you're not saying that to the ego right now.
Ads. Get out.
I'm just like dying.
Get out.
Yeah, I'm crying.
It's been wild. I've never had this happen.
Good. The next group soaks are gonna hit. The next group soaks are gonna hit really hard. I'm gonna call more cooldowns for them.
You get it, man?
Oh, yeah.
Alright, same thing. God bees, roar.
Enough mana potions on his character. Fuck.
Let's kick. When we get there, strongest defensive. Health pot if you're low, below half. Riku, you're gonna rally. Scott's gonna AMZ. It's gonna be in a weird spot. Make sure you get there. Lost another person. Make sure you're in. It also fucking has a big suck now because people are dead. As they're spawning. This group is bad. Get out. More set ads. What did I just do with my cooldowns? Another set of 2's coming up. Why the fuck did I do that? I'll just pull next set of ads, whatever. What did I just do? More set ads.
Do we have res?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chase the boss, Ravenswar. Don't touch the puddles at all. Like, actually dodge between them. We have such few people. Fucking sketchy right now.
The suck will be real, by the way.
Suck is gonna be very real, yeah.
Should we sack?
Yeah, we should probably suck,
should
yeah.
sack it.
All the helpers get inside the soak. All the helpers inside the soak. Everybody else stay out. Godspeed.
Dude, he made it back on. You see that?
Get out.
I know some niggas that talk good, the wise men from a long line of bitch made and bridesmen. You never had nothing but fucking dreams. You just caught up in the hype. The fashion is so it seems the limelight. I know that I rhyme tight. No need for your 2 cents and burning your blueprints. These people think I really give a fuck about the shit they give a fuck about. Just need a moment of silence. Just close your fucking mouth. Infatuated with violence.
Where's that ads?
So you don't know that I'm serious. Know what I'm talking about.
Get out with the webs.
You got punchlines for days. It's so generic. You flow too cold. Your age. You got punchlines for days, so generic you flow. You too cold, you age. Yeah, and I'm so misrepresented by niggas that claim
Yay.
and they souls was never.
Good work.
And I'm so misrepresented by niggas that claim
Alright,
was never in it.
the next bosses are going to be very, very hard for healers especially, so we're just going to trim the group a little bit so that we can make sure to one-shot all the rest. But thank you for coming. Alright. Relisting. Need, oh my god, 3 healers.
Voilà.
This might be the worst trinket they've ever made.
Transmitter one.
You sure there's the one off?
Yeah, yo, I thought it was good, and then I pressed it one time and spent the next 18 seconds just running around in circles trying to figure out where this orb is.
Yeah, dude, my first run using it as well. I think I missed 2 in a row on that boss.
Can you still
Yeah,
see
I'm
other
good.
people's
Use kicks
balls,
and
too?
stop. Use kicks and
You
stop.
well, the bad part is you can see everybody's pets and like the 20 things going on in melee and the fucking armies and the dragons flying overhead and the
No,
boss.
it's good. There's a lot of visual clarity.
And that's why I.
And this ball, this ball is maybe like fucking 10 pixels wide.
Yeah, it's so bad.
Yeah, I don't know, when you're in a room and it just goes up the wall. I don't know what's going on. At least on beta, that's what it was doing. It just started glitching.
Low key,
Yeah.
the ball isn't even the worst one. It's the stain in the circle. The stain in the circle is completely covered by everybody.
Yeah, I agree.
Because you can run, you can run around. Yeah, you can run around aimlessly and maybe get the orb. You can't do that with the fucking stain in the circle thing.
Bro, combat res.
Who? Come on. Oh, we need one healer for sure. At least.
Yeah.
Is rocking with Emeralda? Emeralda's kind of a beast mode.
Yep.
Since a shorty mama was needing a dough, I've been breaking bread. Grew up in the church, did the stained glass fam. I've been breaking bad in the breeze on some windbreaker shit in these trees. Like I got a hidden dragon. The balance is evident. Avatar never out of my element. If I can, I'm Star Trekking it too. I mean, let's be for real. Y'all can't glow with my hue go. A clock light years with the hue blow. A nigga too far ahead. Too slow coming off of the line. They talk drag, but it's a marathon. I thought he told you. I just keep mopping these flows. I just keep it clean as I'm supposed. Fabric softener. These niggas is hoes fresh out the machine.
Can you guys make sure they have the weak core in the Discord?
I don't have the thing. Sang, do you have it? That like.
I have the weak or one.
Yeah.
I don't have the Discord. So, hold on. You just right click the checks thing and it whispers all of them. Bang.
We're in teamed out, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. Definitely have to prune the group. The healers were too sketchy. All these bosses are healer bosses now. Can we summon everybody, please? Everybody click. Summon every single person that's not here. Once everybody's in Discord, then I'll explain. Boom, can you put marks already? Dude, that was fuck.
It's purple, not blue, right?
Yeah. That was the fastest shit I've ever seen in my life. Are you a robot?
I'm just ready.
Fuck? How did you... Dude, you're so young, it's fucking wild. You hit every egg on the same second.
Yeah, it's probably lag.
What the fuck?
Boomy plays fucking Osu, bro.
No, it's not lag, dude. He's got the fountain of youth in him.
Big Osu guy? Boom?
Yeah, massive Osu guy.
Lockout checker's also good for everybody, right?
Aren't you a big anime fan? For me?
Yeah, I love anime. I watch anime every day.
Yeah, I wondered because I know I was tuned into you, bro. Roll stream the other day and saw the attack on Titan poster in the back.
There's a lot of patience in that. So trying to have more of that.
All checks.
All checks pass. Okay, great.
I think the summon
do
check
it.
is not passed.
Let's do a Discord check. If you guys are in Discord and you can hear me, hit no to this ready check. Hit no if you can hear me. Comments? Okay, hips. Okay, one more check for hips and KV. Hit no. Hit no if you can hear me.
KV is here.
Okay, all good.
Hips is not here, I think.
No, he just joined. Alright, we're good. Okay, this fight. You're gonna get 4 circles to break the eggs. They're gonna always be marked with a color. You're gonna get assigned which color to go to. Just make sure you get to your egg. We can't miss any of them, okay? There's only gonna be one sketchy one when the boss is covering it. It's right here. It's gonna be purple. I'll make sure that you guys know that purple's always under the boss. But as a general rule of thumb, you guys can never miss these. For the healer helpers, there's gonna be a dispel debuff that goes on people. You cannot dispel it until they're out of the raid with it. It roots everybody once you dispel it inside the circle. So just hold off on dispels on those. You guys see these small eggs right here? We're gonna stack the boss on these every time we are breaking them. I want 1 stun going out on them at least, and I want the range standing away from them when they pop. These are the prio. We're gonna blow these up as quick as we can. These have worms that we kick. Alright, here we go. Alright, we're gonna get some webs. You guys are gonna get out of the raid with these, okay? Giant circle.
Healers don't dispel until people are out of the group.
Oh, please don't. Get out. Everybody, 1 defensive right now. A big one. This hurts. You guys have to press a defensive. Please. Yeah, now we're good. Alright, when this cast finishes, you're gonna get egg breaks. Look at where the colors are. They're all on the right. You guys have to go to your color. Purple is directly underneath the boss. Make sure you make it to purple. Here it comes. Ready to go to eggs. Go to your color. Go to the color you're assigned. Good. Blowing up. Good. We're gonna go across the room now. I did that without a trinket, man. Okay. Look at the colors here. We're going to get out with the webs. That's the next thing that's coming. Green and orange are in front of the boss. Make sure you know where you're going. Web breaks are going to come in 4 seconds. Get out of the raid with these. Spell them once they're out. Good. Go to your color now. Go to your color.
We're
going to stack it on top of the small ads. I want 1 stun of them, and I want them blown up immediately. Pull him up. Pick the worm. Good. Going across. Molasses. Alright, we're good. Okay, look at the colors. Orange is on the right on the small eggs. Just make sure you know what color you're going to. We're going to stack it on top of orange once they break. Here they come. Go to your color. Same thing as before. I want 1 stun on top of orange when it pops. Make sure to AoE here. I need to die quicker than that. Now just hit the boss. Boss damage. The boss is gonna run away. Ribbons, you're gonna roar it when it goes. We're gonna chase the boss. It's gonna run to the right. When it reaches the canister, we're all gonna use a big defensive. It's the boss. Good. Look at the colors. They're all on the right, okay? Look at the colors right now. One defensive from everybody. Big one. Make sure to use it. Good. Look at the eggs. Make sure you get there. Purple's right underneath the boss. Make sure if you get purple, you go there. Hit your egg with your circle. They're all on the right. Break your color. I'm gonna stack it on top of green. Alright, range, get kicks on the worm, please. Blow it on orange. Melee gonna blow up the one orange.
Okay. Nice.
Good, we're going to the new eggs.
Spread out, range.
Good. Range spread out, you guys are gonna get webs. Get out of the raid with them. Green and orange are in the front. Make sure you get to your color. Good, get to your color. Get to your color, get to your color. Alright, we're just gonna kill the ones on purple. Get ready to get a stun on them. Good. Kicks. And then just milk boss damage here. Hit the boss. Web out of the raid. Good. Good. Last set of eggs. Okay, look at orange. Whoever gets orange, it's far as fuck. You're gonna have to make it there. Stack the boss on green. Ranged, I want every single ranged person in this group. You guys are gonna hit orange and you're gonna kick orange. Melee, we're gonna pull it to purple and we're gonna kill it on purple. So range, make sure the orange cast don't go off. Go to your colors.
Someone get green.
We got it.
Good. Now get kicks. Finish off this worm on purple. Good. Now pull it over to the other worm. Ranger just finishing it. Hit the boss. Out of the raid. Alright, he's gonna run to the jar. When he does that, Dranaka, you're gonna roar. Alright, as a boom roar right now. Good. Follow the boss. When he reaches the jar, stand in the AMZ if you're ranged. One of your strongest personals right now. Defensive right now. Health pot as well if you're low. Riku, just rally. Good. Look at the colors. They're all on the right. Okay? They're all on the right. Some of them are very fucking far as well. Make sure you get there. Purple is underneath the boss. If you get purple, just come to this small egg clump right there. Go to your colors. Orange is far. Run. Good. Make sure you break purple. Make sure you break purple. Good. Good, good, good. Stun underneath the boss.
What the fuck? Does Spider run at you? Or...
Just kick the worm and kill the boss.
It's actually perfect.
Yeah, this group's way better now. W shit.
I'm standing next to Hansi. I just see a spider walk over fucking.
That was perfect timing.
They don't even have nameplates most of the time, I feel like.
Yeah, the parasite. If you duplicate parasites, there's too many nameplates. It's actually insane. It's fine though, because they have a raid frame, like a boss frame for sure.
Yeah.
Like that with on Mythic, they'll have one.
You know what's my favorite part? The first boss just has a boss for each of those.
Yeah, but this one doesn't have a single fucking one. I guess in a way that could be considered a mechanic. It adds to the difficulty.
Dude, this is my first run as DPS. Feels weird. Riku, your tech is good tech.
Let's get a gateway. Don't pull this pack. It's fine. Smolarcus got it.
Yeah. Let's fight it.
Yeah, just keep running forward. Everyone keep running. Take the gateway if you want. Just try and kick the priests.
Yeah, make sure these priests get kicked so they follow us. On this trash, kill the ones that are hanging off of the edge. They'll be like right here and on the side. Kill them first.
Unless...
Well, I got on the next back. I'm gonna blow up the other guy in there.
Alright.
Okay, this fight is scary as fuck on Heroic compared to normal. So, couple things. If you get targeted with literally anything on this fight, you have to use a defensive, otherwise you'll get blasted. We put down these markers, then I'm gonna explain one really key difference that you guys can't fuck up, otherwise it kills everybody. Alright. Okay, when you guys put down the circles on the color, it's gonna give you a dot. And then also, when the clone charges through you, it's also going to give you the same dot. That dot hurts fucking bad, so the healers have to watch the people with the dots. If you get hit by that, you use a defensive. When that dot wears off, lines are going to spawn out of your character, and they're going to shoot orbs across that line. You guys cannot, no matter what you do, you cannot shoot it through the middle of the room. It's going to fucking mow everybody down. It hits really hard. When you're placing your circle down on the color as well, this is what you need to do. Look at me right now. You place your thing on the color, and you stand off to the side, and then once you're off on the side, you look at your lines and make sure you don't shoot it anywhere through the middle, because you're gonna get pulled in. You don't want to get pulled into the circle you just dropped. It's gonna kill you also. In the intermission, you're gonna have a little floor pattern to dodge. We're just gonna do a loose spread in there, and you're gonna bounce between two spots. Don't just run all over the place. The blazes in that phase also hit really hard. If you ever get targeted, you have to use a defensive, and I'll call some raid cooldowns as well. General rule of thumb, in the intermission, if you drop below half HP and your health doesn't instantly go back up, you instantly use a health stone or a health bot, one of the two. Alright, here we go.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Alright, so